Yeah, I think that's going.
Mm-hmm.
Xero.
Tis
You
I.
have been isolated, separated from the Zodiacs for the first time in a while. For several months, you guys have been together for majority of the year at this point, and with some extra stuff cropping up, some new goals, some personal contrivances. Uh, this, you believe this would be a good time to just sort of get yourself squared away, taking your new ill-gotten teleportation helmet with stolen dirty money uh, to go to Gulmud Harbor first.
Yeah.
Okay, and just going through, it is you're not like not used to being on your own, but for now it is somewhat a strange feeling of not having the rest of everyone's skill set sort of just at your disposal. No heavy magic, no Chris like mass teleportation. You have your own method to do it now. No dragon, just your own funds, your own ability, and whatever blessings you may have gotten on the way.
Just vibes.
Just vibes, yeah. And it's, you realize you're going to be going from this high magic world-ending party to just hanging out with, you're kind of where it all started, the basis of your skill set with Salith, and then going back home eventually with to find Agrabane, Tild, Leland, if you can still find them.
Hell yeah.
But for now, what does your teleportation look like?
That's a, ooh. Oh, I didn't, you should have given me time to think about this. Shit.
You had 4 weeks to think about this.
Yeah, I didn't know you were gonna ask me this. I don't think about little flashy stuff like this, flavor stuff. Hold on, I'll think. Can I just very edgelord it, just like disappear into like black mist?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you just, every atom of your body just turns into black mist, which eventually, where you were, eventually disappears on its own. Where on the opposite end of where you are appearing, almost like a counterpart to this mist that you create, where one disappears, it's not really disappearing, it's just being transported to another one. Where one disappears, another grows, and from that, the mist takes the shape of a humanoid body, red tiefling, white hair, horns, as the form builds itself where you now appear. The salt-caked beaches and huts, scavenged together buildings of just ships and wrecked parts. The beaches and docks of Gulmud Harbor, which I don't know if I still have that up. I can find it.
What does my teleportation home look like? I know you showed me like a photo of what the official one looks like, but what does this one look like?
What do you want it to look like?
Damn, because it has to go over the horns, huh? Or like, what did we've talked about this before? What properties of that helmet
Like
would
most magic items would shift to match your physiology. If that's
okay.
what you're asking.
Okay, yeah. Can I make this teleportation helm look like almost like kind of like a sun hat, but not like a sun hat exactly. Like, what are those like hats that farmers wear, like on like rice farms, like the classic ones that kind of have like a point at the top and like kind of slope down, you know what I mean? Like, it's not shaped like a fun little hat where there's like a brim to it. It's just like one straight edge that goes down almost like a cone.
I do not know what you're referring to.
Oh my god. Well, fuck. Well, hold on. I'm gonna find it. Hold on. I'm sorry, my internet's slow. I'm sorry.
Farmer's hat, huh?
Well, like I'm just trying to find something that'll cover my horns. I don't want something that'll like take the shape. Okay, no. I want to revoke what I said.
Okay.
Can I just make it like a black turban?
Sure. Like a scarfy type thing.
Yeah, like a black scarfy type hat with like almost like they don't even has like the part of the scarf that like wraps around like my nose too.
Sure.
So almost like more like a hood than a hat, if that makes sense.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Like even when you take it off, it sort of keeps its shape impossibly as like the tassels are loose, sort of just drift ephemerally.
Yeah.
Okay. But you appear in Golmud Harbor. I believe in this time it is currently like morning-ish. The day's been started. Um, you see the dock at full swing. Don't see anyone you recognize yet, but you know the town a little. You know where the inn is. You know where some locations are. What have you done?
How many people are out here with me right now?
Around you, probably good like a dozen or so. Just mostly dock workers. Uh,
Is there anyone to like my immediate space that notices me? Maybe.
there's a couple people that just sort of watch you appear. Yeah.
Okay. I will kind of just awkwardly but politely just nod at them to acknowledge them and then just walk past them. I guess I'll go to where was Salith staying? I think they're staying at whatever that it's not a hostel, but it's like a base for that guild, right?
The Sea Spears Guild. Guild place, yeah.
Okay, I guess because I wouldn't know where the fuck else to go to find the tieflings. I will just start heading there, and I'm not gonna stealth, but I'm also not just gonna like run. No, I'm not gonna stealth. I'm just gonna walk normal and kind of just. I think Azek's with me right now. I'm pretty sure he's still a little weasel. I'll just put Azek on my shoulder and just kind of walk around and head to the guild.
Okay. Yeah. Easy enough. You've been there once or twice, just waiting. It's basically a free stay for anyone that knows Riley, really. Just Riley's connections, another thing that in the location where you are currently is kind of helpful. You are someone recognized by a lot of these, a lot of people you meet at least, like they are at least familiar. They've seen you around. You get to the Sea Spears Guild, this sort of longhouse-shaped building. You sort of knock, and eventually the door opens, and you see a purple tiefling. With a new undercut, dressed a little looser in this climate, more accustomed and akin to what you're used to. But you see Salith just open the door. Hi.
Hello. I'll just give a little respectful, polite bow, awkward bow.
Am I your boss now, or?
I mean, I'm not yours, so I would imagine you still hold some authority. Yeah.
I think maybe the dichotomy may have switched at some point when you're on your travels.
It doesn't feel like it, but we'll see.
She just opens the door, lets you in.
All right, I will head inside.
Yeah, inside you see Grep, the red tiefling, the nerd, and Torza, the yellow tiefling. They're all dressed a lot looser, all dressed not quite as loose as you would in Sant, but like they look more casual. They're not like tundra walking anymore. And currently Grep and Torza are in the midst of some sort of card game. Hi.
Hey friends, what's going on? How have you guys been settling in here?
It's going good, surprisingly. It's I guess when we mentioned that we are friends of one of your friends, people warmed up a lot more. And, oh, we're staying here. Just waiting for the shipment.
There hasn't been anyone giving you guys any trouble, right? Or any weirdness?
Surprisingly, no. And I was expecting it. But no, it's one of the nicer towns I've been to. I mean, there's not much here, but at least, there's not people running around trying to tie you up to a pole and burning you.
The bar really is low. Huh.
It really is.
We'll take you somewhere nicer because this is as pleasant as the townsfolk here are. There's better places out there for us, and I do plan on making a run there with you guys at some point in the near future. But for now, do you happen to have any update on the food shipment that was supposed to show up here?
A couple, friends of friends have the ears out. Next couple of days, I think. They just have someone up the road, or people coming in and out. They say this caravan is going to be coming in next couple of days, maybe week. Till then, we're just living. Haven't gone out much. It's still a force of habit.
I see. Is there anything in the room I can grab? Like obviously it's a building, but like is there like maybe a piece of splintered wood in the wall or the floor or something? I can just grab a chunk of it for teleportation purposes.
Yeah. There's a lot of it's not the sturdiest of buildings. It'll hold and it keeps you away from the elements, but it is close to the sea, and the wood is warping pretty badly. So there's a couple splinters and like fairly large chunks of wood you can just rip out of the floorboards if you wanted to.
I'm gonna discreetly do it just so I don't look disrespectful, like destroying their building. But I'm gonna take a little piece of wood.
Yeah, easy enough to do. And there's no one in the building that would object. No one that actually lives in the building permanently are currently present. So yeah, as you just bend over, you just pry off a piece of just wood that's been warped to hell. That no one's gonna miss it. No one's gonna notice.
What's the guild called again? The Sea Spires?
The Sea Spears.
Spears.
Brittany. Jamie.
Okay, I added that to my inventory. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So, do you guys want to hang around here? Would you like to take a pit stop at home? We'll be back within the next week or so to get the shipment, but for now, I and the rest of the Zodiacs have kind of parted ways for the meantime while we all get our own stuff done. We need to lay low for a bit. And they're all doing that how they've decided to do that. I'm going to do that how I've decided to do that, even if they may not agree with it. It's a problem for future Xero. So.
What did you do?
I haven't done it yet. Do you want to go home? Or do you want to stay here?
I mean, why are you laying low?
Oh, I mean, we're wanted anyway from the whole Grand Arbiter thing. But, we were caught in, I was not caught. Riley, the elf bard, was caught in Sylnia, I believe, when we were dropping off, the hostages from the, warehouse that we found in Lipat. And he was arrested. He was detained in their prison, and I did have to help break him out with Jana. And now, we were already wanted, but now they had us for a brief second, and we managed to break him out of a extremely high security prison, virtually undetected for the most part. So that's, proud of us on that. But he and the rest of us are still very much wanted. And I'm sure everyone is on high alert in Sylnia, so we thought it best to step back from our previous endeavors and do our own thing for a bit. And my plan is generally, well, you see, all the food that we brought to Fentu, as plentiful as it is, it's dried meats and hardtack and generally survival food. And that is the unfortunate thing about Fentu, is everyone in Fentu has been surviving for a very long time, just barely. And I'd like to take my time and my new tools. I'm gonna like gesture in my hat to I don't know, maybe return to our roots and gather, if you will, some new resources to bring home. So people don't have to just settle for the bare minimum. Just for the time being, we already have to put up with enough as it is in Fintu. The quality of life isn't great out there, but if I can at least bring people fruits and vegetables and produce that they've never tasted before, that is a win for the meantime.
You mentioned going home and being back within a week.
Yeah.
It's some magic stuff.
Yeah, my new tools, as I said, and I'll again point to my stupid little hat. I can get us pretty much anywhere, preferably places I've been, even more preferably a place that we have a physical item from, but I can get us anywhere right now. And while I have this time to myself and I don't have to worry about zodiac things, that's the plan for now. Gathering like we've never gathered before.
Hitting new targets. It's always a risk,
Oh, yeah.
but well, you have a means to get out quick. I suppose that mitigates some of it. It's a good tool you have.
Thanks. I hope I can do and execute what I planned on doing correctly.
How many times can you do that a day?
How many charges does this thing have? 10 charges? Is that too much? No. No, I'm thinking of 10 people per day. Not 10. It can take up to 10 people. That's the teleportation spell. I think I have like 5 charges?
3 charges.
3 charges, okay.
3 charges
That's
being
per
1d3 per dawn.
Okay. I can do it 3 times a day. I've already used it once. So 2 more. I can bring up to, I believe, 10 people, as long as they're all willing to come. But yeah, I figured you might want to take a pit stop home, check in with Leland and everyone else waiting back there who hasn't heard from you in a while. And then from there, we will make a plan. Because as of right now, Miari and Medea are child's play in terms of gathering. We have access to Sylnia, Obethus, Imus, Fairhaven even, if they have anything we need. Tetscat. We could go almost anywhere. We don't have to hit the same place too soon, too frequently, to worry about anyone catching on.
True. I do feel bad hitting other places other than the 2 main cities.
That'll be fine.
You're probably right. A couple missing fruits, clothing, new clothing. I'm sure no one will be missing them too much. Big targets, try to stick to those. One need to sort of take away from a, I guess, Someone that's already hard working and down on their luck already.
I know. I think one of the bigger targets I have my eye set on right now is Obethus. There is a district in Obethus that is loaded. Loaded. They they are not gonna go hungry if we take a few dozen boxes of whatever we need. I'll need you guys to kind of cooperate with me, and if I tell you guys to hang back or go without me, I will hope that you can trust that I know what to do or I can hold myself. But I think it's high risk, high reward. I don't want to put any of you guys in danger, so I'm trying to eliminate as much risk as I can, which is why I got this. And then I'm also gonna take out my magic carpet, and I'll just like take it off like my back if I have it rolled up like or something like in my bag. I guess I'll just pull it out and just like shake it off, and just like as I shake it off, I'll speak whatever the command word was. Did I decide what the command word was?
I believe it was just fly.
Okay, yeah. I just didn't want Chris to hear me. But yeah, I will just shake it off and then just whisper it under my breath and just reveal my new toy.
Yeah, and Sailor sort of looks at it as it's sort of floating, shifting in the air, just hovering there. And she sort of steps forward and just steps onto it, sort of jumps up and down, tests the weight. Well, between your ability to transport things and points of the carpet, transport things, well, we're certainly safer than what we've been doing.
Oh yeah. Which brings me to another point. Agrabah and Tilt
Agrabah.
in the city. I don't know where they are, and I don't know how cooperative he's going to be with me, but I do intend to bring him home as well. Because as of right now, he is making a mess.
I agree. He's has been, I don't know if antsy is the right word, just more agitated than normal since you left.
Yeah, I can imagine that he will have some choice words for me when it's time to speak to him, but I'm not scared of him anymore.
Yeah, Sailor sort of leans up against the wall, sort of posting up, arms crossed a little bit, sort of looking at you. I think you've grown a lot in the past few months, 3 months.
I mean, I got a little taller. Yeah, got a little muscle in my bones. Sure.
You know that's not what I mean.
I'm just gonna shrug. I'm just gonna shrug.
I mean, you're just a little thief. We were all training up to just be another thief. And now, a couple months from home, not even a full year, and fighting monsters, demons, rescuing slaves, prisoners, making deals with criminal syndicates, or not deals.
Oof, what? Like it's hard? Anyone could do this. It's fine.
They really can't.
Have you tried?
No, but I don't know if I could, because I would die. I know my strengths, my weaknesses. Doing what you do is not one of my strengths.
What do I do?
You go and get things. And anything in your way, you find a way around it. You don't need me to tell you what to do. Any situation you find yourself in, you can Well, we have points to everything you showed already. All these tools, new friends to have their skills in the basket of talent as well. It's not different from what we've been doing. It's just on a much, much bigger scale.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to come here just to show off my new toys and abilities. It all was. I was kind of just thrown in. There's so much I'd like to tell you when we have time, but I promise I didn't come just to flex my new toys and things like that. I hold comfort in knowing that my skills and tools will allow me to execute the jobs that the whole group of us would have done and more alone if I need to, so that you and Leland and the boys and our families can live in peace. I don't really want anyone of you to try to keep up with me or feel like I need to be in another adventuring party. I want to involve you because you do bring strengths to this operation that I don't have. I don't think too far ahead in the future. And I think you can also extend some empathy to people that I've since been burnt out on. And I think that's still important. But I don't want you to feel pressured to help me because at this point in time, as I said, higher stakes. And it's not going to be the same as back home. Like, sure, back home, worst case scenario, we get tortured or skinned or burned or died. And it's like, that's, you'd think it can't get any worse than that. But my time with the Zodiacs has shown me that it can get a lot worse out there. And I don't know. I don't want to scare you. I don't want to pressure you to join me, but I also don't want you to think that I'm trying to undermine your authority or...
It's not what I was getting at. All I want really is just, I know the pressures of, air quotes, being in charge. I don't know if the Zodiacs have a leader or anything, but the problems that I deal with at home and the logistics behind all that is small fry to what you're doing. And I just it's just a word of caution, if anything, that because you're on that bigger stage, that your actions will ripple a lot further than what I could do. I help when I can. I have no issues with that. It's just a lot of the stuff you do these days is very, very far out of my realm of expertise. But what I do know, at your disposal, Xero.
I'll try to keep it easy for you guys so you can keep up. I'm gonna look back. As I say that, I'm gonna look back. I'm gonna look straight up at what's his name? The fucking nerd.
The grep?
My brain wanted to default to calling him Gimp. I don't know why.
Yeah, you know his life.
But yeah, I'm just gonna say that I'm gonna try to take it easy on you guys, and then I'll look at him. They're smirk like an asshole. Sorry, go ahead.
The both of them are sort of just passive playing their card game. Like they're listening a little bit, but they're just you just hear in the midst of this sort of like semi-serious conversation, you just hear out of the corner sometimes just like in a deep voice, "Go fish." And then like, yeah, we would see that, Grep sort of goes, I'm just the books guy. I mean, I know things. I mean, I can tell you about plants, history. Stealing's not really my cup of tea.
Great, then we can drop you off first. And you, and I'm gonna look over at what's her name? Is it Eddie?
She's not here currently.
She's not.
No, it is just you, Salith, and the two boys, Grep and Torza. Eddie's not here.
You said I didn't know Eddie before this, right?
No.
Like I hadn't met her. Okay.
Yeah, the three new people that you don't really you maybe you've seen them around, but like they're like just people that you've seen. Like you haven't met them formally or anything until when you first met them with Salith.
After I look past Salith to Grip, I'm gonna scan the room and I guess notice I don't see her. I'm just gonna look at Salith a little worried, just be like, "Where's the blue one?"
She is out exploring somewhere. She's always been the socialite of the group. I picked her for the expedition north because she is, despite her eccentricities, good with people. She's a good makeup artist too. She can disguise herself much easier. Smaller horns.
Huh.
So, I don't know if information gathering is the term I would use for what she's doing right now, but she's out there.
How terribly unsettling. Can we round her up?
She frequents that place with the pile with the cat lady.
Of course she does.
She's also a really fan of the semen stew at the deep dive.
Of course she is.
So I check one of those two places first.
Okay. Well, what's the plan? Do you guys have other plans here, or do you mind heading home within the next hour?
I would prefer to stay here at least until the shipment arrives, just to make sure everything is in place, in order, if they need someone to sign off on it. I think everyone else could do with the trip home.
Are you gonna be okay here by yourself?
It's been pleasant enough so far. The sea spears they're friendly enough. Haven't asked too many questions.
And you still have my... What is it, Simon? The relaying rock?
The relaying rock, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
but that's contacting the party, right?
Yes.
That's fine. Huh. How about you can come home with us tonight, and we will come back in a couple of days to pop our heads in and see how things are, see what the status is, and we can just continue to do that until the shipment gets here. Because as of right now, we have a good amount of enemies out here. You've hung out with us in public, whether it's here or in LiPad. You've been with us, seen with us enough at this point that I am afraid that very easily you might be associated with us now. And what I mean by that is you might have a target on your back. So, not to scare you, but you being here with the lot of them was already worrisome enough. I don't think I would like you to stay here alone. Because there's quite a few people looking for us. A couple of the more lethal ones know that we've been here and know that we're coming back. So, I can agree that we'll come back. I can accompany you and spend the night in Golmud with you just so we can stick together, so I can clean up my own mess if need be. But I'd really strongly protest against you staying here by yourself for any duration of time.
You against the boss, I suppose. Well, if you think we have enough time. It's at a week out. It's not the biggest time frame to miss. So it's just gonna sit here once it's here, right? It's not going to be returned to sender. I don't know how the shipping works.
It's hard to say. Last shipment we got, they didn't really give a fuck what happened to it once they dropped it off. But this is through a different third party, so it's hard to say what that's going to look like when they get here. The people delivering it, I don't know personally the people bringing it, but the company. Before I speak out of my ass, Simon, we confirmed that Silverwind Trading Company was the one bringing the rest of the food, right?
Yes, you confirmed it with Tan and Lorig, who, when you last contacted, was like, yeah, there's a big shipment they got paid to do. Kind of on the hush-hush.
Right. The company that is supposed to be supplying us with the rest of the shipment is a company that has also sent an assassin after us. That's a said assassin has been spotted here. We've spoken to him here. A lot of the locals met him. And he's not anything to mess with. These people do not miss. So once the actual shipment gets here, I think I would very much still like you to lay low when we get back here, but I promise I will do my best to get everything back to Ventu in one piece. And again, all else fails, I can not get the rest of this hardtack and jerky in exchange for gathering actual fucking food. So there's no bad outcomes here. I think we'll be okay. But just heads up, I don't think you should go anywhere, especially outside of Ventu, by yourself. For the time being.
I thought rampant paranoia was my thing.
Nope, it's a sweet little feature I developed with the Zodiacs, because we can never just have a good day.
Trauma, I see. Okay. Oh, I'll try to find Etty, wherever she may be. She turns back. You boys okay going home? And they both sort of just give a thumbs up, fully engrossed in their card game. Go fish. He sort of kicks off the wall a little bit, just like leans forward and just begins to head out to try to find Etty.
Okay. Where are you headed? I'll check the other place while you're there.
I'll go to that pile. Interesting place. See if I can find anything worthwhile there.
If you happen to meet a rat that can speak, just leave him alone. Just don't touch him. Just don't bother him.
She sort of you hear just sort of like she's not really trying to hide it, but she does like mutter under her breath, "Trauma, I see." As she sort of turns around and starts heading towards the that general store whose name I don't remember quite right now. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the deep dive, try to check for Etty.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
I'll set Azek down on the ground and just kind of let him do his little weasel scamper ahead of me.
Yep, little pure black, red sheen weasel, like the cutest little nightmare you've ever seen.
Does he like being a weasel? Can I ask him?
He's okay with it. He's a predator at the very least.
Okay.
What a character try to accidentally came up with for Isaac. It's like, yeah, you turn him into goldfish.
He's a fucking alpha male.
He ain't no beta cuck. Fuck is there it is. All right. Yeah, you head to the deep dive, the 2-story tavern, really large and kind of disheveled, made of like a lot of old ship parts, ship masts, and everything like that. With a big old anchor just hanging above the center table. The somewhat memory-stained center table. It used to be for a while, like the 2 days you were here before you met them. Just like a fun little like tavern landmark. It's like, oh, you get half off on your drinks because you're in the center table, then anchor might fall on you. But then you met some assassins in that exact same table. Assassins who, perhaps not unsubtly, threatened various people's families. But they have not acted thus far, that you're aware of.
What was the other one's name? I remember Sight.
Sight, I believe, Onslaught was the other one.
Okay.
Yeah, but there are no assassins in there. It is currently, early morning, so most of the people here are unconscious, still sleeping off the day, or the night, I should guess. There's a couple people that
Non-assassins in the tavern?
Non-assassins in the tavern, unfortunately. Make a perception check. You get shot in the ass. But there's no assassins just yet. But a lot of people, hair of the dog type stuff, and you see the older turtle of a light green coloration with an eye patch over one eye, and just like a rusty little saber, moss covered, very, very old, just going around handing out like free like pick-me-ups, like wake people up. And it's almost like this like piss yellow concoction that you can see is giving off this like faint like mist. People chug it and they jolt awake and just go back to work immediately. Whatever it is, it's strong shit. You sort of walk in. Aye, red one. Been a while.
It has, I guess. How's it hanging, old man?
He sort of points up at the anchor. Still hanging on all right. Gaines has not just yet.
Yeah, it's still pretty early though,
Oh, the night is young, but I am not. And whoever sits beneath that table when it snaps, well, they ain't gonna be old either. What can I get you for? Seaman stew.
I'm looking for a lady, actually, if you've seen her. She looks like me, but blue.
The blue one. Eddie. Or... I don't know if she's told me her name fully.
Is that in or out of character?
That is in character.
Eddie. Oh, yes. Edward. Yeah,
Edward. Her. She's a fan of me. Seaman stew. Been around. She's somewhere around the building.
This building. May I seek her out in this building?
I think she may have a room upstairs. Got it for free after buying a lot of seaman stew. No one's been such a fan of me seaman stew for a while. Gave it around the house. She could be up there.
Wow, her own room. Isn't she fancy? Okay, I'll go check
She's been
on
known
her.
to bounce around. I don't really know where she is, but by all means.
Alright, I'm assuming he means upstairs, right?
Yes, yep. Upstairs is all the rooms pretty much, and then below that is like the dining and bar stuff, bar area. Yeah, you find Eddie. She's up there. She's currently in the midst of, for no reason in particular, stacking all the chairs on top of each other in a pile in the corner, and appears to be doing something there. Like there's a bunch of tables up here that are just kind of like not like private dining, but like more private than downstairs at least. And she's taken all the chairs and has piled them into like not neat stacks in a corner.
Okay. Did she see me come in?
If she does, she has not made any actions thus far.
Okay. I'm gonna stealth up to her. Is she standing on the chairs?
Nope, she's piled everything up like 8 feet high and is currently stood in front of it, all proud looking.
Okay. I will just stealth up to behind her. And once I'm behind her, I just, in just a normal volume, just ask, why?
She jumps a little, but then she sort of composes herself just as quickly. Um, trying not to make eye contact and trying to still keep her cool. I saw the cat lady's place, and I was just like, I had such an energy about it that I was just trying to figure it out, you know?
Right. That's cool. Put all this shit back.
Why?
We're going home.
Okay. And she doesn't put it back. She just starts walking down.
No. I block her way.
What?
Put it back.
Why?
It's not yours.
It's
You're
decor.
you're gonna expect that old man to come up here and fix this? Put it back. Put it back.
I don't live here.
Can I intimidate her? I'm not like intimidate her like, oh, I'm gonna kill you, but intimidate her like an older sibling, or perhaps like a boss. Like I'm
like
the leader. Yeah.
Okay, make an intimidation check. Yeah, she just goes like, oh, fine, and just begins. Yeah, just very. She's giving the stink eye between every single time she picks up a chair, and like all the way across to the tables where she's got the stink eye the entire time and just pushes it in the loudest, squeakiest way possible.
God.
And it takes so much longer because of it too. She does not need to do this, but she's doing it out of spite.
As she's dragging the chairs and staring at me, I'm gonna cast fuck, what spell is that?
Arms of Hadar.
No. No. I'm gonna cast Thaumaturgy just so I can yell at her above the volume of the squeaking and just say, I'm gonna tell Saleth.
She just gives like a disgusted groan again, just and then she starts picking up the pace. And it's barely faster, but like still a stink eye, but it's not quite as squeaky anymore. And eventually, over the course of like a couple minutes or so, she does put all the chairs in place.
Okay. I'll roll my eyes and head back downstairs, just expecting her to follow, hopefully.
And she does, and she sort of just there's some like dried seaweed treats like on a plate in front of this passed out guy, and as she on the way out, she just takes it.
Like the plate too.
Plate too.
Right. What's the turtle guy's name again?
Barm Balix.
Barm?
Barm.
Barm, like farm. Barm.
Yeah, like farm, but with a B. Barm Balix.
Okay. Barm Bollocks. Okay. I'm gonna wave. I'm gonna just wave one hand at him and just say, thank you, Barm. I'll catch you around in the near future. Stay safe.
Yeah, he's sort of like he's in the middle of conversation, and he goes, "You stay," and then he sort of trips and falls like on his back, and it starts like rolling, and as he's just like spinning in place, his head sort of winds up where you are. I'll catch you on the flip side. Old joke on the old ship I've been on.
Does he look like he can get up on his own?
With some difficulty. He's in the midst of like rolling back and forth, like slowly building up momentum.
Where's Eddie?
Out the door.
I'm gonna cast message and just tell her to come back and help him.
You hear a disgusted groan in your brain. As she makes a U-turn, face full of seaweed treats, and she slowly just lifts this guy off the floor. Like he was getting it eventually, but like she sort of just like gives the final push.
God, lazy fucking millennials. God.
Oh god, the PTSD to my brain child.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, you say your goodbyes to Barm. Uh, uh, Eddie still has the little thing of seaweed treats, which Barm does not stop her taking, apparently. Uh, yeah, and you eventually find your way back to the Sea Spears Guild Hall, with a new plate and a very weird tiefling in tow.
That's fine. I will let her keep her plate. Saleth isn't here yet?
She is. It looks like she's bought like just a couple like souvenirs, like small little trinkets, like
Souvenirs.
pretty much souvenirs. Yeah, it's just like stuff that is like sea themed. Like she's found like a seashell, like earring that she just take. You don't know if she took it or bought it, but she has it, and just like some various other just sea related paraphernalia.
Tieflings don't buy things. Silly. All right. So what time is it now? Like, how much time has passed? Like an hour?
A little less than an hour.
Okay. Two more charges. Okay. I'm going to make sure I've gathered all of my tieflings. Have all my tieflings in a row.
Yeah, as Saleth does like a very Home Alone style head count. Okay, I think we're all accounted for.
Excellent. Then I will use trying to think if I've gotten anything super recently. The only thing I've gotten recently from Fentu was the necklace from my mom. But I'm assuming if I use that to teleport us, we're gonna get teleported back to my house.
Yes.
Shit. Fuck it. Saleth's probably been there before.
Yeah.
Okay. I will. Once everyone is gathered and ready to go, I will tell them all to join hands. But I'm not gonna hold their hand. I just want them to hold hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's totally unnecessary. I just want to watch them do it.
Yeah, just like, okay, everyone hold hands. They all like link hands together, and you just sit there. You just sit there, the cool guy in the group.
That's how I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna have them link hands and act like it's so important, and then I will just not join it, and then I will teleport us to Fentu.
Okay. All right, as you all turn into little black farts. Let's see here.
That's what they called me in high school.
Jesus. All my sense of humor rubbed off on you.
It's humiliating.
I'm sorry for your loss. But you find yourself out of nowhere, the searing heat of let me put on some more funky music. Just yes, travel exotic. There we go. Less violin, more Urhu. You find yourself in the small abode, dimly lit, abode of your mother, who is in the room as you all just appear.
Your mom.
Your
Sorry.
mom. Yeah, the red tiefling, white hair, crow's feet. So aging well, all things considered. But she just sort of you all just appear in just black farts. She's currently just in the midst of just eating like some of the food that you bought actually. Just like she looks like she made like a stew out of the hardtack, like just a very simple, like just water, some various like root vegetables you can find around, and then the hardtack to make it almost like a thickener, just crushed up into the thing. Very simple. Not the best tasting things, but it is filling. And yeah, like before she was kind of not all bones, but like she was certainly skinnier than normal. But she looks like she's bulked up a little bit now. As you all appear with Saleth, and the other three sort of jumps up, almost drops the bowl of stew she has. Oh my goodness.
Mom? Hello?
Yeah, as you just appear, there's like a 10-second silence, and she just gets up and just hugs you. No words. Just,
I get another hug. Aw, she's cute.
this is true. Oh, my Sarah.
Hello, yes, I'm back. Mom, you have Salith.
Yes, and Haley sort of just gives a polite bow. You've made so many friends.
I have, but these are not them. And then I will, one by one, introduce the rest of the tieflings. So that one's, in character, I'm saying this. That one's, what's the big one's name?
Torza.
That one's, Ursa. That one, that one is Gimp, and that one is Edward.
The two boys sort of just like, they don't correct you, but they look a little weird at you. Eddie sort of goes, "Hi, I'm Edward." And your mom, Tessa, sort of just goes, "What have you put, friends? What will you be staying for?" She looks outside.
No.
It's like the sun's really rising. A breakfast.
No, that's all right. And then I will get behind the bunch of them and begin pushing them out the door.
Yeah,
I won't push Salith because I respect her, but I will push the other three.
Yeah, as you push the other three, you just push them out. Towards it just once they crest the door, towards it just goes away. He's just walking away pretty much wordlessly. Not in like a fuck this way. He's just like, well, back to work.
True NPC fashion, just like back into his rotation.
Yeah, back to his like predetermined path. You know? You see him walk in place for like several seconds because a crate's in the way, and he just does like, just hasn't gone around to it. Yeah, Gret sort of also just wordlessly is like, it was nice meeting you. Okay, bye. Eddie's trying to take stuff from your house, but she fails. That's not much in reach in like by the door.
Can Azek bite her as she's trying to do that? Not like hard and not like hard enough to hurt her, but like almost like nipping her little finger.
The warning bite.
Yeah.
Yeah. It says Azek starts like just nibbling a little bit. She goes, "Ow. Fine. It smells lovely. I'm Eddie," and then she starts just leaving.
As she should.
Yeah, Sayla sort of looks at the three of them and then looks at the two, mom and child, and she sort of just wordlessly also leaves as well, just of her own volition. For now, it is you and your mom alone.
As they leave, I'm just gonna jokingly mumble, "You're welcome."
Yeah.
Yeah. I say joking me, Misty is joking, Zero's just being an asshole.
Yeah, you just mumble that. No one's not allowing really anyone to hear, but to yourself, it's like gotcha, you know. Yeah, for now it's just you and your mom, in like this doorless room, pretty much with just like beads hanging there, and like kind of built into the cliff itself.
I'm trying to see if I have anything cool on me to give her. You said we don't really use money in Fentu, right?
Not really. You don't really have like a commerce outside of like bartering, really. It's a very tribal sense of like trade, where it is exchanging goods and services for goods and services.
Okay.
Yeah, it's useful for people that leave, because other people still use money, but within the town itself, it's not used very much.
I want to give her a couple things.
Okay. Here's
I have a
Felmore.
What?
Here's Felmore, this cursed greatsword.
I have this small jewelry box. That's what it says in my inventory. Small jewelry box, wood and ivory with swans. That's the one I think I found in one of the like sunken ships when we went to go down to fight the whale. Do you remember?
I believe, yeah, while you were helping with salvaging and stuff afterwards.
Yes. Um, I'm really just gonna unload a bunch of the stuff I don't want on my mom.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what yours.
well,
So,
okay. The jewelry box is like that is kind of like sweet and sentimental because I plan on keeping that for myself. But I'm here with my mom now, and I'm just gonna be like, oh, I got you this. And I'll take out the jewelry box. It's in good condition, right? Like I know there's a lot of stuff down there that was like nasty and covered with like algae and shit. But like I think we said, or you said that the jewelry box was in good enough condition.
it's not like covered in algae. It's still like a little warped and like kind of worn looking, and there's like a few barnacles on there you can knock off, but like compared to the rest of the ship, it survived pretty well.
Okay, I'm gonna give her the jewelry box. And question, is it a jewelry box like an engagement ring box, or is it a jewelry box like the type that you would put on like a nightstand and store jewelry in?
I believe it's more like it's more like the one stuff you store jewelry in, but I believe inside there was a like note of like love or something in there. I could be misremembering that, but I feel like there was something
No,
out there.
no, you're right. It did. I remember that much, and it did have an engagement ring in it.
Yeah.
I have since removed the engagement ring and removed the note, but I'm giving her the jewelry box, and I still have a bunch of rings. I have a bunch of signet rings that I stole off the people in Obethus. Are there any that look like they would fit my mother? Any that are cool enough looking that would seem like I got it for her and not just like, oh, I stole this from someone?
And there's a couple, yeah. And though you are kind of like fumbling with a lot of jewelry around, and like your mother can guess. So I was like, oh, I wonder where you got this from. You, my child, who is a known thief out in the world. Yeah, but there's a couple of rings that would fit your mom.
I'm gonna give her a few things. I'm gonna put a couple rings in the box. I'm gonna give her the box. And I'm also gonna put the platinum fucking pin in there too. The one I got from the club in Lipat.
Right. Stole something from that fucking that totally normal, absolutely not cursed hotel.
I'm gonna give her jewelry box with some rings in it. I'm gonna give her the fountain pen, and I'm gonna give her. I'm gonna give her one of the. Actually, what else do I have? Hold on. Hmm. Sorry, I'm going through inventory right now. Floating disc, dagger. Should I give her a bomb? I'm not gonna give her a bomb.
So
I'm gonna give her. Did we ever do anything with the stone belt of giant strength?
I believe Josie had just discovered it in their downtime session last time, or rediscovered, I should guess, because we
In her
also,
inventory?
yeah, we also did some inventory management as well.
Okay, I'll go make a note of that then. Okay, and fuck it, I'm gonna give her the rust-colored bag.
The one that you pull animals out of.
Yeah.
Sure, just give her a. It's not the most dangerous thing in the world because they are tame, I believe.
Yeah, except the rats.
Which that could be funny. There are rats in this area, so like one intelligent rat that is self-sufficient could just create a nation of rats.
I mean, go with God, I guess. I can't stop him.
Campaign 2 is like a level 3 camp missions. Like kill the rats is like, oh, they start out a militia and like a rebellion in the military force. Yeah, so you give her all those. For you, what is essentially junk items, but for her is more or less like a fortune. And just piling in like all the jewelry, the signet rings, all these pins, and like all these items, and a magic bag. just giving it to her. Like she sort of looks to you, a little overwhelmed, and just goes, "Sir, I don't know what to say. This is quite a lot. You know, I don't need very much."
I know, but I don't know. You deserve nice things, and so
I don't. Not this nice. Not this many. Are you okay if I hand some of these out to the other women around?
as long as they're cool.
I have a few friends.
As long as they're cool.
They are very cool. She sort of puts everything down first. Oh, I have something for you as well. And she sort of goes a couple seconds. It comes back. She has this little, almost like tincture bottle, like this. It almost looks like a perfume bottle, but without this little spray thing. Like it's nice looking. It's like a crystal, like bottle, but like it has like this kind of bluish white liquid in it. It's fairly transparent. It's like it kind of looks like watered down, like snow cone juice, but sort of hand it to you. These for your sort of points to like your arms and your neck. It burns. I didn't want to ask before. There's so much going on. I know better to ask.
Thank you. We'll take it. What do I label this as in my inventory?
Like a burn ointment. Yeah. You're not a medicine. Are you proficient? You're not proficient in medicine, right?
Nah.
Yeah. So like,
I'm just real smart.
Yeah.
Wait, I forget medicine is wisdom.
is what?
I forgot I was like, I'm just real smart, but I forgot medicine is wisdom. So never
Yes.
mind.
In which case, nope, you are
Nope.
super not. Yeah, like it's burn ointment.
Interesting.
Yeah, whether it'll work or not, it's one thing.
I'll give her a big hug.
Yeah, she hugs back. Yeah, and she sort of sits down a little bit, starts eating a little bit of her little like hash stew. You have many more stories, new stories.
Nothing new just yet. I picked up the tieflings that were out on the mainland. I think I'm going to try to get the group back together to run a couple more jobs while I'm here. I don't know how long that'll be, but my friends and I have parted ways, so I can be home for a bit.
Yeah, her eyes sort of light up a little more. Are you home for good?
For the time being, the foreseeable future, until my friends need me again.
Yeah, and she sort of, with a large beaming motherly smile, she sort of starts going through like your kitchen area, which is just like a small wash basin with like a fire and just a stack of utensils and plates. And she gets one, starts filling it with stew, and just puts on the other side of the table. And she sort of sits down again, still smiling. For now is good enough for me.
She put a bowl down for me.
Yes.
I'm gonna cry, bitch. Okay. I'm gonna communicate with Azek telepathically and just be like, go be nosy. Go see what's going on out there. And I'll take a seat across from my mother and eat with her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Azek doesn't even respond to you in your brain as he sort of pauses for a moment looking at the scene, actually. And then he seems to shake his head, goes, understood, and just drops off your shoulder and goes walking out the door.
Can I insight check that?
Make an insight check.
God damn it.
I take it back. You didn't even notice that.
No, it's just you already said it.
He was just like that guy was just he was on your shoulder for far too long. He was just stretching, you know.
Damn it.
Yeah, as it leaves. as you...
The universe just hates to see a girl boss winning. That's so upsetting. Trying to make progress with my boy. Damn. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but for the next like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, like even after you finished, even after your mother's finished her meal, she's still just like sitting there chatting with you, just like idle stuff that she would more or less talk to you before about, really, just like all the goings on and stuff. Like seemingly things are going pretty good so far. Like the food you brought really helped. Um, the sort of medical tent that was posted up outside is no longer just filled with just starving, dehydrated people. Um, and it's slowly winding down. There's now the only people out there are like the sick, like the truly sick. Um, yeah, but everyone's eating good for now. There's some people are trying to take seconds, but they are dealt with in various ways as usual.
Everybody eats.
Everybody eats, but not twice. Yeah, things are
But
going
only
good.
once. Okay. I guess I will. I don't know. I don't want to like just eat and dip, so I'll just kind of hang out with her for a bit and let her settle in for the night. And then I think once she starts showing signs that she's like in for the night and she's like heading to bed or whatever, then I'll start heading out.
Okay, I'm gonna move your fucking token on the thing. There you go.
No.
You're infinito. uh, yep, you're heading out once she goes to bed.
Yeah, I'll just I'll tell her. I'm not gonna say like, hey, I'm leaving, but I will. Okay, I'm gonna tell her I'm leaving before she goes to sleep. I'll just let her know I'm gonna be out with Salith and them out around here. I won't go too far, and I'll give her a little kiss on her forehead, a little tuck her into bed.
Yeah, and she sort of just like after you give her a little peck on the forehead, she sort of just puts her hand out and sort of just rests it on your cheek. Please come home this time.
I'll try.
Yeah, and she just lets go and just gets tucked in by you. Like the reverse of what really should be happening, but yeah, as she sort of just goes to bed for the night, as you have the rest of the town to yourself. Let me pull Ventu too, actually. Ventu.
I'm gonna go do Danios.
What Danios are you doing?
Can I? If I step outside of our little room that we have, I forgot I made this fucking map.
You did.
If I step outside, is there room in these little hallways to cast Find Familiar, or is it no?
Yeah. It's like you don't need a whole lot of space. You just need a place to really sit down and place a brazier. You don't need that much space. The fire is kind of huge, but it's not. You don't need a whole lot of space for that. It's very brief.
I'll go ahead and I'll come out of the mountains and I'll go down to the very base level.
Okay.
To like on the ground. It's kind of like on the outskirts of the entrance a little bit, just to keep some distance, and I'll cast Find Familiar out there.
Okay. Giorgio is here for some reason. You don't know why.
For vibes.
For vibes. Yeah, to cast Find Familiar. Yeah, what are you turning Azek into?
Ooh. I have so many options. Have I made Azek a bat before? Do we have a thing for a bat? I don't think we do.
We do not, but it's... Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna worry about that right now.
It's probably similar-ish for now to an owl.
How do I know if these animals have dark vision? It'll say that, right?
It'll say in their senses. Like, if it doesn't say dark vision, they don't have dark vision.
Okay. The owl is just like the superior choice, so I'm just gonna make him an owl again.
Okay. Owls are pretty cool. They turn their necks 180. Okay, but you summon Azek and a gout of fire. The weasel... Oh, like, to anyone else, it's a very macabre sight of watching a weasel climb into a burning brazier. But
He climbs
he
into
climbs
it.
into it. You're casting the rituals. You just climbs into it to be reborn as an owl, as in a big towering flame of fire. Only not, I say towering, like 7 feet, pretty large for a small brazier. Uh,
Yeah.
like a little owl just pops up, lands on your shoulder.
Is he cute when he scampers into the bowl?
A little bit. Like you get the feeling that he doesn't want it to look cute, but like the brazier is just. He's just tall enough and he's just stout enough that it takes him some effort, a little leg kicking.
Good.
Yeah, what you doing?
Hmm. I guess I will stealth around Fentu and just kind of get an idea of what's going on around here, who's out and about right now. Especially since I've been here. I remember, what was that guy's name? The tiefling that was watching me, the one dressed like a pimp, like a cheap pimp.
Uh, you know him. You never really
Yeah.
talked to him, but you know him. Let's see what's his name again. Maldrick. Yeah, he is more or less these, between the two, sort of between like the, not power struggle, but sort of philosophical differences between the two, uh, somewhat factions in Fentu. Maldrick is like at the head of one of them, the Retrievers.
Oh, he's the head of the Retrievers.
Kind of. Well, I see he's the head of Retriever. It's not an official position. He's just the best at it. He's been doing it for a while. He's sort of the most charismatic of the people that do retrieving stuff. So people tend to refer to him as like the leader of the Retrievers, even though he's technically not. He just has a lot of sway.
I'm about to snatch that title, bitch. Watch. Okay, yeah, I think I just want to like sneak around, and use what I know, like what knowledge I have of the nightlife here in Fintu to just kind of, I don't know, suss out the area, suss out, like, find out who's doing what, who's out right now, what's going on. Like, I just kind of want to figure out what's changed since I've been here last.
At the nightlife, looking around, the atmosphere is a lot less dire. There's a lot less starving kids on the streets. There's a lot less people just begging for food or like looking for anything. This life has continued on as normal. You fed them. The vibe has certainly improved thus far. Make a investigation check. Okay. Yeah, just looking around. Not much has honestly changed other than things have improved, like markedly. Yeah, like people are actually going around, just going through their business without like stepping over bodies on the street. The area where you've sort of put in all the food last is now much more well guarded than before. Just to sort of like it's spread out a lot. Like the food you brought in is not all just sitting there. It's been spread out to the various other store rooms as well, just for ease of access to different gathering areas as well. But the main majority of it, like the last like 1 or 2 crates that are left here, are still there, and there is a somewhat permanent guard around it for now, because that's a lot of food. Still, it's only been like less than a month since you last delivered it, so they're still going strong. Yeah, but looking around, seeing what's changed, not much. You don't see Agrabane, Tild, or Leland. You see Sailors every so often, just walking around, just doing her own thing.
Okay, I'm gonna cast sending to Leland and just be like, where you at, kid?
You sort of hear in a somewhat raspy, like tired voice. You're not gonna like it. I got caught. So,
I'm
prison.
I'm gonna cast sending again. I'm just gonna say, where are you?
Uh, Miari, still. I don't know where. They're technically keeping me. They put a bag over my head. But I don't think I left the city.
God fucking damn it. Oh, okay. Okay. God damn it. Fuck. Okay. Um, how much money do I have right now? Oh, not a lot. Okay. Hmm. Shit. Uh, I guess I'm going to kind of like send Isaac up into the air, and I'm going to tell him find Salith. And I'm just also going to begin running around trying to find Salith.
Good. Uh, yeah, you hear in your brain. Understood. As he takes off in the air and just tries to find Salith. Um, yeah, and just sort of running around. Uh, make a make a perception check for Isaac and make an investigation check for yourself. Jesus.
I think Isaac's is and then a nat. Wait, wait. Is it a nat
You
one?
rolled an out.
Still 20.
You rolled that one, so that's a 20.
Uh,
Rogues.
what's Isaac's modifier? Fuck.
Higher than yours, I think.
Absolutely. He gets +3, so 22.
Okay. Yeah. So he finds it first, but like you're not too far behind. You don't waste a whole lot of time finding Salith. Um, you find her within the next like 5 minutes or so. Like you just between you looking for actively and Alex successfully having found her,
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry.
Alex successfully found her. You sort of meet halfway on like a bridge halfway up. Yeah, with Alex sort of guiding her somewhat, and she sort of just had like a light jog. Your owl attacked me.
Is there anyone around us right now?
On this bridge, currently no.
Okay. I'm going to come up closer to her. I'm not going to whisper it, but I just want to be within like 5 feet of her so I don't have to yell it. Um, but I'm just going to say, I just reached out to Leland. He's in Miari. He got caught.
She sort of just is stunned for a moment, and she starts sort of pacing in place, sort of back and forth, like steps back and forth, just in a circle. And she's sort of just like rubbing like the bridge of her nose. Okay, okay, fuck.
Let me do something really quick. And I'm gonna use my scrying eye orb, and I want to scry on Leland.
Okay. As you tend to scry on Leland, you vision shifts back and then shifts through the clouds into Miare. Nothing.
Nothing?
Your vision is not blocked, more like you're blinded. It is this searing white light that you just cannot see, make out any details. You sense the magic wherever he is currently, the magic is strong enough to not really give you any insight of what the location is. There's not a whole lot of places that there's not a whole lot of places that could do that in Miari. There's a few big contenders. Let me bring you to a map of Miari actually. You haven't seen this yet, have you? Or I've showed you one time.
Maybe you showed me. I don't remember though.
This is Miari. You're not there yet, but you've been there long enough that you more or less know the city. The main place, there's a couple of like prisons around where they just keep a lot of criminals, mostly tieflings, and they say they're just like like prisons or jails, like just contain criminals, but most of them are, from how you understand it, are more or less kind of just like tiefling holding areas that until they're just sentenced or executed later on. They don't tend to have a whole lot of magic, not that you're aware of, at least. The one place that you're not sure if it has a prison, it's sort of like the main government building. The Pinnacle of the Ten, which is sort of this like cup-shaped building. It's fairly heavily defended. That's like where it's more like the headquarters of Pure Soul Dogma.
Fuck off. What's the next contender?
There is one that's even worse. No one really knows what's going on there. People have tried. There's a tower in the middle of Lake Mortality, the big lake that divides Miari and Midea. It's fresh water. It is the large life-giving lake, one of the only few sources of large bodies of water around. Hence why these two big cities were just built around them. In the middle of Lake Mortality is a large tower, like a large lighthouse with an eternally burning flame up almost as bright as the sun at the top of it, called the Sun Spire. No one really knows what goes on in there, like at all. People go there sometimes to try to do some test of faith. None of them have ever returned, and no one's left there. The only people that can go in and out are the Inquisitors. That's also a place with a lot of magic that you're aware of. And those are the two main big ones. There could be other places, other safe houses that may have this magic that you're not aware of either.
Okay.
Yeah, so you couldn't pinpoint where he is, but just from the circumstances of what the circumstances around him are, that narrows down the list a little bit.
How long approximately would it take me to get from Fintu to Miari on my fucking on my rug carpet?
What's the speed of it?
It's not very far. Hold on.
I think it's like the smaller but faster one, right? It's like 60.
I think so. Let me see.
3 by... Yeah, it's 80 feet.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's even faster than Polaris. The only issue is you kind of need to be piloted, I think, somewhat. And it moves according to your spoken directions. No, you don't even need to do that. You just need to say, go to Miari, and it'll be like, okay.
Approximately how long do you think it would take to get from here to Miari?
Let me do some quick calcs. Comparing the speed of Polaris.
You said it's faster than Polaris? Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
It's probably faster than Polaris. I mean, it's probably less comfortable than Polaris. Whoops, that's the wrong line. It is approximately 200 miles. Let's see here. 3 miles. Where the fuck? Where is he? Where is he?
We have 3 attunement slots, right?
Correct.
Okay.
On carpet, somewhere between 1 to 2 days, probably. If you're going in a straight shot, which could be hazardous because you're just kind of like an open fucking, like nothing with protecting you from any of the elements or any like thing that might be in the sky either, any storms. So like if you're going straight across the sea, it'll be like 1 2 days, but that could be a little bit more dangerous than sticking lower to the ground and curving around the thing. It'll still be much faster than taking foot though.
I'm gonna turn to Saleth and ask her, do you have anything from Miari? Like a physical item that you've gotten within the near or recent past?
Not on me. I've been traveling. Haven't done many runs. Anything I did take, I gave to the rest of the town. I don't know where it is now.
What's that tiefling's name again? The pimp?
Maldrick?
Maldrick, yeah. I want to go find Maldrick. I'll bring Saleth with me, but I'm gonna tell Isaac to look for him, and I'm also gonna go look for him, I think. In the places I might think he might be.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Oh.
Yeah. You do find Maldrick. Let me go back to Pintu real quick. Well, let me bring up a physical description of the guy. There we go. Yep, you find him near or in the Leaky Peak, where he's currently like in his nighttime, so people are more jovial. This is the gathering area where a lot of the tieflings, just after the day winds down, some of them work through the day, some of them work through the night, some of them do both, some of them alternate. But when the night winds down, most people, they tend to, during their breaks, go to the Leaky Peak, just have a just have a just a break, just this, getting some water down, like ale and stuff. And seemingly Maldrick is the guest of honor currently, as they're all sort of like chanting his name, like smashing like pewter mugs together, which I've recently learned are poisonous in large quantities. But hey, we didn't know any better, and they don't either. They're still drinking out of it. And you see Raz, the sort of tavern keep, the closest thing to a tavern keep, just this bright orange tiefling, two curved horns, just trying to keep up with orders, just trying to keep everyone fed. And you see Maldrick in his pimp-like attire, this like late adult red tiefling, two large backwards pointed curved horns, yellow eyes, slit black pupils, and short and messy but wild black hair, just wearing expensive looking colorful clothing with deep colorations all over the place. No shirt, just a long coat. This glimmering jewelry everywhere.
Brother. Does he look cool? Like, I know the guy, I don't remember his fucking name, the dude that sold me all the food, that grimy, nasty, gross guy. I know he kind of had the same get up of just like tacky jewelry all over the place. Does this guy look cool when he does it though?
He does a little bit.
God damn it.
Like he's sitting in a seat, arms up on the seat, just sort of with like a mug like on front, like in front of him, just like he's sort of just like twisting in his fingers, just looking at it. He's not like smiling or happy or anything. He's just sitting there, and he just glitzed out, like, and he's fairly well defined in musculature, which is probably why he wears no shirt. So he's still there. He kind of looks like a more built Mollybach, if that makes sense.
Okay, you said he's just kind of sitting in the middle.
Yeah,
soaking it in.
He's just sitting in the corner, pretty much.
Everyone's celebrating him.
Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna go into the Leaky Peak, and I'm gonna shove past all of them, and I'm gonna walk up to him until I'm standing right in front of him.
Okay. You shove past everyone, and then as you approach, he sort of spots you. Another female tiefling sort of bumps up into you as you approach, sort of putting her hand on your shoulder, sort of stopping you. This dark purple tiefling woman, two spiraling goat-like horns, dark pupilless eyes, and fairly well-combed medium-length hair, with sort of like a silver comb that is used to just keep everything together in a bun. Just wearing very neutral colored clothing, elements of black, kind of like a if Tilde was a little fancier. Just a very neutral looking getup, just with a little bit of adornment, which Till doesn't really do.
Do I know who this is?
You've seen her just make a history check. It's not gonna be very high DC, but like yeah, no, you're fine. This is Xeth. 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 Who is kind of like the second command to Maldrick, as far as you're aware.
Am I able to dodge her from touching me? Like go around her?
Make an acrobatics check. Let me roll. You dodge around her, and like as you see her hand coming up to stop your shoulder, and you sort of like weave under her, sort of like almost like we're limboing, but like very smoothly under her arm. And as about to sit down, she grabs you by the shoulder again, stopping you mid. You get past her, but she also has her hand on you as well. Like it's like a double success. And this Maldrick sort of holds up one bejeweled, bedazzled hand, and she sort of just lets go and lets you sit. She's still very much present, and you can see she's armed. She's very much armed. Two very curved Arabian-looking daggers just at her, just like tucked into her belt.
Okay, I'm not gonna sit. I'm just going to stand in front of him. What's his name? Maldrick?
Maldrick.
Maldrick.
Maldrek. Maldrick.
All right. I'm just gonna keep a. I don't know. I think Xero has like kind of like a hard expression that they're like frustrated or annoyed or something and just staring at him. And I'm just going to say, Maldrick, when's the last time you've been to Miari?
He sort of looks around to the room and just like sees everyone just like, telling stories like, oh, good old Maldrick getting all the shit for us. And he sort of looks towards you with like a slight smirk. About 2 weeks now.
What do you have for Miari at your access right now? Physical item.
He sort of leans forward. Interest now peaked. Before he was very casually just observing the room, and now he sort of leaned forward, elbows on the table, sort of moved the cup over to the side, and just leaning forward, looking at you. Why?
I need it.
Why?
What do I say? Shit. I'm just gonna say I need to take a trip into the city, and having an item from Miari is the fastest way to do it.
He sort of leans back, the chair squeaking, and despite the sort of jovial din of the atmosphere around you, right now, in your mind, in your brain, Stale is sort of watching from a distance from all this. Right now, it is currently the four of you, Maldrick, Zeth, and Saleth. Everything else is just a blur, and it is this painting made of gradients, and you are the only four things in focus right now, as the rest of the room, the happy atmosphere just dies down to this dull blur. You are an interesting one. You are. Well, I helped make this atmosphere, but I didn't. It doesn't mean I fed the city. So, I'm just wondering what else you can do.
I'm not gonna react. I'm just gonna keep staring at him, and I'm just gonna say, "What do you have from Miari?"
He sort of takes. He has multiple rings on each finger sometimes. Like you're not sure how he grabs stuff. But like some of them are small, and like he wears like enough that it covers like a single like digit, or like the little section, and then he sort of slides one off his little pinky finger, and it's this small little bronze ring. It looks really nice. It's fairly well polished. It has its like dark green emerald in the center, and it's just been like etched with some sort of engraving or like some sort of words on the inside, but you can't read it from this distance. That he sort of just like twiddles it in between his fingers, sort of playing with it, holds it up in the light, and sort of puts it on the table, but keeps his finger on it. You're talented. What's your name?
Can I insight check that? Does he really not know my name?
Make an insight check.
Piece of shit.
No idea. No clue. No idea.
I'm just gonna smirk a little bit, just a little smirk. Just say 0.
He sort of leans back. I will give you this ring. One condition. There's a tavern in Miari. Seemingly you're going there. I want you to visit it when you get some time. Do that.
And
Tell them I sent you. Someone that works there. They'll know.
can I insight check that?
Make an insight check.
God
No idea.
damn it. Why do I try? Why do I
No idea.
try?
You in this gradient painting right now, and you are the only focused. He is his charisma is almost oppressive. Like it's sort of like overwhelming your ability to read anything about him. He just has this like not shit eating grin, but like it's a little shit eating grin. He's sort of sitting there, cool as a cucumber. No idea what he's thinking.
Okay.
He's sort of rolling the ring on the table, like back and forth like a wheel.
Is he eating anything right now?
Not currently. He has a single mug in front of him. He's sort of pushed off to the side.
Do I know anything about him? Does he have family here?
Make a history check. No idea. You know who he is because of reputation. You're not sure of the personals of his life.
I know what the easy option is. I don't want to do that though. And I'm in a fucking in a place full of tiefling thieves. Like, admittedly, yeah, my modifier is extremely fucking high, but I'm still I lack in perception. Fuck. Okay, I'll say sure.
He sort of twiddles the ring, little bronze emerald ring in his fingers a little bit. He sort of hands the ring to you, sort of holding it out.
As he is handing the ring to me, I'm going to lightly take it from him. And then, I don't know if I have to roll anything for this. I want to try to grab him by the collar of his jacket and pull him in, so I'm like right at his fucking face.
Make a. Are you trying to be? This you can't be subtle with this.
No. I'm trying to like grab him by his clothes and get him right up. I'm trying to get up in his fucking grill.
Make an athletics check. Okay. Yeah, you grab him by the collar and you pull him in. As you do, you feel this slight little, not nick, but like something pressing into your neck. Xeth has moved in very closely, very quietly, and has very subtly drawn one of those curved daggers and is currently pressing it up against your neck, like kind of like tucked under her arm, just very, very subtly. That even someone looking at it right now wouldn't be able to tell what's going on.
That's fine. I'm gonna keep eye contact with him. I'm gonna get in his fucking grill. I have the ring now, right?
Make a sleight of hand check. But you're good at these, but yeah, you have the ring.
Okay. I'm just gonna get up in his fucking grill and I'm going to say, if you're lying to me, and this ring is not recently from Miari, or if you're setting me up and I'm about to walk into a trap at said tavern, I will come back here. I will skin you alive and you'll be on the menu next. Do you understand me? And I'm gonna try to roll intimidation.
Make an intimidation roll. He doesn't look afraid. He looks more impressed, if anything. As the sort of shit-eating grin he has sort of just like curls up into a bigger smile, and he has like a couple teeth that are gold. As he sort of just not really responding to that, he sort of goes, "The Moonbringer Tavern. I sent you."
Can I pickpocket the tiefling with a knife to my throat?
Make a sleight of hand check. These are. Let me roll for. God, with the fucking with expertise and the thieves gloves, like what the fuck? What do you want? What do you want from the bodyguard tiefling?
What does she have?
She has a good amount of money on her. You can probably swipe one of the daggers if you want to.
Is that all she has? Is just money and daggers?
As of is currently, seemingly like they seem they're not like. The retrievers usually, they have decked out pretty shit, but like they look like they're currently in the casual mode, but they're just like not like loaded down with a bunch of equipment. They're just like the stuff they carry on them.
How much money does she have?
Currently, it's not a bad haul, especially for a single person here, but it's like 75 gold.
75. I'm not gonna take anything. It's not worth it. I don't want to piss them off anymore.
Okay.
Since I'm about to leave.
Yeah, as you sort of pull the hand, or not even a hand, a single finger out of her pocket. Now we're sort of goes, sure you don't want to try?
I'm just gonna give a light smirk back to him, and I'm not gonna shove him down back to his chair, but I definitely am gonna drop him down to his chair, and turn around and walk out.
Okay, yeah, you let him go, and he sort of just falls back into his chair, sort of just catching a wall to stop the force. And as you sort of walk out, the knife hasn't stopped pressing against your throat until Maldrick sort of raises just a hand a little bit, and she sheaths the dagger, like in a very swift, subtle motion. Everyone's still partying hard. Sayla's still afar, and she's sort of just watching all this.
Yeah, I walk out.
Okay. You head out. Maldrick just looking at you the entire time. So is Seth. Seth.
Before I leave, can I stand in the doorway of the tavern and just keep eye contact with him one more time? And I want to cast message to him and just ask him, what part of the city is this from?
As you sort of message him in your brain, you sort of hear back the grin still present, and it grows a little more with your brain ability now revealed to him. He sort of just goes, Pious Sprawl.
Do I know what did he say?
The Pious Sprawl, which is
Pious
the
Sprawl.
main like residential area of the city. It's not like a like a wealthy or poor. It's like mishmashed everywhere, and so like there's big houses there. It's where most of your raids happened. The sort of right side or the east side of the road is just a lot of residential buildings, and the left side is where the business stuff happens, but it's also way more heavily guarded. Which I can bring you back to the Miari map here. The Pious Sprawl, number 4. So like that whole chunk to the right side of the main road is like mostly residential. That's like majority of the city. Everything on the left side is a lot of business. Like the Orient Bazaar is there. That's the main marketplace. The Pinnacle of the Ten. All the farm stuff is there too. The what's it called? Miracle Fields. Yeah. So like that's where most of the main important shit is, but it's also way more heavily guarded. So like it's people hit there, but it's also way riskier. So the Pious Sprawl.
Damn it. The carpet of flying can only hold one person, right?
Get it?
Because I have the 3x5, right?
Yes.
Yeah, capacity says 200 pounds, so that might as well just be like one person.
Damn. I think you can overload it, but it'll be slower, I believe.
How much slower?
I think it's like you can carry up twice the weight shown on the table, but it flies at half speed.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah, so you'll be at 40 feet, which will be about closer to like 2 to 4 days at the point.
Okay. I'm gonna leave Leaky Peak and walk out with Salith, and I'm going to tell her I'm going to Miari. I need to get Leyland. Do you want to come with me or not?
Yes.
You don't have to. Okay. You don't have to.
Well, I'm going.
And okay. I can teleport us to Miari, but we're gonna need to rest overnight so I can get my charges back for my teleportation. Because once we get Leland, we need to get back quickly. We have the carpet of flying with us, but I don't know how useful it's gonna be carrying both of us, or 3 of us if we can even handle that. But
well, if resting is what it takes to teleport us out. 10 people, you said?
Yeah.
If Vagabond and Tild aren't in Ventu, they're probably in Miari as well. So hit 2 birds, 1 stone. Get Leland out, find them, get all of us out with your transportation turban.
Well, last I spoke to Agrabane, he said he was in Miari, right?
Yes, and Tild followed, but apparently they've separated at some point.
Okay. Okay. Can we take a little break?
Yeah, I need to pee anyway. Alright. I'll pause recording now. Okay. What are we doing again? You were flying.
No.
Where you go?
I'm using the last charge of my teleportation helm, and me and Sailor are going to Miari.
Correct. Okay. Allow me to put you on the map.
It's nighttime now, right?
Yes, it is nighttime. Where are you? Where are you? There you are. Bastard. You teleport you right about here. You find yourself apparating mystically with your last charge of your transportation turban. In a puff of black fart, you find yourself in the bedroom of a fucking like some rich person's house. It is definitely decorated. There's a red carpet with like a large bed with one of those posts with like the thing on top of it, like a mosquito net kind of. And there's a desk and an armoire. There's like a vanity and stuff, which looks like it's been not looks like it's been recently robbed, but it looks like it used to contain more things. Um, and you are in that bedroom, in this room on the second floor, with an open window though. Um, there's
Are the
someone in
lights
that
out?
bed. Yes, the lights are out, candles are out. Someone's in that bed.
Okay. Can Salith... we have dark vision, right?
You have dark vision. You're fine.
Can I tell who's in the bed?
Uh, the dark vision at this distance with a mosquito net, yeah, you're fine. It looks like the owner of the house. Some sort of human man, like handlebar mustaches, long hair, like in like a red, like sleeping gown almost.
Do I... Okay. I'm gonna cast message to... Wait, hold on. Because with message, my message can only be heard by the target, and the target, I can only hear... I'm the only one that can hear the response, right?
Correct, but I believe the message you have to speak it anyway, so.
You point your finger toward a creature within range and whisper a message.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
Like you can whisper a message or you can just whisper to Sailor.
No. No.
What?
You point your finger toward a creature in range and whisper a message. The target, in parentheses, and only the target can hear the message and can reply in a whisper that only you can hear.
Yeah, okay, I see.
Okay, I'm going to cast message, and I'm going to tell Salith. Do you want to try to hunker down here or somewhere nearby for the night, or do you want to head deeper into the city? I think he's closer to, what was it? What was he near? The Pinnacle of the Ten? Or what did I think he was near? It was the Pinnacle of the Ten, right?
It's up to you. It's the Pinnacle of the Ten is one location. The Sun Spire in the middle of Lake Mortality is another, but that's unlikely.
Okay.
And there could be some other locations that could have the similar like magic that you're just not aware of.
Okay. I'm just going to say that, then I'm just going to say, should we hunker down here for the night, or do you want to find somewhere closer to the city?
You sort of, in your brain, also whisper something. I would prefer not to sleep somewhere populated, or at the very least not without recon.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna just put a finger over my mouth then, and I'm going to oh shit, I don't have any more level 3 spell slots. Fuck.
One-third caster.
I'm going to cast invisibility on Salith and take her hand, so I have to hold on her.
Okay.
And then I'm going to tiptoe and stealth out of the window from here and have my little carpet kind of waiting by the window for me.
Okay. Yeah, as you grab Sailor's hand, you take a few steps. She sort of like worms her way out of it after a little bit. And she's invisible. You can't really see her, but like she's presumably somewhere in the room.
What do you mean worms her way out of it? Out of my hand?
Yeah, she sort of just like starts shaking it. Just like, let go.
What? I was just trying to keep track of her. Whatever.
Yeah, you sort of hear in a whisper, like an actual whisper, like physically, I'm not a child. I'll follow.
And I'm gonna cast message again and just say, yeah, but I can't fucking see you.
I'm just gonna be behind you.
Whatever. And I will load up on the carpet.
Okay. Yeah, and you don't know if Sailor loads up, but you sort of feel taps on his shoulder afterwards. Just out of nowhere. Presumably
Okay.
her.
We're not very high up right now, right? We're only in the second story.
Second story. You could jump from this distance if you wanted to on the floor, but yeah. You're only like 7 feet up, 8 feet up.
Okay. I'm gonna tell her to hold on. And then I'm going to go up higher.
Okay. Yeah, as you go up higher, you feel Sailor's arm sort of wrap around your waist, sort of keeping hold. I can show you the world.
Shut up. So we're trying to go save our fucking friend from prison. Huh?
shining, shimmering splendor. You go hop high.
I
How
love the
high?
song.
I don't know what song this is, but I've added it. I'm glad you like it. Called Hidden Past by Kevin MacLeod. The OG.
Oh yeah, it is. Kevin MacLeod. Ain't no harder bitch than Kevin MacLeod. Um, how high? Okay, what's the range for humans' dark vision? I mean, they don't have dark vision. That's what I'm saying. Though, how far out can they see?
Humans?
Yeah,
0 without light.
I just want to go up past the light, so we're in the darkness of the sky.
Okay, so give or take, like, there's bigger sources of light. The biggest is the sun spire out in the May Lake Mortality, which is almost perpetually covered in fog, except you can still see like this giant bright beacon of light, sort of just in the middle of nowhere. Like, it's not quite as bright as the sun, but it's pretty fucking close. And it doesn't quite light up the entire city, but like if you're out on the shore, like the entire like north side of the city is like lit up by the sun spire. You can go up like 100 feet-ish or so. That'll be enough out of range for most people's like just handheld like torches and light implements like candles. It might not be enough for like bigger sources like large braziers maybe. The Pinnacle of the Ten is also another big light source as well. There's like several braziers up on top, which you can see the imagery of 5 of the 10 gods, sort of like in the cup-shaped building. At the top is like 5 statues of like the humanoid depictions of the gods, 5 of the gods at least. They're just like in almost like a star pattern, like what I'm looking at, geocentrically placed evenly. That's what I was thinking of, yeah. And there's like braziers in between them. That's also the big light source, but it depends on how close you get to it.
I'm gonna try to steer clear of the big light sources for now. I want to ride in closer to the Pinnacle of the Ten, but try to stay along the outskirts of the city. So I want to like go in closer to like the back end of 2 there, and I don't know. I guess just keep an eye out to see if I see any like towers or buildings that look like they have empty top floors, or if there's any areas in the neighborhood that we might be familiar with already that we know are abandoned or empty or something. And I'm also gonna have Isaac up here with me, kind of just like keeping an eye out. For now, I'm just looking for a place for us to rest and hide for the night because I still need to get my long rest to get on my ship back.
Right. Yeah, you make a perception check. And if Isaac's helping, you can use him as well.
I'll do his first.
Okay.
Oh, I'm about to say 12 for Isaac. Oh. It's not a nat one.
Our rogue, everybody. It's a 2. Not much better. It's not a nat 1, but it's also a 2 that turns
I'm
into
the best rogue that ever was. Shut the hell up.
I'm surprised no one's made a profit off of you by just stealing what you've stolen. Like, you can steal things.
That's what I was.
But, like, it's like a big chain. It's just like, you steal shit, someone behind you steals it back from you. God. You find a couple places, though you're not quite sure how safe they are. And, mostly you find, like, towers. They look like bell towers, like small bell towers. Like, they used to ring out for, like, alarms or maybe, like, morning calls or something like that. But you're not sure which one is which. Or if they're abandoned or if they're used frequently. There's a couple belfries you can sleep in. They're not, like, huge. Like, it's like a very thin ladder with, like, a small bell at the top. I say small. It's not like a big, like, church bell. It's, like, if you're like, standing up, it's, like, the size of a human. So loud enough to get the local attention at least. And there's a couple around where the Orient Bazaar is, which is kind of like the main marketplace bazaar. A lot of tents there, a lot of burnings.
I want to go near the towers in the bazaar, or near the towers near the bazaar. I want to go near them and see if I can identify which of them has. Because you said some of them are. Did you see there's different kinds of towers? I know you said there's one of them is bell towers. Did you see there's also watchtowers?
There's a couple watchtowers, but like I imagine you're steering clear from those.
Yeah.
Yeah, so but like so the bell towers are probably your best bet. The watchtowers, not all of them are populated, but they're watchtowers. They're probably going to be populated eventually.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna try to find a bell tower and just move as quietly as we can.
Yeah, as you just glide up onto one, it's a very thin bell tower. It's like yeah, not a huge bell tower. If you laid down, that'd be like the entire like uh, length of the actual like square footage you have. Uh, which you can. You can curl up into a ball with a sail if you want to, and like it's a very small foot space. There's a single rope that looks like you can just use sort of swing back and forth to ring the bell, and there's just a one single hatch that just goes down. Though it's currently not opened. It's probably locked, but for you it may as well not be.
Is there any way to lock it from the inside?
It locks from the inside.
Oh, it does. Okay,
Yeah.
then I will. Yeah, I. Because I'm assuming when we get up there, we're flying into like the openings of the actual bell, right? Like the not the like if there's like a window, a part of this tower that looks in to see the bell, that's the entry we're going in through. What,
Yeah.
right? We're not going like up the stairs or ladder or
No. Yeah.
anything.
Yeah. You're like it's like an like open like a four open archways around the bell itself, and you just fly in. Like you can just go up and stand on top of the hatch if you want to. The hatch is locked from the inside, but for you that's basically open. And you can try resting just up here in the belfry itself, or you can try going downstairs and see if there's a better space. Up to you.
Okay, I'm gonna tell Sayla to stay up here, and I'm gonna call Isaac to come back here and kind of just. I want him to perch on her head. I'm gonna try to find her head and have him perch on top of her head. I'm gonna telepathically say to him, "Don't shit," and I will tell him to call me if he sees anything weird. I'm gonna go down there and check really quick.
Yeah. Yeah. You find Saleth and it perches on the head, and then you see Azek sort of get picked up and rise a little bit, and then it's perched on something more horizontal. For arm presumably, and like when you say don't shit, you don't hear anything.
Can I insight check that?
You can insight check.
Why do I bother?
He's not gonna shit. Al's gotta go, man.
Yeah, okay.
You ever eat gopher without any like fucking like tums?
Ew.
Jesus.
Okay, then I will pick my lockety lock and I want to stealth down the ladder, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, you pick the lock, and it opens. No, I'm not gonna have you roll.
Let me roll.
If you want to, you succeed. Whoa, blew my mind. Had an AC of 12. Holy shit. You literally can't fail. So it's like, yeah, you pick the lock. It just magically opens for you, and then it's just a single ladder down. It looks like it leads to some sort of attic first. But it continues down. Like the ladder continues down, but you can step off like halfway to reach an attic. Looks like it goes down like yeah, the attic is like the attic, and then there's at least 2 floors below that.
Okay, can I keep stealthing down?
Yeah, make a stealth
Like
check.
as quietly as I can.
Okay.
Not that
Yeah, you
good.
stealth down. It's like it's little creaks, but you're high enough up that it's not big of a deal. Sailors are just keeping watch like a falconer. As you head down, you go past the attic, and it looks like they keep food up here, like away from the damp and the bugs from the bottom and the rats and stuff. So like you see grains, you see a lot of there's like rice, you see some fresh-ish vegetables like potatoes that have begun to sprout, but not quite. So they're probably still edible. Heading past the sort of attic floor, the second floor, which looks like a more like living space area, and you see like rooms that'll lead off to somewhere. They're all closed currently. And you go to the bottom room, and it looks like this is some sort of storefront of some sort. You're not sure what. All the goods have been put away somewhere, but it looks like there's glass display cases that have been emptied.
Do I have to insight check? Is that something they do to avoid thieves?
Uh, you no need to check. Yes.
Interesting.
Yeah, like they even though they lock the doors, some store owners, paranoid ones specifically, though maybe not paranoid in the city, like they take all the visible goods and they put them somewhere else, so that like they can't just go into the place where they know there's goods and just take everything. So they have to go root out for it, which potentially could take more time, which potentially they could notice. Potentially guards could come.
Okay. So it's like a well-known, like obviously people are gonna know, but I'm saying it's like a well-known thing that people steal from Miari constantly.
Oh yeah, it's like people fucking complain about it all the time.
Specifically tieflings, do they know it's the tieflings?
Uh, they get the most blame for it. I'm not sure whether they know, but like, there's a lot of thefts that happen in Miari, and like, tieflings get a bad rap for it a lot, whether they do it or not.
Okay. If I go back up the ladder, you said there's an area that looks like an attic kind of
Yes,
space.
yeah, it's kind of it's like 2.5 floors almost. It's like the first floor, the ground floor, and then the second floor, which is residential, and then there's like an attic above that, and then the ladder continues past into the bell tower.
Is the attic like, is there a door to it?
No, there isn't. It just the ladder just continues through, and then you can just step off into the rest of the attic.
Okay, so it's just like an open space, open
Yes.
floor.
Correctamundo.
That's no good. I don't think I have anything for that. I really don't want to sleep on the top of the fucking bell tower though. Okay. I want to test my luck and see if I can go down to the other rooms down here and see what's in there.
Okay. So you have the storefront area, and you have the residential like bedrooms area if you want to. Yeah, or you can try to make space in the attic to try to find some place to hide if you want to.
Ooh, yeah. If there's like stuff I can move around in the attic, I'd rather do that.
Yeah,
Like boxes or crates or anything to like hide behind if I wanted to sleep in there.
yeah, no boxes or crates because that'd be a pain in the ass to haul up the attic. But there are like sacks and cloth and stuff like that. You can make a little fort if you want to.
Yeah, I want to make a little inconspicuous fort.
Yeah, make a survival or just straight dexterity check. Your choice.
You know what I'm gonna choose.
Okay.
Wait, is that right? No.
9.
No.
Yeah, that's fine.
Wait.
That's good. Straight dexterity.
Okay, sorry, I didn't have my glasses on for a second.
Yeah, no, you're good. Yeah. So you make an area to sleep in. You think looks pretty good. Like you sort of shift some grains around and like there's like a blanket up there that hasn't been used in a long time. You sort of just drape it over just a lot of like old easels that look like haven't been used in a long time too. Whoever lives here used to be a painter and had given up on the passion at some point. And you sort of just make like a sort of like semi-spherical like dome that you can sleep in.
Okay, then if that's if that's as good as it's gonna get right now, that's fine. I'm gonna kind of telepathically communicate to Azig and just ask him like, how's everything going up there?
Clear?
What do you say?
Clear.
Okay. And I will quietly stealth back up the ladder and I will retrieve Salith and the bird.
Okay. That's a good band name.
Damn it, you beat me by a second.
As Saleth and the bird perform at the I don't know, the Saddle Dome. I don't know the stadiums.
Saddle Dome. Is that the thing in Calgary?
Yes, it is. Because our only culture is yeehaw. Pretty much it.
Retweet. It's fine. Us too.
Yeah. So it's you come down and you show off these little pillow fort you've made. And Saleth sort of crawls in a little bit. You can see just because the little flap that of blanket sort of opens up and then closes a little bit. And you just sort of hear it kind of muffled in from the inside. Well, if they don't look closely, it'll do.
Just for one night, hopefully. And I guess I will also settle in for the night, and I will have Azza keep watch near us. Like, I don't want him just like I don't want there to just be like a lone owl standing in the fucking entryway. But like, is there anything up high, like a beam or something he can stand on?
There's some beams up here, yeah.
If there's a beam that he could hide behind and just watch the ladder, and alert me if there is anything going on. But otherwise, I think I will try to get my long rest now.
Okay. All right. Make a perception check for Isaac.
Now, why would I have to do that? It's not like we're playing D&D or anything.
Yeah,
Can't he just do
Yeah,
it?
this is Pathfinder.
You fucking wish.
God, I wish.
It's a 14.
Okay. All right, so you take a long rest, and Salith does as well. Salith tries to get some mimes, as you sort of just like lay down whatever random items, assorted items. You may have your sleeping bag still. I just took.
Oh yeah, I probably still do have my sleeping bag. I'll give Salith my sleeping bag.
Yeah, and yeah, you just use stacks of grain for pillow. Yeah, just like some loose blankets. Like there's some stuff up here. It's a little dusty, but it'll work. Yeah, and as you're sort of just sleeping, the morning comes, and you're awoken by Azek pecking your feet.
Oh dear. I will just sit up and look at him quietly.
Yeah, he sort of just like gives like an owl head bob towards the ladder, and he sort of like scuttles in there as well.
I will very quietly shake Salith awake.
Yeah, and you shake Salith awake. She has bedhead, currently, just all a little frizzy. And she sort of just jolts up awake and is just sort of slowly just brushing with her hands as she's sort of listening in, and you hear like footsteps like going up the ladder, little clunkies. Like looks like this who this is wearing like wooden fucking clogs, like very thick, hard shoes, because every single footstep it sounds like wood on wood, and just like hearing very slow clicks coming up the ladder. What are you doing?
Does it sound like it's coming toward us or past us?
It's coming up the ladder. It's kind of formless. It's getting closer at the very least, but you're not sure whether they're going to come into the attic or continue on or just stop somewhere. But there's definitively someone's climbing a ladder.
Is there still stuff to hide behind back here if I took the fort down really quickly? Like if I just took the sheet off the fort? Is everything placed naturally enough for us to just hide behind? Or did we build some? I know we built like a little structure here. Does it look unnatural if we just like left it up without?
To your eyes, it looks fine. Like it's a little haphazard maybe, but yeah.
I want to try to deconstruct it just a little bit, just by like with one movement if I could. Like if I have to just take the like assuming it's like a blanket fort where there's just like a blanket draped over it, like a tent.
Right.
I want to remove that part, and then I want to hide behind the bags as best as I can to make it look less obvious that there's people hiding here.
Make a stealth check. Stealth will make one too. Stealth make one too. There we go. Okay. Nice. She actually rolled harder than you did.
Get rocked.
I mean, you rolled a 10.
Not her, you.
Not me.
I didn't even roll a 10. That's my default roll.
Oh, that's true. You literally can't roll lower.
I rolled a 2.
did. Oh, you rolled a 6 on the first one. I was like, why are you getting so many 20s days? Yeah, she rolled a 19 plus 6. Yeah, so you take down the fort and just like try to hide behind some stuff. There's a couple things to hide, but like without the pure cover of the fort, it's a little bit harder now. But you also might be a bit more concealed as you see with a candle now, sort of the dim orange glow sort of rising up, and you hear the clicking of like, very hard shoes. Some very just old man that really has no right to being alive at this current age.
God.
He's like currently climbing. He has like a blue and white nightcap and like striped like PJs, and is currently climbing up the ladder very slowly. Sort of looks around the attic, steps off of the ladder, and goes through some of the grains right nearby Saleth, as she's sort of just sitting there silently, as he's sort of just gathering some grains and some like stale pieces of bread from some bags up here, and then just goes over back to the ladder, drops it straight up down the chute of the ladder, and then starts climbing up towards the bell. And then about a minute of him climbing passes, and you hear very slow bing bonging up at the bell.
Bing bong.
The signal of the day beginning. After about a minute of bing bonging, he climbs back down the ladder fully, the candle following him, and you wait a pause just to make sure he's not coming back up, as you hear the sound of like boiling water and something being cooked downstairs, and you're pretty confident you're good.
Okay. I'm sure Saleth knows to be fucking quiet, so I'm not going to say anything to her, but I'm going to quietly begin to get up and move towards the ladder to go up.
Yeah, and she'll
Going
follow.
to stealth.
Yeah, with your stealth, no need to continue rolling. Yeah, as you just climb up the ladder very stealthily, less clicking with hard clogs. He was wearing slippers, but for whatever reason, those slippers were incredibly rigid. But you get up to back to the belfry of the tower. The rope still sort of swinging in the breeze a little bit. It stopped ringing, but like there's still some momentum in it.
Without being too obvious and just like poking my head out for everyone to see me, can I like peek out over the edge and just see what's going on down there?
Make a perception check.
Why? Yeah.
That's literally the skill to look around your surroundings. What do you mean?
Shut up. Who's around me right now?
Who's around me right now? Yeah, and you can see the sun is cresting. Some of the fog over Lake Mortality has burned off, though it's kind of always present. The sunspot still there, though it's not quite as bright, with the actual sun now rising up from the east. That's right. I had to remember my fucking directions, how the sun rises. And looking around, you see people waking up. You see people rousing, especially in the bazaar. You see a lot of tents that were folded up at night now opening back up again. People putting up poles and like the red tapestries and like a bunch of just mishmash of just like cloths and colors and spices, and everyone's getting ready to start the day. As so is Pure Dogma. You see a couple of patrols just sort of going through, just 2 or 3 fireflies, just walking through. Nothing currently in the making. This does catch your attention, though. It's not like hard to spot. It's not hidden. In the like somewhere in the middle of the Orient Bazaar is a large like stand, almost like a it almost looks like a gallows, but there's no like ropes. It's just a large, almost cage-like wooden platform with like various metal beams and like ropes on it, and below it is a large series of hay, like various piles and stacks of hay just underneath the platform itself. And they've cleared out some of the area around the bazaar for it.
Do I know what this is?
Not really. Like, it looks obvious what they're doing, but like you've never seen it like this.
I mean, you said it's like a gallows, like to hang someone.
It has like the like sort of like rising platforms of a gallows, but there's no ropes. It's almost like a large wooden cage. I've just made of just like heavy beams and stuff. Like it has the feels of a gallows, but it's not. There's no ropes. At least not hanging. There's ropes just sort of coiled on the ground currently, but there's nothing. No, there's no nooses around it, and it doesn't seem to be any mechanisms to like drop people either. But there's a lot of hay underneath it.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Sending to... I'm gonna cast Sending to Agrabane, and I'm going to say... Hold on, let me refill my spell slots. I'm going to say... We're in Miari by the bazaar. We need to find you. Where can you meet us? It's urgent. That should be 24.
Okay. You sort of hear in a little bit. Looks like he's still waking up. Agrabane, a little gruffer, like morning voice. But there's a pause. You sort of just hear grunting and then pausing. But then afterwards, some words. East side of the bazaar. Green tent.
Question. If I'm just a tiefling walking around, I'm not going to get arrested just for that, but they will try to pin something on me, or they might see me and go like, let's fuck with him.
Maybe, yes.
But generally, it's not illegal to be a tiefling here.
No, it's just like, you are now like the target of like everyone's blame. Pretty much. Like, it's not illegal, it's just like, you are more or less the second class citizen. Like, you.
I know I'm kind of like, how high up am I from the ground?
From where you are, it's 2 stories, which is like 750 feet, probably like 30 feet off the ground currently. Maybe like
okay,
a little bit more after that. A little bit more than that, maybe like 32, 35.
Okay, it's not that high. Can I look around the area? Do I see any posters, like Zodiac posters?
From where you are currently with that perception check, hard to tell.
With that perception check.
It's 12. Okay, I'm giving you a 10. All right. It's just barely above average.
Can I send Azik to look around for me before we head out there?
Make a perception check with Azik. Azik.
Let's say 22.
Damn. Okay. Yeah, looking around for posters. You see posters for various wanted criminals. About 80% of them are tieflings. None for zodiacs. Are you looking through Azik's eyes?
I mean, while I'm up here with Salith, yeah.
Okay. You spot someone. Looks a little familiar.
No. Oh no.
Sort of dressed in like a yellow gambeson. Dark skin, short hair, short black hair, little like goatee on the chin, like a chin beard. Long sword at the side. Nalzord.
On the poster?
No, just standing.
So, the one, the only?
One, the only Nilesort. Seeker Nilesort.
What's he doing?
He's actually nearby that platform. And he's currently talking with somebody.
Who is this somebody? I mean, I just by glancing.
Hard to tell. It's not like, it doesn't look fancy or anything. It looks like some sort of just, and it looks like any other citizen, honestly.
Okay. Can I have Azik perched near him and just see if he can listen in?
Sure. Make a stealth check with Azik.
Oh, where's his thing? Hold on. I open it, then I close it, then I open it. I'm sorry. If my shit would load. Sorry, my computer's struggling. She's chugging along.
I forgive her. This time.
Jeez, that took forever. Okay. Do I just roll? Because he doesn't have proficiency in stealth, so do I? No, no, no. He does have. No, he does have a plus 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
also check them.
I don't get advantage on that, do I?
I don't think so.
I don't think I do. Okay, that's a plus 3. What is
7.
that? Yeah.
Okay. Has Nalzort seen Isaac before?
Not like that I can recall that was like memorable.
Okay.
Like a conversation.
Yeah.
Like I'm like we've only met on Nilesword twice. First time I never had Isaac. Second time was in Silnia, or right outside of Silnia, right?
You're in Nellis.
No, right outside. Yeah. Like I had Isaac at the time, but I don't recall him ever commenting on the bird.
Okay. Okay. So as
That's up to you. Tell me how perceptive he is.
Well, you rolled a 7 because you give me that perspective. As it flies in, it lands on like a nearby, like what looks like it used to hold like a large torch, and he just sort of perched on top of it, nearby the platform, and nearby Niles Ort, and sort of make out the beginnings of a conversation. Niles sort of speaking to what looks like some sort of like worker of some sort, kind of nondescript human man, sort of like in a huff a little bit, just to like, look, if I can just speak with the Inquisitor, or at least maybe the prisoners, I can try to figure something out, please. See the worker sort of goes, I am sorry, Seeker, it is out of my hands. It is by Inquisitor Guy Ulysses' orders. I must finish the construction. And Niles sort of just like sighs and starts pacing heavily. It's just like he cannot do this. It is not. Where does this outcome from? And they both just look at Azek. And they're not like shooting him, but they're just like, the sheen on his heart is strange. I've seen such like, no, Seeker, I have not. Perhaps it's not local, maybe it's it's some sort of pet. And Niall sort of just holds out her hands like, come here, boy, girl. So she's sort of looking for like some sort of food around him. Like, I will eat seeds. I do not know. Like, she pulls out like this handful of sunflower seeds he has. Like, come here.
I will tell Isaac to go to him.
Okay, and he sort of lands on Niall's arm. He's sort of like, oh, it's much bigger than I thought. He starts trying to feeding him sunflower seeds. Owls are carnivores. They do not eat seeds. Does Isaac eat a seed despite his biological needs currently?
I will tell Isaac to pretend to eat a seed.
Yeah.
I'll tell Isaac to pretend to be interested in the seeds.
Yeah, he sort of like picks up a seed and like crushes it in between his beak because it's a very powerful beak, but it sort of just drops beneath and he just mimics chewing. Okay, and Niall sort of just looks at the dock, not the dock worker, just the worker, and just goes, "Thank you for your time. I understand this is not it's out of your hands, but thank you." Anyway, as he just starts walking away and starts talking to Isaac. Right, boy, let's see if we can find your owner. Probably someone filthy rich looking. Seeker Nelsor is now just walking around with Isaac on his fucking
let me
arm.
see hold on. How far away from Isaac, or excuse me, how far away from me is Niles right now?
From where you are, probably like 100, 200 feet or so.
Is he 100 or 200 feet?
Yes.
Well, that's a big gap. Which one is it? Because message is 120 feet range.
Just roll a d20. He is. You're not sure exactly how far away he is, but he is beyond the range of message.
Okay.
Yeah, like you couldn't spot him from a distance. Like he's very far from where you are, and like he's just like he's kind of this yellow speck. He's a little bit more visible now that he has a giant fucking black owl on his shoulder, but yeah, you couldn't tell he was Niles Ort without the help of Isaac flying around. But where you are currently, he's beyond message.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Salith and I'm just going to say, uh, Agravain says he's in the east side of the market in a green tent, I think. You go find him and see how he's doing. I'll meet up with you guys in a moment. I need to speak to somebody down there, and I will cast invisibility on Salith.
As you cast invisibility, he sort of just goes, green tent. I think I know the one. They sell to Agrabane some pretty cheap booze there.
Of course they do.
All right. Where should we meet up?
Just stay there. I'll find you there.
Okay. You don't see her, but you see the plumes of dust being kicked up by the various beams and like walls on the and the rooftops of the building as she just slowly descends down very acrobatically. As you see a plume of dust hit the floor, and then just she's far in the wind. You have no idea where she is.
You said I'm about 30 feet up in the tower, right?
Yes.
Is there a place below I could misty step and not just like end up in the middle of the open? Like, is there like a tent or something I could misty step behind?
Not a tent. There's a small alleyway you can duck into first. Just like you can, it's like if you peek over the side of one side of the bell tower. One side faces the market, the other side is kind of like in between buildings. It's not like the biggest of alleyways, but you know, if you time it right, you might be able to sneak by.
Okay, I want to try to do that.
Okay. Just make a stealth check for me. You'll be fine. Probably.
Oh.
You've rolled nothing but 20s so far for stealth, which is like still fine, but it's like, yeah, Jesus.
My rolls are ass today, dude.
How did your wait, hold on, what are the math? How did your sleight of hand become 21, but your stealth is only 10?
The thieves' gloves.
Which only increase 5 plus 5. Oh, you're not expertised, maybe, in stealth. Yeah, you might just be proficient, which would still apply. Okay, never mind. You're good, I think. Mathematically. Yeah. Yeah, you managed to find it's less an alleyway, and now looking at it, it's like a narrow road that leads into the market, and there's some people like using it, but you sort of time it as two people pass, and there's no one in the view. You sort of just step down, and then just bamf back onto the street proper. Any disguises, or are you just trying to sneak around?
I'm going to cast Disguise Self.
Okay. As a nondescript tanned or sunburned human, I'm assuming.
Niles knows all the Zodiacs, right?
Yes, he knows all of them. He's met all of you, or at least conversed with all of you.
And we haven't seen any of those posters of our faces around here?
Not that you've seen, no. It seems whatever reach the Arbiter has not reached Sant.
I'll keep it simple. I'll be like a nondescript brown woman.
Okay. Yeah, like the ones that would when just covered in a veil and like some Hollywood guitar and just like a heat wave would show up.
Yes.
The TikTok.
Stereotype. Yeah, that TikTok.
Okay. Yeah, as you just have nondescript. Yeah, sort of just like dark brown woman just walking around. You could be blended right in as you're sort of walking around the sandstone, very domed buildings as well. Look a bit like the cities from like Tatooine from Star Wars. Very deserty. Yeah, you're sort of walking by, and like the smells of like these various spices and like various fruits, and like vegetables hit you. Like the town has problems, but the food is pretty good. Not gonna lie. They actually flavor things, weirdly enough. Yeah, like Miari, known for its spices. They grow peppers, like a lot of peppers as well. Like some of the only places that grow the best peppers is Miari, over by the Miracle Fields, which is kind of the main place you hit for food. But walking around, you're sort of passing by the bazaars, and you see people peddling their goods. You see some fresh caught fish straight from Lake Mortality. you just various like salt sculptures, like made of hardened like limestone almost, like mined out for somewhere out from the wasteland outside of Miari. A lot of tiny crafts, a lot of like food, a lot of like food vendors, even a lot of or just even raw ingredients. Just a lot of stuff here. A lot of fortune tellers as well. Uh, but are you trying to look for Nalzort?
First, can I steal some spices?
Spice. Make a sleight of hand check, just not to see if you succeed, just to see how much spice you want.
How much spice do you want? How much spice I get?
You can dab about one spice per 10 of that sleight of hand, so 3 bags of spice.
3 bags of spice. What's the measurement here?
Probably like a kilo.
A kilo? That's a lot. Shit.
Yeah, 1 kilo per bag. It's a big bag of spice. It'll last you for most of your adventuring life.
Okay.
Yeah, and you purposely chose 3 different types of spice too. Like one's like a very spicy one, one's like kind of like a sweet tangy, and one's like more like an acrid, like a fruity sour.
This shit's going straight to fin too, baby. Okay. Alrighty. Then yes, I will begin trying to find Niles word.
Yeah, and with the help of Azek, you don't have like a mental bond of where he is at all times, but you can look through his eyes every so often, and you can sort of like triangulate position from what he sees from where you see. And it takes a bit of time, but you do eventually close in on Niles, who's currently in the midst of just having like a furrowed brow. Despite he looks very serious looking, despite the fact that he has an owl on his shoulder and he's just perched. He's definitely drawing a lot of attention, but yeah.
I will casually approach Niles and I will instruct Isaac to fly to me as I do, just so I can claim my bird.
Yeah, as Isaac flies towards you and sort of perches on your shoulder. Niles sort of...
Can I retcon something?
What's up?
Can I be a fancy looking lady?
Sure.
Like my fabrics and my clothes are like nice in quality. I look like I have a little bit of money.
Sure. Yeah, as you dress in like fine blues and like dark reds and stuff, and just like the colors of the colors that would not blend in with the scenery specifically, like the exact opposite of everything that all the yellow and white. You have like oranges and blues, and you know what's the opposite of yellow? Purple and blue.
Okay.
Yeah, as the black owl flies and perches on your shoulder, you see Nazor sort of like gets surprised by the flight and looks over towards you, and he sort of just like gives like a small like respectful bow to like a noble. You would give a noble.
Can I reach for his hand? Like I want to shake it, but like the old timey shakes where like I'm letting him like kiss my hand or something like that. Like not I don't want him to kiss it, but I just mean like that kind of shake where I'm like reaching for him with like palm down.
Yeah, as you reach for him, he just without as if he's practiced this, he does kiss your hand.
Brother.
Like as he just sort of like he's pulled it out and he sort of just like grabs your fingers and sort of just like leans down as like kisses like a fake ring that you have on. Small enough that he's not going to notice that it's fucking that it's fake, but he grabs it and kisses it, and he sort of leans back and sort of steps like one step backwards and sort of holds his back straight up, like this is just decorum that he's done time and time again.
I would like to do something as this is happening.
What's up?
I want to sleight of hand the pin, the Pure Soul Dogma pin that I have of his. I want to sleight of hand it into, like, I want to take the hand I used to reach out to him that he's taking. I want to sleight of hand it into his hand as he's doing that.
Okay.
So, like, I want him to see it. I just want to be sneaky about how I'm putting it in his hand.
Sure. As he kisses the hand that he pulls back, he sort of just unexpectedly has the pin that but he gave you that is encoded with his blood, pretty much. As he sort of holds it back, and like the decorum sort of drops a little bit, and he sort of, but this it sticks back up, and he just goes, "My lady, did you know the zodiacs?"
I'm going to cast message, and I'm going to tell him, "Is there somewhere we can speak privately?"
He sort of looks shocked a little bit, and then he looks around for a small, quiet place as he sort of just pockets the star that he gave, the 9-pointed star that he stabbed himself with his own blood, and just sort of turns around and sort of looking for a place. Takes a little time as you're sort of following, kind of at a distance, not to be associated necessarily, as sort of finds a small area of like behind, like sort of like sandwiched in between tents, and like it's like on the edge, so like there's not a whole lot of business going on there. Maybe people passing through, but not enough people to, like, look in and see.
Okay. Just to be clear, I still have my amulet of protection on me. I
Yes.
should. Yeah, my two salts are my apotheosis vessel, my handle teleportation, and my amulet of protection. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to be sure I could be more confident that no one's listening.
Yeah, as you find a quiet spot, maybe sandwich like like a almost like radially centering around the tents. Sort of finds a spot in between all of it. Yeah, as Niles Ort sort of walks in, sort of turns around, just awaiting what you're saying.
Niles, it's been a minute. How are you?
Yeah, hearing the voice and just going through and just like piecing together the information in his brain. I'm doing okay. The ship arrived last night, and I learned of a few things.
What did you learn?
There has been killings in the city past few weeks, maybe month. BR is it's not a perfect city, but you've seen the platform that they're building out there. It's supposed to be. They're supposed to burn multiple tieflings at once as a show of force or a message or something. I've been trying to contact Inquisitor Gar about this, but trying to find out any information about it. It's just that you've talked to the prisoners. I do not know what their crimes are or if they've committed them even.
How much access do you have to the prisoners being kept in the Pinnacle of the Ten?
Normally, not much, but I can get into the Pinnacle of 10. The prisoners are. I have access to some of the local barracks that are keeping some of the less serious offenses, but Pinnacle of the 10, there is a prison downstairs, closer to where the shrine of Bintel is. That is where to keep the more heavy offenses. Why?
A very dear friend of mine was caught last night. I'm not sure what he was doing, but he's a good kid. He, all he's ever done was steal. So I'm certain he's not responsible for the killings, but nonetheless, he was caught last night and he is in the custody of somebody. I don't know who. Last I spoke to him, he said his head was covered and he didn't know where he was. And when I tried to scry on him, I was unable to reach him. There was some kind of magic blocking me.
That sounds.
Do you know anything about that?
That would be the Pinnacle of the 10, the Shrine of Bintel. So it puts prisoners awaiting judgment. If his only crime is theft, he should not be in such a heavy prison.
I'm not sure why they chose him like this, but if what you're saying is true, I don't think it matters what kind of crime he commits. I need to get into that prison, Miles. I brought you this pin because I'm sure you know by now. The Zodiacs are wanted on the mainland. We're not welcome in any major city. We're wanted everywhere. We have posters out for us with bounties on our heads. We have not been able to sleep in a normal inn without being worried that someone's going to break in and turn us in or kill us. It's been a lot of fun, but I felt guilty that we in the past had gotten you tied up with us, and I knew that if we were caught with a pin from you on our party, it would perhaps get you in trouble as well, or just you associating with us in general would have probably not been good for you. And I didn't want that to happen because I didn't feel like you did anything to deserve that. We created our own mess and we have to deal with it now, but I didn't want to drag you down with that. So I brought it back. I didn't intend on cashing in a favor, but if that's what that pin will get me, now I need you to help me.
Make a persuasion check.
Hold on, pause. Wait, what is my my dagger doesn't give me persuasion, right? It gives me
No,
intelligence
yeah,
stuff.
intelligence stuff, like finding the information.
What? Hold on, my shit's loading. Sorry, it's still loading, sorry.
I do not forgive you this time.
My browser's being slow, I'm sorry.
Just just roll a physical d20.
I will not. You said persuasion?
Persuasion. Okay. He sort of like takes the star. He's sort of just running his fingers along each of the points, just like almost like in a very like fidget spinner type like habit way. He sort of goes, I do believe you are, all of you are good people. Maybe ended up on the wrong side of the law. I could get you to the pinnacle of the 10, but... And I understand your friend is in there, but I cannot recommend it. At least not now. If they find you, and there are a lot of barriers, magical and otherwise, that detect these type of things, detect deceptions, they take great measures to ensure that nothing inside it can be corruptible or penetrable. It is as much as a temple as it is a fortress. I can try, but in this sensitive time, if you're caught, then I cannot help you, and it will only worsen the... He looks out to the rest of the bazaar at the sort of like little bits of the platform that you can see from this distance. It will only hurt the relation, the very strained relation that tieflings and the rest of Miyari have. I will speak for you. I will try everything I can to help. Believe me, I will. But I believe that would be a very dangerous step to take.
I need you to find out what you can about these executions. I need to know who's going to be in that lineup, when, what day, what time, and I need to be here when it happens.
It is happening today at noon. I know that much. Noon is the holiest of times for Len. it is considered when Len is directly watching the mortal world. They are nearing the end of construction. I was conversing with one of the workers before to see if they have any information, if I could talk to anybody. If this is what I can do to help, then I will do it.
Okay. I'm going to stay in the nearby area. I have some friends here with me. I'm going to do what I can to take care of this. And if for some reason I do get caught, I do promise I won't involve you if I can help it. But I hope you understand this kid's like my brother. I can't let this happen.
I do understand. I have a little brother myself. And believe me, I would do anything to protect them as well. I will make
How
my
can
way.
I, go ahead.
I'll make my way to the pinnacle of the tent to try to discern anything I can about this executions. If you have friends in it, I hope not, but that is where I'll be going.
Do me a favor.
Yes.
Take my bird with you. I'm gonna put Adzik on his shoulder. Once you find out if my friend is a part of the lineup, I want you to send him back to me with a yes or no. He'll know how to communicate it to me. Just tell him yes or no and he'll find me. But he's a young tiefling. He's like a tannish orange in skin color. His hair is like a brown. His horns are really short.
What's his name? I don't.
Leland.
Leland.
He talks a lot and he's kind of a goofy little idiot, but
I know the type. I'll try. I'll keep your bird outside, and when I figure out, I'll nod yes or no.
okay. I'll be here.
Okay. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Niles.
Sort of takes the bird, now much less happy and jovial about it, and he's sort of just perched on his shoulder.
Before he leaves, can I give him a hug? Like a big hug, like a bear hug?
Niles?
Yeah, like a fast hug real quick. Not like the hug itself like lasts a couple beats, but like I just like out of nowhere I just want to give him a hug.
Yeah, he's sort of, as he's about to turn, you sort of give him a hug. He goes, oh, and he sort of awkwardly pats your back a little bit. He's sort of looking around to see if anyone's watching, but like, yeah.
When I'm done with the hug, I like push him off to, not like push him, but just to send him off on his way.
Good boy, Niles Ort, going to the pinnacle of the 10.
God.
Yeah, he sort of marches off, sort of just like straightening up his gambeson and just like marching, trying to like, with increased vigor and determination. Now with a direct goal to do, he just marches straight northeast. Yeah, what you doing? You're now left alone in between these tents.
I'm going to go find the green tent.
Okay. You find him. It doesn't take too long. East side of the bazaar, green tent. It's a large
Stuck
green tent.
there.
Not quite a circus tent, but it is. That makes a little check. Yeah, 20. It's baseline 20. Yeah, you find the green tent. It's a fairly large tent, not a circus tent, but it is a fairly large tent, and there's a big flap in it. You're already reeks of booze. Agrabah is in there, and he was sleeping. He's not dressed in his piecemeal armor. Yeah, the large bullhorns, the mullet. He's just kind of shirtless, stood up as you just sort of enter the tent. Are you still disguised?
Yeah.
Yeah. Salith is also in there. Till's also in there as well. He sort of just sat in the corner.
All three of them are visible?
All three of them are visible. The only other person in here looks like a very old human woman with like long dangly uh, earlobes, very dark, deep weathered skin, and like the earlobes have like holes in them with like giant pieces of jewelry in them, like basically like not fist size, like thumb sized diamonds in them. They're probably fake, but like they look deadly. And she's sort of just sitting there, just watching you enter.
Hello.
Is there?
Hello.
Go ahead.
What can I get you, madame?
Does this tent have a door?
Nope.
Like a no flower. Like it's just like a canopy type of thing
Yeah.
over.
There's a flap, but like it's an open flap that you can see out of.
So people can see in here.
If you peeked in, yeah.
Okay, but there's like 3 walls otherwise.
Yes, it is like a circular tent, like a large.
I see,
like,
I
yes,
see, I
like
see.
large circular tent with like a raised roof with like a large pole, like a 15-foot pole, like in the center of it.
Okay, so it's nice and spacious in
Yeah,
here.
it's really
Somewhat.
nice. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to just bow respectfully at the woman and toss her a gold.
Yeah, you toss her a gold. She's in the middle of like polishing some like really cheap looking pewter cups, poisonous. And like with weird dexterity for her age, she sort of catches it midair.
Oh, that is very kind of you, madame. What inebriation beverage would you like today? I'm afraid I don't have much that is of maybe the high caliber that perhaps you are used to.
I'm going to point to Agravain and I'm just going to say, I'll have what he's having.
Watered down goat piss.
I'm going to do it in like my Xero voice too that does not match this like femininely, womanly person.
Everyone's staring at you. Salith is probably the one that's the closest in on it, especially with your voice. Tilda and Agravain are sort of just staring at you, just unsure of who you are and what your intentions are.
What did she say he's drinking? Goat piss?
Watered down goat piss. Yeah.
Is it a street name or is that goat piss?
You have no idea. You literally have
Can
no
I make
idea.
a check?
Make an insight check. You gather that
The one fucking time I rely on insight, it's
really
about
unimportant.
booze.
Yeah, completely. Like it is not actual goat piss, but it is. You gather it is some sort of like street name or like some sort of like local in brew thing that is like very cheap to get you quickly drunk, and like that is it. Like it's not meant to taste good. As you get it, and it looks like goat piss, and it's watered down even.
Okay, like is it like a shot?
It's a whole cup of thing. It's like a mug.
It's a lot. It's like booze.
Mhm.
What happens if I swallow this whole thing?
Make a constitution
Well, I have to
saving
take a
throw.
constant. Oh god damn it! I have shit to do later.
Don't drink in heist, man.
Huh?
Don't drink in heist.
What can I do with this? I don't want to dump it out.
You have water skins.
Yeah, I'll pour to my water skin.
Yeah. I'm sure that'll be fine for the leather. What you doing?
Do I have any like empty potion bottles at this point?
Probably, yeah. It'll probably feel like
Can I-
2. Like it's
Okay,
a
I'm-
good mug, yeah.
I'm gonna pour half of it in an empty potion bottle, and I'm gonna sip, or I'll lightly sip, politely sip the rest of it. I'm not gonna shoot it like a shot.
Yeah, and like it tastes awful. It tastes genuinely awful. But you can taste the alcohol in it, which is like weirdly enough, alcohol doesn't taste good. But considering the other flavors in this thing, the best tasting thing is the alcohol. It tastes acrid. It tastes sour. It tastes like what you think piss might taste like. And you can feel like immediately like the buzz after like a couple gulps, and it's like, yep, this is why Akapane drinks this.
Okay, I'm gonna like cough and choke on it a little bit, and then I wanna slide a hand, like do it behind my back so she doesn't see me, but I don't mind if the tieflings see me. I want to use like mage hand or even my hand or whatever, to pour it out and pretend I drink it.
Okay. Yeah, and you start coughing and you just huck it on the floor. There's no like carpet. Well, there's a carpet here, but it's like directly on the cobblestone itself. Um, it's like there's some parts that is just straight up natural stone. There's like cushions and stuff that everyone's sort of laying on currently. Uh, like it's a nice enough area. All things considering, it's for a tent. Uh, yeah, as you sort of just huck the rest of it on the ground, Agamemnon sort of just looks at you. It's a waste of good booze.
Can I want to lean into him. I'm still in disguise. I want to lean into him and get a fucking whiff of him. What the fuck does he smell like?
Like alcohol.
Just alcohol?
Like alcohol and dirt. He looks very scruffy. Like scruffy. Like he's already a scruffy person, but he looks scruffier than normal.
I'll just back up from slowly, politely, just go like, I bet it is. And just, I'll cast message at Tild and just say quietly, Tild, how are you? I don't expect a response from him, but I'll just ask him, Tild, how are you?
Yeah.
Pleasantly.
Yeah. As you see that he sort of just raises an eyebrow, and he sort of looks away and starts like nodding a little bit. No words.
What do you mean nodding? Like, what does that nod mean?
It's good Tild then. He looks away and starts nodding.
Okay.
He's hard to read at the best of times.
Oh.
Well, Agabrain's there as a translator. Make an insight check.
All right. This is fucking stupid. This is so fucking dumb. I needed insight so bad earlier. This is so stupid.
The game decided Maldrick wasn't important, but whether what Tild means, very important. You gather that this is not the first time he's spoken in his brain. And you gather that he's figured it out at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah, no one has spoken in his brain except for you. But it's like, well, I have a sample size of ones. It's only one person this could be.
I'm just gonna approach Agrabane and say very softly to him, you've made quite the mess, Agrabane.
When you say his name, he sort of drops the cup and puts your hands around your throat. Or puts his hands around your throat.
Like hard, forcefully?
Yes.
What is the vibe?
Like he might kill you.
I'm gonna acrobatics out of that. The fuck?
Make an acrobatics check.
Can I dodge him and then also put him in a chokehold?
That depends on your acrobatics check. Jesus, okay. Well, he's a strong boy. Let's see. Where the fuck's his character? Okay, had to make character sheets for everybody. Ooh, okay. He rolled a 23. He grabs you by the throat straight up and like both hands around your neck, and he's like squeezing really fucking hard. Both Tilt and Sail jump up and are trying to like stop him, but you manage to pry open one finger barely enough, like his thumb, and just squeeze out of there. You don't get to jump on his back with him a chokehold because that was a close roll. It was barely enough for you to escape.
Okay, I will. Are there crates or anything in here?
Not really. There's a lot of cushions for people to sit on, which is what everyone's been sitting on currently. Um, there is a small fire in the center. Like just not in the center, sorry, off the center. The center is the pole. And they just look like a bunch of bags sort of like around the edges that the lady is currently like pouring bottles and like wine stuff from.
Does he have shoelaces or like laces with ropes on his pants?
He
Like, is there anything
has-
like?
He has pants on.
All right, that's all he has on is his
Yeah.
pants. Okay, I guess after I slip out of his grip, I'm just gonna like jump back like a good 10 feet from him. I don't want to like run off, but I do want to like put space between us and just keep staring at him. I love how quickly he got on. He's never done this to me before, right? Like we don't like roughhouse. Like he's trying to kill me.
Yes. Yeah, and as you, he's still marching forward towards you. Sailor sort of just like puts a hand on the shoulder, as it's tilted, and Sailor goes, that is. And he sort of she sort of looks towards the lady in the corner, the old woman who's currently just watching all this. She's still pouring drinks. And
ooh. Can I do some shit?
what's up?
I want to. I don't know how much I can really intimidate this guy. He's not afraid of me. He's known me since I was a kid. He didn't do any damage to me, right?
No.
He just like about like try to get a hold of me.
Yes.
Okay. I think just as they're like stepping in trying to get between us, I'll drop disguise self and I will use thaumaturgy to just kind of put little like deeper layer on my voice, so it's like my voice and then a deeper one beneath it, and just stare at him and just like I'm trying to see if I have any other spells that have like some fucking pizzazz to them that I can use without fucking expending a spell slot. And can I like okay? Because I'm literally just doing this for flavor. Like this is no purpose other than I am trying to intimidate him. Like as I drop this guy's self, I want to use thaumaturgy to like make my voice all wacky weird like that, and then can I also use Eldritch Blast? But I'm not going to cast it like oh no, I'm not gonna do that because it's too much. I just don't want to layer too much shit. I just want to use thaumaturgy because I think I can use thaumaturgy like cast it one time and do multiple effects. Right? I have to create one of the following effects.
I think you create one of the following effects, but you might have you can. I think you might be able to make multiple effects at the same time of thaumaturgy. Not at the same time, but like you can have them active at the same time. But I think per cast you do one thing. If I remember the correct.
So can I just rapid fire spam it and just get like not like more like two of the effects?
Sure. Which effects do you choose? Oh, that is really not organized well, huh? I will fix that later.
Are there any like candles in the room with us right now in the tent with
There's
us?
a couple, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to cause harmless tremors in the ground underneath us, like me and Agravain, and just within the close vicinity. And then I also want to make can I make the flames on the candles nearby like triple in size?
Sure.
For just like a few seconds.
Sure.
Just with, I'm just trying to intimidate him. I'm just trying to get the fucking point across. Sorry.
Sure.
I'm doing too much.
Okay, so you make your voice loud, tremors, and also the flame.
Yeah, and I'm just going to say, oh, I didn't even think of a cool fucking one-liner to say. God damn
All
it,
this
this is so
happens just in a very
stupid.
deep, low voice.
I'm just going to like stare at him, just dead faced, and make all those effects happen, and just kind of like tighten my fists, and I'm just going to say, "I'd like to see you try."
Yeah.
And I will roll intimidation if that's what I'm doing here, right?
Make intimidation check. Jesus. Jesus. Okay.
So Agravain's about to make goat piss, bitch.
Yeah. Like he was marching towards you, but once that happens, he doesn't look scared, but he gives him enough time to just pause as he sort of just breathes for a second heavily, much like a bull, his head down, sort of just like panting heavily, pretty much out of his nose, as he sort of just grunts one time and starts pacing around the room.
I will just stay where I'm standing and just give him space. Just kind of make eye contact with Salith until while I wait.
Yeah. Salith sort of just like has like an awkward, just like the like sharp inhale cringe almost face going on as she sort of just like backs up a little bit. And still sort of just sitting there as he returns to his seat more like Agravain paces for a couple seconds, points towards you. You left.
I'm gonna point to Tilt and just be like, "Do you want to kill me too?"
Yeah, he sort of just puts his hands up, almost like not armed, just harmlessly, just nods his head, or not nods his head, shakes his head.
Just gonna nod appreciatively. And I'm just gonna turn to Agravain and say, "I went looking for answers."
And while you're doing that, we were starving. While you're doing
And
that,
that's-
things worsened in the city.
And that's directly my fault.
You weren't here.
Do you have that much faith in me that you think I could have stopped it, Agravain?
I thought you abandoned us. Like you did Nyx.
Cool. So what do I have on me right now? What's my attack roll for an unarmed strike?
Your strength plays your proficiency.
I'm not that good at that either of those. Well, no, I'm a little strong. I'm a little strong.
You're beef. Yeah, I remember he said, "Hey, I hate having high strength. This is where it comes in handy. You want to punch? You want to punch your friends."
I want to deck him in the fucking mouth. Yeah. So it's like a 20 plus my proficiency bonus and my modifier.
Yes, yeah, d20 plus your strength plus your proficiency. Because you are not a monk.
Oh! Can I justify that by saying like that caught Xero off guard and that's like a sore spot?
Yeah, as you walk up and just punch him across the face, you sort of slip a little bit on the drink you've spilled earlier, and you don't get enough of the oomph as your knuckles just glance harmlessly across his face. As he sort of just grabs your face like, fully and sort of picks you up by one hand. At this point, Staley sort of just jumps in and starts trying to peel away Agravain's hand from your face. Like, okay, look, there's a lot of soreness here. Some of it justified, some of it not. We have better things to worry about, okay? Later.
As she peels his hand off my face, I'd like to spit on him.
Yeah, you just spit on him. He doesn't even blink. As I think he still has like the pinky and the thumb, and he's sort of just like, even with a slight little like push, just pushes you off his hands. Yeah, pushes off his hands.
I'll kill this man.
Yeah.
I made him and I'll kill him.
Yeah. You gotta murder him.
Yeah. I want to slide a hand Agravain.
You're gonna bully him from that one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, I can do this and he can't, so.
This is true. He is a wall of a man. He has not much dexterity.
May I?
I guess sleight of hand him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have much on him currently.
Oh, fuck.
Or just what? He just slide his hand, his left nipple off. What are you gonna do?
I mean, does he have anything at all?
He's pants on.
No pockets?
Like, he has pockets, but like, you're not sure what's in them. 2 little pockets on his pants. That's about it. That's all he has on him currently. Not even.
Well, can I try to slide it? Oh, sorry, good.
Just like not even like actual pockets sewn into his pants. He has one pocket which he put other people's pockets into. Make a sleight of hand check. You rolled natural 1, so that's a 31. That natural 1, so you get a 31 sleight of hand. God, I hate you. Yeah, you sleight of hand him. He doesn't have much. He has like 2 silver in his pocket.
How do I turn the silver into an assault weapon?
That's up to you. You want to force feed him it? Cause him to choke?
No.
Yeah.
I'll just
And
put it back.
you just you take it out, see how destitute he is, and you put the 2 silvers back.
Okay, no, I'll take them out and then I'll drop them on the ground. And that'll be it. I want to hear them clatter and the metal hit the ground, and then that'll be it.
Agrabin sees the 2 gold and he hits the ground. He lunges for you again as Salith directly Salith gets directly in the way and then looks towards you, Xero, points a finger, stop.
I like that he understood.
Yeah, as Salith sort of body blocks Agrabin directly, because Agrabin doesn't like you currently. Is okay with Salith. Is not going to bulldoze her to get to you. As again, he sort of just backs off, begins pacing, even angrier this time. Salith just sort of just goes, "Children, both of you. Are we done messing with each other now?"
I came here to get shit done. Agrabin attacked me.
And you kept going.
I defended myself.
She picks up the 2 silver and just hands it to Agrabin. Like, sort of holds it to your face a little bit and then hands it to Agrabin.
Wink at her.
She's 100% not amused currently.
I know!
As she sort of just sighs, sits back down into the cushion she was sitting in, and then sort of just rubs the bridge of her nose again. Her classic hallmark of her being stressed out. As she sort of just begins to just go into the not the heist, but just like, Leland is captured. That much we know. Anything else we know? As just like
Does it... Go ahead.
Yeah, just like a silence will ring out unless you have something to say.
Did Agrabin react when she said that?
Not when he says that, because apparently I guess you gather he's been briefed when she got there. He's still pacing though.
I have a... What's the word I'm looking for? Not... What's the middle in between word? Like a friend, but not really.
An acquaintance.
What?
An acquaintance.
Yes, an acquaintance. Yeah, I knew it started with an A. I have a acquaintance that I've worked with once. He owes me a favor. He has inns to the Pinnacle of the Ten, where I think they're keeping Leland.
Agrabin
He
sort
told
of
me...
pipes up, or you can continue. Agrabin goes up. Are you working with a dogma now?
I'm not even gonna acknowledge what he said. I'm gonna keep looking at Salem and keep talking to speak over him. He told me, and now I'm gonna look straight at Agrabah, that due to the murders of several Pure Soul Dogma members now, they are now executing tieflings en masse. That's what that big setup out there in the plaza, that's what that is. And I asked him to go in, see if he can find Leland, and let me know. And so I can plan from there. Because he has already notified me that going inside is a death sentence. We're not going to make it out. So my plan is to see if we can get them to bring him out as one of the executions. I'm hoping they'll bring them out in a group. And all at once, we run. And when I say run, I mean we use my tools to get us back to Fentu as soon as possible. Which reminds me, what do I need to roll daily to get the charges back?
1d3, which is a d6 divided by 2. Round up, I believe. So that is a 2. Yeah, 2 charges.
Okay. I don't have a thing on my thing yet. Shit, hold on. Can I make one of those really quick?
Yeah, sure. Do you want me to do it? Or do you want me to do it?
Sure, you can do it. You can do it faster than me, probably.
3. Yes, 2. I'm gonna say transportation turban, or you want to say helmet teleportation?
No, I like that better.
Transportation turban. There we go.
But yeah, that was pretty much it. I'll tell them all of that, and once I say the part about the tieflings being executed, I'm just gonna keep staring at Agrabah with like this nastiest, stankiest face.
Yeah, he just stares back, unblinking. Hands on his hips, although, just sort of listening in finally. As it comes back. As that just flies through the flap that you have. Not the flap of the tent, and lands on his shoulder. The Olbin gets a broom about to smack the shit out of Azek. You hear in your brain. Yes.
What time is it right now?
It's still like late morning at this point.
I mean, I have I watch though, don't I?
Hey, you do. It's close to I believe it's closer to like 10:30ish.
Okay. I'll look back at Sayla and I'll just say Leyland is a part of the people to be executed today. I'm gonna turn to Azek and just, I guess, telepathically ask, do you know how many?
8.
8. So that's 8 plus me, Saleth, the boys. That's 12 people. How many people can I take back with this teleportation?
10, I believe.
Okay.
At least that's what you told me. I don't know.
Okay. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to have to find some sort of way to get me to all 8 of the prisoners all at once. I am going to use my tool to get them to Fentu. But I'm going to have to leave the 3 of you behind for the brief moment. And then I can immediately teleport back here. And I won't have another charge to teleport us back to Fentu that moment, but at least the 4 of us will be together to regroup. I'll need the 3 of you to go somewhere safe, though. I'm gonna look at Saleth. I need you to make sure that they are with you at all times and that they are safe. And I'm going to do this alone just because I think I can get in it. I can get in and out as fast as possible with all 8 prisoners. I don't want you or anyone else to be affiliated with us immediately. I feel like the second this happens, the guards around are going to grab any tiefling they can just to get it done. But I have to try to save the lot of them, not just Leyland.
Yeah, Agravain sort of half, like not halfway through, but like at the end of it. Sure, you're pretty good at leaving us behind. Salis sort of looks with a dirty look and just shushes him before even anything pops off. Unless you want to do something.
I'm going to run up to him and get in his fucking face, and I'm going to scream at him in his face, "This is your fucking fault. Take responsibility for that much."
Agravain stands up as also gets in your face. This is what they were gonna do from the beginning. I'm just making sure that it's flesh for flesh.
And now we're about to lose the most vulnerable person in our group, in our family. Because you left. I left. Yeah, fuck me then. I can go die. Salith left for a good reason. Why the fuck did you come out here? For blood. Because you're doing this because you're upset. You're out here throwing a fucking tantrum, getting the rest of us in trouble. You're making things worse.
Make a persuasion check. Yeah. Agravain still standing his guard. Sort of just he starts marching forward towards you. Also open your face. You can see what they do when they find you out in the wilds. Burning is relatively easy. No, they take your limbs first. Fingers first, even before that. Stretch you by horse. Hang children. Laugh. You've seen the easy bits. Anyone that wears that gold star doesn't deserve to breathe.
And fuck everybody else who was in the crossfire, right? Fuck Leland, fuck Salith, fuck Tild, fuck my mom and our family and our friends back home. Everyone. Because it'll never end. It will keep going. You are making things worse. You're making the fire bigger. You're giving them more reason. I'm not saying kiss their ass and make peace with them, Agravain. I'm saying give us time to make a fucking plan. Because it seems like people are dying either way, but now it's our friends. And now they've built a whole fucking fixture out there to do it the most efficient, fastest way in mass. That's you. You did that.
Yeah, he sort of just kind of scoffs in your face a little bit and just paces around for a little bit, hands on his hips.
I'm done talking to you. I'm going to turn back to Sayla.
Yeah, Sally's just watching this. At this point, has like just fully given up trying to break the two of you up. Still sitting down as she sort of just goes, he'll cool down. So, I'll find a safe space for three of us. We'll hang tight. Just keep an eye out. You're not breaking into the pinnacle, right?
No, I'm going to wait until about 12 o'clock is when it's going to happen. And I'm going to find the group of them. I'm going to teleport us to Fantu. I'm going to drop them off there, and I'm going to immediately come back. Where can I meet you?
Well, bit of a hard question. It's, this, I guess, was Agravain's safe spot for now. She seems nice enough. But I don't know if it's a good idea to hang around this close. I guess we'll try to go from here, maybe closer south edge of town. Try to find somewhere on the outskirts that'll might be a bit more abandoned.
I'm trying to see if I have anything on me to give them. I have plenty of shit on me. Okay. I'm going to... Question, if I cast invisibility on myself while I'm on the rug, will it be invisible with me?
I don't think you're not wearing it and you're not wielding it, I believe.
Okay.
You're on it.
So, I'm going to give Salith the magic carpet. I'm going to give her the... I have other stuff here that I can just give to them for the time being. I'm gonna give Salith also the question. To use a magical item that casts a spell, do you need to be able to cast spells?
Not unless it specifies. If it says if you can use a charge to do it, you can just do it.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna give her the flying carpet. I'm gonna give her the wand of lightning bolts. And I'm gonna kind of give her the rundown and let her know it has 7 uses. If you use all 7, it might break. Just heads up. It packs a really heavy punch. Don't use it unless you absolutely have to. It will kill people. It shoots in a straight line. And I hand it to her so she can take it, and I look at him, and I just whispered her, don't let him have it. What is this potion of invulnerability that we have?
I believe it gives you resistance to all damage. You got that from Burn Brighter Burnout.
Okay. I don't know what else I could give them. I'm going to hand her my deck of illusions, and I'm going to say, if you need a quick distraction, drop one of these. I'm gonna make notes of everything I'm giving to her for the time being.
Okay. Deck of Illusion, Rug, Wand of Lightning Bolts. Is the current list she has, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, anything else?
Oh, I have another thing to give her. I'm going to give her the Atney bell I have.
Oh boy. The Annies aren't gonna like that.
Yeah.
That's on them though. What's that? Alright. So Atney Bell,
Okay.
one light bolts, flying rug, and the deck of illusions.
Yeah. I'm gonna give her the bell, and I'm going to grasp her hands and stare at her and say, this is the absolute last resort. You ring the bell, and you go through the curtain. If you can, ring the bell somewhere hidden. The curtains kind of just drop down midair, or they'll drop down against a wall. Somewhere concealed is better. But you ring the bell, you go in. If they ask you who you are, you say you're with the Zodiacs. But in order: magic carpet to run, deck of illusions to distract, wand of lightning bolts to attack, and Atney Bell to hide with potential reinforcements. But I can't guarantee what's going to happen when you go in there, so just I don't want you to have to do that. Again, I'm going to make this as quick as possible. I'm going to I'm going to teleport the party, the group out of here. I'm going to come back immediately, and I will have to find you guys when I find you.
He sort of takes all these items and this big ass fucking rug she's currently carrying under her arm. She sort of looks at all the stuff, looks at you, Xero, and just goes, well, now I know what it's like to be a fraction of what you can do. And there's just loose stuff you have laying around.
Now that you mention it, I'm gonna give her my blink back boots too.
Yeah, she has to tune to both of those. I believe the Limba boots and the lightning one. But if she's going to be in the city for a while, then yeah, she'll have time.
Yeah.
Yeah, as you give her shoes, some sweet kicks. Yeah, she's cradling all of it, and Tild is helping somewhat. Tild takes the cards. Agrabin's still pacing back there, just watching all this happening. As she sort of just goes, okay, most probably south side of town, but well, I guess you'll find a way to contact us. Don't die.
It's the three of them, right?
Hmm.
Who is the more stealthy between the three?
Tilt and them. Sailth is a close second.
Okay. I'm going to tell them I'm going to cast invisibility on the two of you. I'm going to point to Salith and Agrabane. And I'm going to point to Tild and just tell him, you're going to have to help them navigate around the city, keep track of them. You're going to have to lay low because I can't protect you with the spell. But I can help you guys out from a distance, at least with that.
Yeah, until it sort of just nods, understanding.
Okay. I guess I will wait until... I guess she has time, right? Because you said it's about 10:30?
10:30, you have an hour and a half-ish until the execution is about to take place.
Yeah, I'm going to have her attune to those while we wait. And then right at the 30-minute mark before 12, like at 11:30, I'm going to then cast invisibility on them.
Okay.
Because invisibility lasts an hour, right?
Correct. Alright, so waiting till then.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, as you're waiting in here, as between you and Agrabah, there's like this just awkward silence. Tild is already silent, and Saleth no longer has anyone to talk to in this atmosphere, so it is just dead quiet. The lady in here doesn't seem to care that you're in here, and no one comes in. This place seems to be a fairly quiet place. So you're waiting there. 11 rolls by. Still waiting. You see a large crowd of people beginning to gather, like they're hearing news of something, and you're seeing like a crowd begin to just coalesce, begin to gather around the actual platform itself. And eventually 11:30 does roll by. Just waiting on the clock. Is there anything you'd like to do or discuss in that time? The 1 hour you're waiting.
No, I kind of gave them the rundown. I just need them to go find cover.
Okay. All right. So as you're waiting, 11:30 does roll by, and the crowd is beginning to definitively gather outside by the platform. Now, you can't even really see all of it there anymore, but they're gathering. I'm casting visibility.
Yeah, I will cast it and tell them to be on their way.
Okay. Yeah, as you tell him that, Till just gets up very quickly and wordlessly slides out, putting the hood on. As Saleth and Agrabah go invisible, you hear the footsteps, especially from Agrabah, who stops in front of you, and you see a big glob of spit materializes at your feet. It just falls and then hits the ground and invisible. Yeah, but currently you are alone, as you are left with this old lady who's just been privy to pretty much this entire conversation. She's been sitting here pretty much just listening, but Agrabah seems to like her enough to sit here, so she's sort of sitting there.
You seem to have quite a bit on your plate.
Yeah. I guess I do. Sorry for wrapping you up in this. Hope we're not gonna cause you too much trouble.
I never liked the dogma. Bad for business. And I have a soft spot for lost causes.
And she sort of just holds up a mug to you, the same goat piss you've seen, and she just takes a big fucking full swig of it.
Good luck to you.
Thanks. Good luck to you too.
My lips are sealed.
Okay, I'm gonna send Azik out there, and I'm gonna tell him to just circle the area and just keep an eye out for whenever he sees any activity with Pearsall Dogma or the prisoners showing up.
Okay. You hear in your brain the classic "understood" by Azik. You know the tone.
No, I want to hear you say it. I want the full experience.
Understood.
Thank you.
I don't think it was British, but yeah, you tell him to circle, and he's circling this big old fucking owl, but like make a stealth check for Azik, actually. Now there's a bigger crowd.
I mean, not like too low, but like a good 50, 60, 40 feet up, something in there.
Make a stealth check.
God damn it. It's a 5.
Okay. Yeah, 11:30, they head out. Glob of spit appears. Have a conversation with the woman. 11:45. The crowd is gathering. There is a now that the thing is complete, there is actually a spiked barricade around the platform itself, and we begin to see a lot of Pierce Dogma fireflies being filtered, and they're just sort of keeping like a kind of like a dead space away from the platform itself, and the crowd is keeping like a somewhat of a distance away from the platform itself, as the guards are kind of enforcing that as well. The crowd is fairly large, and like you could squeeze past it, literally squeeze, but it's like 10 people deep, like in every direction. Uh, it's quite the spectacle. Out of around 1150, Azek, make a perception check actually. It's not very high because it's a fucking convoy of prisoners, but
Are you serious? That's like a 12.
okay. Yeah, Azek's circling, and he eventually does spot the convoy. It's not a. It is. He spots eight people in a line being filed, all chained together, and is also being flanked on either side, like literally side by side, shoulder to shoulder, by a fairly large contingent of fireflies. Like a fairly long convoy as well. There's two people that look a little more important. There's one that looks very important. And that guy is currently heading the convoy, like at the very front. Fuck was that? Okay. And they're beginning to squeeze their way past the crowd. They're kind of parting to give way for this prisoner convoy to march up towards the platform itself, where, as you can see, people begin to shackle and rope people, tieflings, to the cage.
Can I begin going up? Not like up to the stage, but like where am I right now? Am I still in the tent?
You're currently still in the tent. It is within eye shot, but you're a little far away from it.
Okay. I'm going to cast Disguise Self, and I want to make myself look like a child.
Okay. Make yourself look like a child.
Human child, yeah.
Okay. Let me give you a visual for this. So you're on the right side. This purple line is the crowd. Anything within it is like the area that the guards are sort of bish bashing outwards. Everything on the outside is a large crowd, which I'm considering difficult terrain because you have to squeeze your way past a little bit. That's what you're looking at.
Okay. You said the pink line is a difficult terrain?
Yes, pink line's in difficult terrain, and then like anything within the pink like box is like clear, but it's also kind of where the guards are enforcing like a distance between them.
So there's 8 of them? 8 of prisoners? Oh yeah,
Yes.
sorry. I thought Leland's token was somebody else.
No.
Sorry.
Yeah, there's Leland's token, and there's also the other. I used your old token for just generic tieflings that you don't know.
Oh, it's fine.
But because I didn't want to make a whole hero forge of a generic tiefling that is scared looking. So I used your old token for just other tieflings. But you see them all tied up now at the up in this cage, like this wooden box with like open beams, pretty much, and you can see within there's a lot of hay at the bottom, and there is this like wooden barricade spiked outwards. A lot of fireflies on either side, a lot of fireflies on the inside, and you see like you're close enough that you don't need to like necessarily like make perception checks to view things you can see. You see two more important looking people sort of guarding, I guess, the entrance to this place. You also see Niles Ort currently trying to talk with one of the fireflies, like very, very quickly.
Oh. I need to do something.
Okay.
Okay. I'm going to squeeze in to the crowd here. Can I do that? And just kind of look like I'm just a bystander just taking in the spectacle?
You may.
Okay. And how far would that make me from them? Like my current position? Would I be this here? Because it does matter.
If you're going here, you'd be stepping outside of the crowd bound, which a firefly will try to like push you back in.
Okay, so I have to be here.
Without drawing attention, yes.
Okay. How much can I do in one single window of time? Because I know what I want to do. I just don't know how much you're going to let me do before you're like, oh, roll initiative or something.
depends on how much you want to do.
Okay. First, I wanted to do something not retroactively, but like while you were describing it, like I want to do something while they're shackling these tieflings. It's not really like anything that flashy or something I need to roll for, but I just wanted to speak up about this first because I do need to do this beforehand. I want to cast message to every tiefling in that X of tieflings, and including Leland. I think Leland's message will be different, but for all the tieflings, I'm going to cast message. I'm just going to say to them, I'm going to save you, but you need to be willing to come with me. Are you willing? And I'm going to go that. I'm going to say that to all 7 tieflings. And I'm going to... I'll just leave it at that until the next step.
Make a persuasion check.
Simon... Oh. I'm offering to save them. What the...
And they hear a weird voice out of nowhere. Yeah, you're not sure whether their words reach you. You see visibly their faces change. But you're not sure whether they're willing or not. You can still try.
Do I have time to send message again? And try again?
If you want it.
No, I mean I'm trying to figure out how much time I have before shit starts popping off, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they're still preparing, so you still have time.
Okay, I'm going to try again. I'm going to try to cast it to each and every one of them once again, except Leland. Leland's going to get a special message. I'm going to say the same thing. Please let me help you. You need to be willing to come with me. Either you come with me or you die. Let me help you.
Make another persuasion check. The DC is slightly higher, but this is your second attempt.
I'm going to kill myself.
Your messages go through. Yeah. But unable to determine whether they're willing or not. Given the circumstances, they may not have any other choice.
Okay. During all that time, I wanted, like, in rotation of all 8 prisoners, I want to be telling Leland in his messages. I'm just saying to him, Leland, it's Xero. I'm going to save you, but you have to be willing to come with me. Are you willing? Please let me save you.
Okay. Yeah, you don't hear back in your brain, but you sort of just see him look around a little bit. Don't see anyone he recognizes, and he sort of just slowly nods his head a little bit. As actually at this point where he's currently at, it's probably a bad time for him to start whispering to everybody. As
I mean, they can't hear him anyway.
Hmm?
They can't hear him anyway.
Leland?
If he whispered back to me, they can't hear him.
No, he's about to whisper to everybody else around him,
Oh, I see.
like the other tieflings. But there's a guy on stage as he begins to march upwards to about whereabout the scene is now. Currently, as you see, Niles Ort still discussing something back there, near the entrance, and like it looks like he's trying to get entry, but he can't. Like they're physically stopping him, and he's just arguing back and forth. You see a older human man, sort of crest up to the top of the platform, just take his place, sort of just stepping underneath the beams, going past all these tieflings, and they're just sort of shrinking away from this figure. He's decked out in this golden and silver just plate mail, like immaculately polished with this giant gold star in the center of it, the 9-pointed star of Len. Human man, very sunburnt, like not even tanned, sunburnt. Let me just give you a little small visual here. Sort of like salt and pepper hair that goes with Widow's Peak. You've seen him before. This is the same dude that showed up in your scry on Nyx the first time. As he sort of
Okay.
rises up to the platform, as you can see, you're in the crowd currently, as you're the sort of din of the excited energy around begins to sort of die down. You hear people just going like, "What's going on? I don't know." And then you hear some people just go, "Yeah, they'll deserve it." And you see a couple people just mixed reactions overall. You see a couple people, the tieflings, that are hung up there, not hung, tied up there. They're not kids, but they're fairly young. Some of them, like 3 of them, like can't be more than like 13, if that. And like you hear some people like talk about that too. It's like, so young. Are they really gonna do it? As the man crests up to the top. I've told this guy's name before, right?
No. I mean, I think you did in the scry. I don't remember off the top of my head.
Right. I think I went through that scry. I don't think his name was ever mentioned, but yeah, as he sort of gets up there, you hear him in a very large, booming, regal-sounding voice. Pure citizens of Miari, the Dogma thanks you for gathering this afternoon for this cleansing, for it will be a unique cleansing. You know of the cruelty enacted upon our own fireflies. You know of the innocents hung brutally in the alleys. This cleansing is a message, a spectacle that is not so simple as revenge, but as a warning. We allowed these devilkin to walk among us, to feast on our fruits, to be sheltered within our walls, your walls. We extended out our hand and they bite at it. This is how they repay us. With torture and pain. But do not blame them. Such acts of cruelty is natural with their kind. And so, their cruelty shall stir our cruelty. If they wish a war, they shall have it. The Tiefling Scourge have tossed the first stone at you, the fine people of Miari. But, try as they might, he sort of looks towards all the Tieflings, with nothing but disdain in his eyes. You cannot toss stones at light itself. 8 of the worst their kind have to offer. 8 murderers and thieves. 8 sacrifices whose charred bodies, when crushed into ash, will fertilize the miracle fields, finally contributing to this great city, this beacon of faith, of light, the most holy of holy places, where pious fervor is rewarded with divine grace, as he's holding up his hands very ostentatiously, and fiendish sin is punished by flame. He begins to sort of dismissively walk down, still outgoing through speech. By order of the Pure Soul Dogma, and witnessed by Len herself, I, Inquisitor Gar Ulysses, hereby sentence you to death by immolation. Such is the will and justice of the 10. As he's beginning to walk out of the... Oops, I'm rotating him. Walk out as the kind of important looking people part. At this point, Niles full catches him, like, straight up here, and he's discussing something, like, very heatedly. What are you doing?
Okay. Explain to me the setup that they have with the I don't know what to call it. What did you call it earlier? The place that all of the tieflings are standing right now. What would you call that? This platform?
Yeah, it's like an open platform with like a bunch of beams that are kind of like shaped somewhat in a cage, very haphazardly, and they're sort of just tied to the beams themselves.
Okay. So there's space to stand above them.
Yes. You have to balance
Is
a little bit, but that's no issue with you.
is there space enough that I could be standing above them and still be within 10 feet of all of them?
Standing above them 10 feet with, yes. 10 feet with all of them?
10 feet within all of them, yes.
Closer
if
to the
I-
center,
if
I
I-
believe so.
Okay, so if I go and I take a spot right in the very center, I can catch all 10 of them. Sorry, all 8 of them.
Yes.
Okay. Fuck. Can we take a break for a second?
Sure.
Okay, it's a use the restroom.
I'll pause here. Okay. Okay, so you are some on the outskirts of the actual crowd gathering, and big crowd it is, as the Inquisitor, Gar Ulysses, gave a speech and has stepped off the platform, had been caught by Niles Lord. They're discussing something you can see over there, and that even that's for the bystanders you can see are kind of like they're kind of reacting to it a little bit. But you see one of several of the fireflies, all of them actually, begin to light, the ones inside of the barricade itself begin to light torches. What do you do?
I have a question.
Yes.
With 1 becomes 2, it says you can use your action to expend 1 charge to create a flickering copy of yourself within a space. In a space you can see within 120 feet. The copy remains for 1 minute or until it takes 2 actions, then it disappears from existence. The copy has its own movement, action, and bonus action. And acts immediately after your turn. The copy has all of your items, including Truth Seer, and using any items that are consumables or has charges applies as normal to your own collection of items. Any action it does is treated as if it were you there instead. And anything the copy sees, you can also see. Sneak attack damages. Okay, that's not important to me. You know what I want to do, right?
You want to stick a copy up there and teleport out?
Yes. Here's my question though: am I going to come with the teleportation? Because the way this is worded, it's saying that it's all of these charges applies as if it was my own, is as if it was me using them. So I'm saying, will the copy of Xero up on the fucking thing as well as child illusion Xero just like because that's not really me, it's an illusion. But I'm saying, will me, who's like 30, 40 feet away, also be teleported?
For one becomes 2, it basically makes 2 instances of your player. They're technically 2 separate creatures. If you were one of the creatures you targeted with yourself, you would go also. But like you could teleport them with 1 becomes 2. That's absolutely a thing you can do. I did not think of that. And like anyone that's willing, and the copy would go to where you want them to go, and you'd be able to see and do things there, as if you were there before. But I believe you, because you're technically a separate creature in this one, would not go, unless you're also in the range that you're one of the creatures that is targeted.
Okay, so I would have to get within range of all of. I'd have to get in range. I would have to get within range of my own copy to be teleported with this.
Yes, because the copy is the one activating the magic item, which it technically has, because it's you.
Is Helm of Teleportation like? Well, I guess it doesn't matter if it's 1 becomes 2. I was about to say, is Helm of Teleportation usable on a creature other than yourself without teleporting yourself? But you said my copy would be teleported with the group, right?
Yes, because for 1 becomes 2 specifically, it's a weird spell, but it basically acts as you. Like, for the purpose of all your features, all your magic items, it is basically you. Like, it is a perfect copy of yourself, but it is also technically its own creature.
Okay, but okay, it can do that though. It can teleport them where I need them to go.
Yes, and that'll take its action to teleport everybody, because it's the casting spell, and it has another action left. But wherever it teleports, you still have access for the purposes of that. You can see in Fentu and hear simultaneously.
Okay. Because I can, I want to put about 120, about 100 feet of space between me and the podium. Like I want to begin walking away. Like I'm a kid, so I just want to walk away.
Okay. So like, just
Or back, at least back up. Can I back up in the direction that I'm already going to be going? If possible. Like where Salith and them said they were going?
the south.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. As you're sort of backing up, squeezing through the crowd, it takes a while, and as you're getting through, the flames do get lit. It'll take some time for it to catch fully, but the flames. Oops. Let me just. The flames are lit as all the fireflies have moved into and have set fire to the hay beneath. You see whatever conversation Inquisitor Gar and Niles have had. Niles gets straight up body checked out of the way by Gar, who begins to just walk away.
I have a question.
Yes.
My one becomes two. It is just me, right?
It is basically
like
just
it's not like a translucent me. It's just me.
It is just you.
But it's still me, Xero tiefling, like in a cloak and like my turban and shit, right? Like where my face is kind of covered at least.
I believe so. I believe so. If you also disguise self, which is kind of a weird thing as well. I'll see the purpose of this because you're also disguised self. Whatever your copy it looks like currently would also be disguised self, if you wanted to.
I don't want it to because I look like that right now. I need to get away.
That's true. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So it can look like a masked up tiefling looking person.
Well, yeah. So I'm saying Xero underneath the disguise self right now. I have that like turban thing on, and I have like the scarf over my nose. You can still see my eyes and like the rest of my body, but I still have like some kind of armor and stuff on covering most of me. But however much is like temperature wise appropriate, that's what I look like underneath the disguise self. So I'm saying I'm willing for that to be what is projected when I use one becomes two. Is that okay? Is that accurate? Like
So like a disc, like a somewhat concealed Xero, like different from where you look like at least.
Right. So I'm saying under my disguise self as I am right now, I'm wearing all of this stuff that I just described.
Yes.
That's how I look. So as I look right now, that is what my copy up there will look like.
Yes.
Okay. Because me right now, I am a child, disguise self child.
Correct. And you're like, hey, that's the child that teleported everybody.
Yeah. So I don't mind Xero being up there. Okay. As they begin setting the flames, I think I want to give it like how quickly does it like once they start lighting? How quickly does it begin like engulfing? Like does it start?
It'll take a while, and I don't know if you can choose whether you witness burnings like this or not. But you've heard of them, and like they take a while because most tieflings are naturally resistant to fire, so it'll take like minutes for them to fully die.
But how long will it take until the flames reach the people on the thing?
Probably another couple minutes or so. Like there's a lot of slow burning hay, and the big wood is not even beginning to set fire yet. The hay is beginning to set fire.
Okay, I'll wait until all of the hay is setting fire and it's beginning to catch onto the wood, like very last fucking second. And then that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use 2 charges to use one becomes 2. I'm summoning my copy right there on top of their little box that they're on, so I'm within range of all of them. And I'm teleporting them to Fintu.
Okay. All right. So you're waiting the few minutes as the fire catches.
Yeah, I want to build this. It's not that I want to build the suspense. I just want things to calm down because I know the fucking. I forgot his name already. I don't care right now. That fucking important dude that was ignoring Niles' order. I'm sure they're all like on edge or something, like worried about Niles stepping in or something. I don't know. I'm just trying to give it some time so maybe their attention will. I want them to be caught off guard just a little bit.
Okay. Right, so you wait. And fluctuating, and the fire is catching, and you can hear the people on the podium begin to scream. Uh, they're not burning yet, but they are getting fairly close to it as you wait in a minute, and Leland's sort of looking around a little nervously. Uh, Gar has just gone entirely. He just left. He's like, this is small fry stuff for him apparently. Uh, and Niles is currently just pacing back and forth, just over here, just like nervously trying to look around for something, someone. 2 minutes pass as the flames, the bird beams of the platform are beginning to catch themselves as well. A lot of smoke is beginning to pick up as you hear the cheers begin to erupt from some places. Some places are a little quieter. As some of the beams begin to just collapse as the fire gets to them, as they begin to lick through the floorboards. The fireflies have stepped back away from the engulfing inferno. Yeah, and most eyes for now are on the platform.
That's my cue then. Instantaneously.
Okay. All right, so as the smoke begins to billow, as the flames begin to lick up, and they're about to just tickle the feet, or they are tickling the feet of the tieflings who are sort of like stepping kind of hot. You teleport up, not teleport, you summon your copy up onto the platform, correct?
Yes. Right where I will be within range of all 8 of them.
Okay. I will use a second Xero. Well, I'll put there for the purposes of this, so I'm not overlapping tokens. As you go up there, suddenly your vision almost doubles, but not in a disorienting way. A little disorienting, but it's like you understand everything you're seeing. You're seeing both yourself and yourself. You have 2 versions of yourself kicking about, both fully functioning, both fully thinking independently, but both you. As you sort of show up, make a stealth check. See if anyone notices you. Someone's bound to, but like, okay, so 20. Let's see how many notice immediately. Oh, Jesus, okay. Yeah, as you get up there, you notice that most of the populace seem to have not noticed you yet. As they're currently just watching a big flame, and some of them have lost interest at this point. They're just beginning to turn away, and some of the crowd has begun to thin. The fireflies within the barrier have sort of heard like a plonk, and then these sort of looked up, and they're trying to make out something. You can kind of see through the flames, now trying to muscle his way in and failing. What are you doing?
I'm doing what I said I was doing. What do you mean? I'm not wasting any time.
You teleport to Fentu. Your copy does, at least. Leland disappears. The 3 children disappear. Children, like 13 years old. And there's a bunch of other adults. A couple of them disappear, but there's still 2 left on stage.
How old are they?
They look adultish. One of them looks older in his years, but the other one looks kind of like mid-adult, 28-ish or so.
Okay. How much can I do at once? Because I know eventually you're gonna be like, okay, roll initiative because you're trying to do too much at once. So I'm asking, how far away from the thing am I right now?
You're currently about
I know I asked to be far away, so
about 60 feet from where you currently are.
okay. And when I use action surge, I get a second action, right? Not like a second attack or a third attack or anything. I get a whole action.
You get actions that you can use for specific things, like dashing, or you get an extra like attack action, or like disengage and stuff like that.
Okay. Here's what I want to do because my speed is like what, 30 feet?
Yes.
Yeah. So I would have to use all my movement. You said I'm 60 feet away from the actual like podium thing in the center?
Yes.
Okay. I would want to use my movement to get 30 feet, bonus action to dash to get there. As I'm running up there, I'm going to use the horn of the raider. Like right there at the edge of the Pure Soul Dogma barrier that's like standing between me and the actual podium thing. I keep calling it a podium, the cage, whatever.
Okay, so you're getting within 30 feet of the. So you're getting your movements to the edge of the thing. Sorry, where are you going?
So wait, how much movement would I have used to get there to the edge of the crowd?
Because it's you would have used 20 feet.
Okay, so I have 40 more feet.
Yes.
And that's... So I have 10 more feet with my movement, then if I want to move more, I have to use my bonus action to get up to the thing.
Correct. And then there's like a spiked like barricade. You can try to get through it by jumping if you want to. If you fail, you'll impale yourself, but yeah.
I know what I want to do.
What's that?
Okay, I'm going to tell you what I want to do, and I just need you to tell me what I need to use to do that.
Okay.
Okay. Assuming this all happened on, like, one turn, initiative, like, wise, but... I want to use all my movements to get as close as I can. I want to... Misty Step... back to the exact same fucking spot I just was, but as a kid now, because I'm not gonna drop my disguise if I don't have to. And I'm going to use the Horn of the Raider. And I forgot how that works exactly. Do I summon them to a specific spot near me?
I think just around you.
Okay, I'm gonna use the Horn of the Raider. And I think their only direction, their only order is going to be protect me and the tieflings in the center. And I'm not done. I'm not done. Okay. So, yeah, close the distance. Misty Step to the top of the cage to exactly where my fucking
What's the
my-
range on Misty Step?
30 feet.
Okay, you will not be able to get in the same current turn at least that distance because you'll be able to move here with your current movement. Bonus action, you'd be able to make it this far ish. It's on the ground floor, but within the barrier at least.
So you are gonna maybe break it up like a. Do you want me to just roll initiative?
Well, it's like it'll be. You can do that pretty much then, but then other things will be able to react to you as well. So like you're saying like misstep onto the podium. I'm saying you don't have the distance on to get onto the podium itself.
I see.
Yeah, like there's you can get onto the ground floor from the distance where you are.
Okay, well, first let me ask. Could I both use the Horn of the Raider and then, like, seconds after, assuming again this was on, like, the same turn, using Action Surge if I needed to, would I be able to use the Horn of the Raider and then also use my Helm of Teleportation on the same, quote, turn? I know we're not in combat, but you know what I mean.
Like you could, yeah. There's nothing, yeah, because you used your, yeah, your movement, teleport in. Yeah, you just won't be able to get onto the podium with misstep. That's the thing. If that matters at all to you, that's all.
I'll be able to get right there, right? Because I already... This is as far as my movement got me?
Yes, because you had your yeah, I guess we're not in combat. Okay, yeah, for the purpose of this, yeah, we can end. Okay, sure. You can get closer to there then. Okay, so that's where my raid was. Okay, yeah. Now you can get on the podium. Yes, correct. My bad.
Okay, and then I would be within 10 feet of both of them.
Yes.
Okay. So yes, I'm going to run all the way up here. The second I break this line, this crowd line here, I want to blow the horn of the raider. And let me see. I need to read the description. Can I summon them to be like both on the inside and the outside of this little spiked barricade here?
I'll need to read the description of that.
Yeah.
It just says surround.
I'm sorry. I'm making shit complicated.
Let's see here. The raider. Appear within 60 feet of you. So I guess you just pick a point and they appear somewhere within 60 feet of you.
So I could just sprinkle them all out right there. Like both on this side of the barricade and then on the other side.
I'll say they just pick a point and then a bunch of raiders will show up in that point, as opposed to choosing every single one. But you could choose like roughly around the barricade, and it depends on how many you roll. But yeah.
Okay. Then I will use Horn of the Raider. How do I do like the ping thing?
You hold down the left click somewhere. There you go.
Okay. I would want to use the Horn of Raider to summon them right there.
Okay. Roll 2d4, and then plus 2. That's how many berserkers you fucking summon. Jesus. 8 berserkers. 1. These things can... Oh, God, oh my God. I just looked at how many fucking hit points they have. They got 67 hit points. That's a beef. That's a beef fucking... Okay, so let's say 4 there. Are you summoning someone to your side as well?
Sure, just to protect me, to help usher me through.
Okay. I should specify, are they using lethal force?
No, that's if I don't know when I will be able to give them that direction. I want to tell them, just kick their ass, keep me safe.
Okay.
No killing. For the purpose of this, can I change what they look like? Am I allowed to do that?
Sure. They just specify they're dead people, so like there's a lot of dead people. There's a lot of angry dead people out there.
A truer statement has never been said. Because I don't want them to be tieflings. No, what? No. 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 Fuck it. Tieflings.
Yeah.
No. Just humans. Just human berserkers.
Just humans.
Just humans, yeah.
Bog standard.
Yeah.
There's Finn, there's Ragnar, there's Thor. Odin. Okay.
Why is there never any female berserkers, huh?
There's Skovie. Torvi. All these berserkers are female.
Yeah.
Okay.
Girl boss.
But as a tiny little child runs up, the guards immediately basically begin to just rush and like, okay, stop. But then you blow the fucking horn, and then these 8 ripped butch ass fucking girl bosses just show up and they start beating the shit out of all these fireflies. They immediately drop their axes and they just go fisticuffs. You're teleporting?
Yes, I'm using Misty Step to get to that point where I would be 10 feet away from both of them.
Okay.
And I'm going to scream at them now. This is your last fucking chance. Come with me.
Okay. At this point, watching everyone disappear, they have no reason to deny you at this point.
Deny me, your god.
I thought you were saying deny me. I was like, okay, make an intimidation check.
No, no.
Okay. But they sort of see this older man kind of like growing like a little beard and it's beginning to singe at this point. The fire is beginning to get pretty intense at this point. And like in a couple, like, give it another minute, this entire thing is a fireball. You see, you barely see like the shapes of humanoid figures punching other humanoid figures. Yeah, and you kind of barely see Niles, or you see that he's kind of somewhat sees the commotion on the other side, and he just begins to just slowly back up. just assuming things are handled. You teleporting?
Yes, I'm teleporting the 3 of us. I'm not going to Fentu, though.
Where you going?
I'm gonna go back to that. Wait, no, I don't have any items. Oh, wait, I can. Okay. Having an item from this place just increases my chance of getting there, right?
Having an item from that place just straight up ignores the chance entirely. It just brings you to where that item is. It's when you know like things about it but don't have an item or a teleportation circle, that's where it becomes like a chance.
What part of the town did the tieflings say they were going to?
The southern part of Miari. Near the
Is that
outskirts.
where... Sorry, go ahead.
It's near the outskirts, like on the road out, more or less.
Is that where me and Salus showed up?
No.
Where did we show up?
You showed up in the Pious Sprawl, which is on the east side.
So we'd still have some ways to go.
Yes.
Fuck it, I'm just gonna risk it. I'm going to teleport us to that bedroom of that fucking person whose ring I have.
Okay. As you teleport, the berserkers kicking the shit out of everybody, just going around. These hands are rated E for everyone. They're literally just going around. The crowd is some of the crowd is beginning to disperse. Some of them are cheering them away. You get some people just like the chaos and the violence. Yeah, as one of the last things to see is Niles Ord, who you can kind of barely see only through the flames and the smoke, who has just fully backed up at this point, sees the situation around him. He doesn't look really that happy, as he sort of just looks around at this whole situation, the city around him, the people around him, and he just draws a sword, drops it, takes the armor off, drops it, takes this golden star off of him, drops it, including the favor you got him, and he just starts walking away, which is the final thing you see as you bamf to the bedroom of this strange man. I'll take off the battle music, which I should have put on a little earlier, but whatever. As you teleport in there, no one's in there. As you teleport the last two, this older red tiefling man sort of looks like he had horns, but like they've been broken off at some point, and he's just sanded them down. And this older adult tiefling woman, also red skin, sort of just long, kind of singed white hair now. And you were just a little tiny human child.
Little tiny baby child.
Little tiny child.
Okay. I'm going to put my finger up to my mouth, tell them to shut the fuck up.
It's a good thing you did that, because they're about to say something. As you do that, they hush up a little bit. They look a little worse for wear. Like, looks like the old man's been beaten a little bit. And like he has some bruises around like his neck and his face. And like there's like an open gap in his shirt where like he looks like something or someone has jabbed something sharp. Nothing like bladed, but like something pointy into his side, and it just left little pock marks in his skin.
Can you show me roughly where my tiefling friends were going on this map?
They're going somewhere around here-ish. If you can see that. Zip. And you were around here, the Orient Bazaar. Oops. Wrong screen.
Okay. Is there a closet or a wardrobe anywhere I can tuck these two people for now?
Yeah, there's a couple of armors. As you just open it up, and it is filled with fancy clothing and stuff for private time. Just like stuff that, like, oh yeah, this man's in a cosplay.
Okay. I'm going to put them in there and just tell them, stay here, be quiet, and just close the door quietly behind me. And I want to not explore this house, but investigate the house a little bit.
Okay, make a stealth check. The 20 again. This implies you've never rolled above a 10 thus far for stealth.
Yes!
Jesus.
Those are ass, dude.
20 is still pretty good. You didn't.
Not at this level. 20's not that good at this level.
You're in a random person's home. 20 is good enough. All right. You're not fighting a fucking blue dragon here. All right. Yeah. So you sneaking around, and like you're a tiny child, so your actual visible self is a little smaller than it technically would be, which is kind of a surreal experience because you're peeking over stuff, but the child isn't. You sneak around, and it looks like a fancier house. Like it's not. I want to say like upper middle class, maybe lower, like lower rich, like rich person.
Okay.
Like this is one of the fancier houses. 2-story buildings, and any beyond that is like not common. It's harder to do that sometimes, but like usually 2 is the most they can do. Most people get like a single floor that's a little wider. So having 2 floors is kind of a big status symbol sometimes. And looking around, it's a nicer person's house. You're currently in the bedroom. There's like this little latrine, like a little shower place. And you see go downstairs, kitchen. It looks like a residential place. And looking around, you don't see anyone currently home. Okay.
Can I? That's after exploring how much of the house?
Pretty much 100% of it. That's just looking for people, though. If you want to steal, that's another thing.
No, I'm not. No,
Okay.
My head's not there right now.
All right.
I will steal something from the bottom story of this house. Like if there's like a living room area or just like a less, not this man's bedroom area, I will steal something small.
Yeah, like something like he might misplace.
Sure, something that he won't even notice is gone.
Okay. Let's make a magic. Actually, don't even. What do you want?
What do you got?
There's like some small like candlesticks that like are like a little dish that look like they're made of silver.
Sure, give me a silver dish.
Sure, a silver dish. Like it could be candle, it could be an ashtray. You're not sure.
He'll never notice.
He'll never notice. No one never notices an ashtray. Yeah, but it looks clear of a person so far. It looks maybe whoever they are is at work, or maybe they're watching the fucking burning. That's not happening currently. There's people, like 100 people are watching wood burn right now. What you done?
Um. Hmm. Only one third level spell slot left.
Ow.
Okay, Salith has... Wait, no. Salith has a relaying rock, but the person with the amulet of protection, the extra one right now is Answin still, right?
I believe so. I think so. Yeah, I think he got an extra for sale. No, sale. Answin.
No, I bought an extra one for Salith, but I put it on Answin for the time being because I think she went with us to Fintu.
Right.
If that makes sense.
I,
So either way, Salith does not have one on right now.
I don't think so.
Okay. Fuck it. I'm going to use... I'm going to go somewhere secure, like in the house or like closer maybe to the wardrobe back upstairs, and I'm going to use the scrying eye to see where the fuck Tild is right now.
Okay. It hasn't been too long since you started your whole operation and escaped. It's been like a little over 30 minutes at this point, I believe. And they seem to be still on the move. Hild is currently making his way across the rooftops. Sort of just like in like a lower section, so like there's not like a lot of second story buildings where he would be noticed necessarily. He's just sort of keeping in the center, and then when there's an opening, no one's gonna look up. He jumps across an alley and then just slowly just making his way, very Sly Cooper style. And we don't see Agrabah or Salith because they can't be seen currently for the next 20 minutes at least. But from where you can see, you don't see too much of the distance, but it looks like there's not too many buildings left, so they're probably getting close to the outskirts.
Okay. I don't know how much time we have. Fuck. Did I recognize the area they were in at all?
It looked mostly just like the rest of the city, to be honest. Like there wasn't like a whole lot of defining landmarks. It looked like there wasn't. The buildings are a lot sparser than it normally is, so like it looks like they're at least getting closer to the outskirts.
Does this man have an attic in his house?
With your investigation, he does.
Can I take these two oldies up to the attic and just kind of set them up with like blankets and a pillow or something just so they can get comfortable for the time being? Because I think we're going to be here for a minute.
Okay, yeah. Attic crawling. You're up there with his, you go up there and like, it looks like he's, yeah, it's like a little ladder that like is kind of hidden away that you can sort of, there's like a hook that's, looks like it might be like a co-rack or something, but you can take it and pull down the ladder. You go upstairs, there's like this large collection of teddy bears. That maybe he's grown an emotional bond with them, so he hasn't thrown them away.
You better make this NPC important because he's quite the character.
Next guy's play.
So. What I'm thinking is... Fuck, I only have one of those spell slots left. I can either use it to upcast invisibility or I can use it to cast sending. I can't do both. Fuck. I don't want to wait all night because it's barely morning time. By nighttime, they're going to have the streets fucking swarming with guards.
Maybe. Or maybe they won't notice. Who knows?
Is there a place I know of between here and roughly where my friends are right now? Like a specific spot that I could have them meet me at?
Let's make a history check. You know of one tavern that's one of the, I guess, better ones. It's roughly halfway between the distance or so. A little closer to your end than theirs, but it's within the Pirate Sprawl. The Moonbringer.
Is it like a place that... Wait, is that where what's-his-name told me to go?
It is.
Well, that's perfect.
It's about here. Yeah, so closer to your end than theirs currently.
How athletic do these two other tieflings look?
The old guy is he's not like the frailest man. He's not the dude that climbed to the bell tower, but he's an old man. And the other adult woman just looks like average. Yeah, they're definitely not thieves.
If I went to sleep right now, what time of day would it be in 8 hours?
Like it's kind of 12, closer to like 8 o'clock, 8:30 or so. Because it was noon when the burning actually happened. And it's been like 10-20 minutes since.
Okay. I'm thinking I might set up these old farts here to just stay for the time being.
Old farts.
They are.
One of them's like 28.
Well, he's here, so he's an old fart. Can I like see if there's any food and water downstairs? Like, can I raid the pantry a little bit and see what this man has?
Yeah, there's too much stuff. There is a lot of wine. Like an alarming amount actually. Like he actually has more wine than water, which is like that's not a way to live. A lot of cheese. He has some cheese. Not a whole lot of livestock in the area, so he's gone that somewhere. Um, it looks like he has a lot of sugar, just raw sugar, a lot of like flour as well. And then you look in like the top of the drawer or the top cupboard, and it's like there is a cookie jar in there, and it's like little like they're very well decorated, incredibly well decorated actually. Like you're not sure whether he's made these or someone made them for him, but they're like they have frosting and everything. There's like it's like beautifully shaped, like perfectly baked, like stuff you'd see on sale in like a grocery store.
Okay. Um, can I gather some things for them to eat?
Yep, easy enough. Just you can take a little like cloth, make a little bindle of them, just little something for them to snack on.
Um, at this point in time, because last I had him, Azig was circling above like the bazaar area, waiting for. He was the one that notified me that they had the what'd you call it, the convoy.
Yes.
That they were bringing them on out. So I'm assuming he's still there because I haven't specified otherwise.
Yes.
Okay, can I summon him back to me now?
Sure. As you bamf him out of existence, bamf him back in. You just on your shoulder, as the two old farts, as you describe them, are just like chewing on very well made gingerbread cookies, and like they're very like kind of shooken by the experience, and like uh the old man is kind of like crying in the midst of like mouthfuls of cookie. But he's trying to keep it silent as per your instructions.
I'm gonna turn to Azig and just ask him what's going on there.
Punches.
Has the guard presence increased at all?
Yes.
By a lot?
Double.
Fuck. Simon, roughly with the old fart and the other one, how long would it take us by foot to get to the moon, whatever it's called?
The Moonburger.
Yeah.
From where you are currently, it's not that far away from where you are. Maybe like somewhere between 10 to 20 minutes.
Does it have a tavern too, or is it just a bar?
It is a tavern. It is a Moonburger Tavern.
Sorry, I think I meant like, is it like an inn? Like, are there rooms and stuff?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Do I know anything about this place? Have I heard about it? Like, is it a seedier place?
What's your history check? You've heard of it. Know its existence. Like, you've heard it here and there. You've never been yourself, and you don't know anyone that's been themselves. Uh, Apparently they have a sort of just anyone is welcome, regardless of what you look like policy, and that has gotten them flack from certain Pierce of Dogma members and like certain just members of citizenry generally, and they just still keep it up.
Okay.
Yeah, so like for a tiefling friendly place, it's one of them, seemingly.
How the distance between where I am currently and the bar? Do I know roughly how populated that this area is at this time of day?
You are in the residential area, which there's some businesses running around here, and people live here as well. But there's also currently a large spectacle on the other side of town that maybe would be drawing some attention. So, taking a glance around side, it's fairly quiet. There's still some people walking around that just don't care about the burning, or just don't, or haven't heard of it, or just have better things to do currently. And so there's still people, but it's not as dense as sometimes it usually is.
Okay. What color are these tieflings?
Both red.
Okay. I want to go through this guy's wardrobe, and I want to find something fresh I can put on these people, something inconspicuous, and preferably something I could drape over their heads, like a hood or like a scarf, or yeah, like a almost like the one I have set up, where it's like kind of like a scarf over the head as well as like over the nose and mouth.
Yeah, you find some like yeah, for the old guy, you find some like older clothes that haven't really been seen a lot of use, like a little more muted in color, a little big for him, but you sort of tie it up, and it under this right angle, it kind of looks like a shawl or some sort of cloak. There's some old woman's clothing in there that looks like it hasn't been touched in a while, a lot less of it too. Um, yeah, man, it looks like that just hasn't been just taken out or touched for quite some time, and that fits relatively well on the other one as well. There's a clown suit in there. You want a clown suit?
I do not.
Okay.
Okay. You said that the rest of the group is probably a good distance away, like farther from the bar than I am.
Yes, from where they are, from what you guess, probably takes about 30-ish minutes, maybe a little bit more.
What if they run?
Then they might meet you there, like roughly on the same time, maybe a little bit behind. But that's if they run, not giving a shit about self.
Right. Okay. Um. Okay. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to cast Sending, and I'm going to tell Salith, I did it. Everyone is safe, but where are we right now? Okay, hold on. I need to think this through. I'm gonna say we're safe. Invisibility. Shut up. We're safe. Invisibility runs out in 20 minutes. Meet us at, what's it called again? Moonbringer?
The Moonbringer.
At the, is Moonbringer one word or two?
It is one.
Okay. At the Moonbringer. Please be careful. Then I'll just say I am out of spells. I'm out of spells. Yeah, it's exactly 25, all of that.
Okay. Yeah, and you hear back in your brain. You're saying this is Salith?
Yeah.
Okay, you seem back in your brain. Okay, we're close to the outskirts. It won't take us too long. Moonbringer, got it.
Okay. And then I will cast Disguise Self again because I still have level 1 spell slots.
You liar.
I'm not.
Out of spell slots. I'm gonna cast Sky Self.
This is the big spell slots, the useful ones. I'm gonna cast Disguise Self, and I want to make myself look like a wholesome older human woman, like light gray hair, crow's feet, just like the sweetest little old lady dressed in like modest clothes and kind of like match. I kind of like want to match the vibe of the other two almost, and have like a similar outfit so we don't look like all mismatched.
Okay. Yeah, so you just have like a more refined look to you. The other two look a little, not shabby, but like just like a little a little servant-ish. Like even though it's like a rich person's house, this dude does not have the best wardrobe of choice. Yeah, and sort of you blend in well enough, and you sort of both walk in. Let me make stealth checks for them. Okay.
I think I just realized I'm completely out of teleportation right now. I forgot that I only had 2 charges today. I used one to get the first batch of tieflings to Fentu, then I used the second one to get us here. So I'm sorry, updating that.
Okay. They don't have any issues getting there. Uh,
Stealthing and everything.
yes, you don't need to stealth if you don't want to, because you are disguised and no one can really tell. They try to stealth. They're trying to be sneaky because they don't have they don't have a disguise. If someone looks at them too close, they still look like a tiefling. But luckily, the streets are sparse enough, and they rolled okay enough. It was like a 10 and a 14, and then I rolled like a 9 for like the city perception check. That like you don't get any trouble. Like people look at you, the glance, and your word maybe you've been made, but they sort of just continue walking by, and that's the rare occasion you would find somebody on the street right now. You see some people hauling ass towards the center of the fucking Orient Bazaar as you hear people just like, yo, there's like 8 ghost women keep making the shit out of everybody. And yeah, that seems to be a big enough commotion where you don't find any issue getting to the Moonbringer. As you get there, for buildings around here, this is a fairly large building. It is a 3-story building. Somewhat made of like a sandy, like whitewashed yellow stone. A lot of it also wood as well, which is not super common in the areas where wood is kind of harder to come by. It's not a lot of trees to go by, so they have to import a lot of it.
Great. Sounds real flammable. That's great.
That's only the second and third stories though, which kind of taper almost like this like a reverse ice cream cone. I guess that's just a cone. I don't know why I described it as an ice cream. Whatever.
Reverse ice cream cone?
That's just a cone, my guy. It's just. But the bottom floor is a square sandstone base, like most of the buildings, and it looks like whatever this wooden addition is. It's like a wooden hat on top of the building. But walking inside, the sign outside, it looks like a crescent moon, and sort of like within it, kind of like the DreamWorks symbol, the Moonbringer. Looking inside, it's somewhat dingy yet somewhat fancy at the same time. The layout looks very fancy. Like it is kind of like this like 3-tiered like a balcony system with like a central skylight in the center where you just look up and look directly at glass up in the ceiling. Pretty neat looking. It's also kind of dirty inside here too, so that's where the dingy comes when you see a lot of it. You see a lot of like spilled cups that have just not been cleaned up yet. A lot of food just on the floor, on the table, on the walls, on people. It is majority tieflings here, weirdly enough. See tieflings of all colors, see orange, yellow, blue, and purple. Mostly red. Some like wacky colors. You see a single like white tiefling corner.
Oh.
A little weird. And you walk in and you sort of attract a lot of attention, especially coming in as like a human woman. And you hear mentally a record scratch as everyone turns to look at you as you walk in. But as the pause happens, everyone just continues to their business. There's currently a band playing in off in the corner, just like playing some very nice, gentle music. There's a bar.
Tiefling band?
Tiefling band, yeah.
What's the band called?
The Horny Toads.
Do you already have that ready?
No. Horny Toads are pretty common around this here, around the parts here too, so makes sense.
Okay, I will. Is there somebody I can approach, like at the bar?
There's a barkeep.
Okay, I'm going to approach the barkeep and just say hello.
Yeah, it's a fairly portly looking tiefling man. Looks like he sawed off his own horns, completely bald, and has like a green blue coloration to him, kind of like almost like the color of the sea in some way, like sea with algae. A little greasy, kind of was wearing like this like dirty like shirt. Aye, what can I get you?
Do you have any rooms available for my friends and I?
Rooms, yeah. Is that 2 separate rooms, or you gonna get some hanky-panky on?
I don't acknowledge that comment. I just keep talking. I'm going to be having a few more guests
Oh,
joining us,
freaky.
so
I see. I see.
preferably a room with at least two beds, if possible.
Ah, freaky, but secluded. I see. Oh, you got a bigger room. Yeah, yeah. Lend it out to you, but 2 silver a night.
Sorry, my browser's being slow. 2 silver a night, he said.
2 silver a night.
I will put 2 silver on the counter for him, and I'll just tell him I'll take it.
All right, you want room service up there too? Additional silver. You get some wine, some oil.
That's all right. Thank you, though.
All right, all right. Raw it is.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, as he sort of gives you some keys. This hands you like one of a bigger room. You said one room, right? Right.
Yeah.
One room, like a larger room, and it's like, follow the stairs, 2nd floor, first one on the right. Don't mind the noise, and don't mind making noise.
My God. I'll cringe beneath my disguise self.
The full cringe emoji.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I will lead the old fart and the other one up to the room.
Yeah, as you're sort of getting walking up the stairs, he sort of spots the old guy and it's like, you can still get it up. Good job, good job. Yeah, as that's the last thing he hears as he goes. That's just the last thing he hears. He just dies right on the bot. As you guide the both of them up to the rooms and like 2nd floor, first one on the right, and it is like kind of like a spiraling staircase situation where it's like it's square on the outside but somewhat circular on the inside as you are going somewhat like a curve upstairs, and it sort of the balcony continues and it seems to curves up on the 3rd floor as well on a staircase on the other side of the room as well. And there's a couple hallways, and first one on the right, that's your room.
Okay.
Yeah, as you walk in, it's considering how dirty the downstairs was, this is fairly nice. It looks like it's fairly cleaned. Nothing special. This is like there's 2 beds, and it looks like each bed fits about 2 people anyway. Sheets are clean. There's not a window, but there is a fresh candle on a desk with and there's 2 personal chests if you have stuff to store as well. Like, not the worst room you've been in.
Okay. What time is it by now?
At this point, it's closer to like, let's say like 1 o'clock.
Okay. I think now that I have the privacy of the room, I know I'm with the other 2, but I think Xero will finally like take a huge like inhale, just breath in, and then exhale and like fall on the bed. Yeah. Just lay back like that for a second as the old lady.
Yeah, as you're under your disguise, you are sort of like soot charred a little bit just from standing in the smoke. Twice. In 2 different forms, but you did it twice. Yeah, as you're sort of just sitting there relaxing, the older man sort of just goes, excuse me.
Yeah.
And the woman interrupts. Thank you.
Of course. It's what I do. Here's the deal. I don't know how much longer we're going to be safe in the city, but I do need to wait until the morning to get us out of here. You can choose to stay here if you'd like. That's not up to me, but I and my other tiefling friends are going somewhere where we'll be safe from any of this. Fintu is a lot nicer than it used to be, and a lot nicer than I think others from the outside think it is. But this is an open invitation to join us there, because if you are caught on the street again, I don't know that I can save you next time.
The old man sort of waddles forward and sort of sits on one of the beds. I served noble houses here for 50 years. Most of my adult life I spent in this city. I think a change of scenery would do me good. Preferably with less fire.
Can do.
Yeah, as the woman sort of just nods in agreement as well.
Do you know how many more prisoners they have?
No, not off the top of my head. Sort of stuck the 8 of us in the same section, but in separate cells. If I had to guess, maybe 12 to 20 more.
Okay. Do you remember anything maybe important from your time in there? Any important faces, names? Anything special they did to the rooms, or anything weird about the place in general?
If there was, they didn't show us or didn't tell us. They kept us fairly isolated, and then when we left the confines, they put a bag on our heads until we left the grounds itself.
Do you know if you stayed on the land or if you went from over the water? Like oversea, I guess I should say.
No, we took no boat. No boat. It was a walk. Not a long one. It felt long. But the sun didn't move.
Did you see anybody else while you were in there? Not prisoners, but if there's any windows or a place to see guards passing, did you see anyone of note?
In what way?
Anyone who wasn't just a normal guard? Anyone in get up like the Inquisitors, or maybe another tiefling? Pink tiefling.
No tieflings except us that they dragged in. The one that called himself Inquisitor Gar, he came down to rabble rouse and beat us down. And he points to like the little scars on his ribcage. Sometimes literally.
I'm sorry I wasn't able to come sooner.
No, you didn't know. It is not your responsibility for all the tieflings in this city. He's getting progressively older as I always am.
Okay. I'm gonna leave you two up here. If you need anything, I'll send room service up. But I'm going to wait for the rest of my friends to get here, and when they do, I'll have to regroup with them then. But for now, unless you need something, just stay up here.
No, you've taken good care of us so far. We will park our patooties.
Okay. I think I'll head downstairs.
Okay.
To the bar.
Alright, as you head to the bar, you see that green sea-like tiefling. You didn't last very long.
It's been a long day, man. Give me a break. Give me I don't know, a shot, I guess.
a mystery liquid?
Something that won't kill me, sure.
I'm glad you specified. I had a particular jug full of a particular liquid for people I don't like. As he begins to pour like, well, both like some sort of like whiskey or brandy or something into a little shot glass, and he tosses it to you. Slides it across the bar.
How much does he want for this?
He doesn't say.
Okay, I'll just put 8 gold on the counter for him.
Hey, big spender, hey. That ain't fine.
Yeah, I'll just shoot that shot and then just like I want to do that thing where you like you fold your arms on the table and then you just like rest your head on your arms. I just want to stay like that for a little bit until anything happens or picks up here. I think Zero's just trying to like decompress for a second.
Right. Are you still disguised?
Yeah.
All right. As you're sitting there, basically passed out at this point, once you like lay your head on the bar and just like look tired, as much as this bartender seems to just not have any inhibitions at all, he seems to just leave you alone for the time being. Just like, long day. As he just begins to serve other people. As you sit there, it only takes like 10 minutes, like 10 additional 10, 15 minutes or so until you hear more people walk in. And you look over, Saleth. Oh, you see Tilt. There's still like 5 minutes left on invisibility.
Okay. I'm gonna cast message to Tild, and I'm going to just make eye contact with him and just tell him this way. And then I'll begin slowly heading upstairs.
Okay. As he gets the message and he looks around, sees direct eye contact, he just doesn't even acknowledge it, but he's slowly following you.
And then I will lead them to the room.
Okay. As you lead them into the room, they see, you see the 2 prisoners, the 2 executees just sitting in there. It's like they have taken to eating some fruit, some sliced apples, and just like currently the woman is kind of just in the process of just making little appy slices for the old man.
Okay. I think he said if I went to sleep now, I would wake up and it would be like 8 p.m., 9 p.m.
Roughly, yeah.
And I don't get the charge back for the teleportation till dawn.
Yes.
Okay. I'm gonna do that either way. I'm gonna drop my disguise. And has the invisibility wore off yet?
By the time you get up there after like a minute or so, yes.
Okay. I will just stand there and kind of spread my arms out like, ta-da, did it. I'm not going to say that, but that's what my arms are saying.
Okay. And Sailor sort of looks. Where's the rest of them?
In Fentu already.
Okay. That's good. It's very good. Sorry, it's been a weird day.
Did you guys have any trouble heading over here?
No, it's well, there's a lot of guard presence sort of just rushing back to where you were. I'm assuming because of what you did there. Something about ghost fights?
This will be my legacy here.
the tiefling ghost fights. The great tiefling ghost fights of 1475. Sailor sort of just like goes, oh, I didn't mean to be nosy, but she sort of holds up the relaying rock. Your friend, the fish, sent a message.
Oh?
Yeah, I didn't understand it, but he said, well, this is a couple messages back to back. He said, I found information about Lily Wolfspeaker. Turns out, old monarch of Haura. And then your crazy wizard friend says, I know the secrets of Maz Mazak. The fish friend said, I have no idea what that means. The your gnome
Not the group chat. Sorry, go ahead.
your gnome friend, well, Jana, said, I also have no idea what that means, but I hope you're having fun, Chris. At which point your wizard friend said, it has been extremely fun.
Chris is on fucking summer vacation. This is crazy. Oh.
Does that mean anything to you?
A question out of character. What was the name of the woman at the beginning of what Riley said? Lily?
I found information about Lily Wolfspeaker.
Lily Wolfspeaker, is that the member of the first fire that's a druid?
Maybe. I mean, that's not a name you've heard.
Is it not? Okay. No, I feel like I'd heard the first name. Because at some point, Maharal told us about a member of the first fire. When we told her about the flowers that we'd seen that would show up whenever the animals would talk to us, she said the only person that she can think of that had any sort of ability like that was somebody... I thought she said named Lily. Like, that name has been in my head for the longest time. Or Lila or something. And
I believe the name she said was Arema Gadeafin.
Okay, I'm
Which
just a
is not
fool
Lily.
because I can't find that name. Like, there's no handle on that name. I can't grasp that name. That name is just sounds.
I can spell it out for you if you want to.
Sure, you can DM it to me because that is just sounds that you just said to me.
I just put back to the video and I found the fucking glowing man in the restaurant. Arema Gadeafin.
Oh my god, Arema Gadeafin?
Gadeafin.
You're just fucking with us now, dude.
No. That's her name. What do you mean?
No, I believe you, but I'm like, what kind of fucking name is that? That is just noises.
All names are noises.
Okay. Fuck, I was gonna say, yeah, let me send Azek out to keep watch, but if they catch a view of Azek, anyone who saw him is gonna know I'm here, so I'm gonna not do that. But I'm going to lay down on one of the beds, and I'm gonna look at Salith, and I'm gonna let her know I need to get rest to get any of my resources and tools back. I can't get us to Fintu until the morning time, but for now, I can at least get us some more utility magic. I'll need to get 8 hours. If you could please just keep watch of everything here, leaving you in charge. Please don't let Agrabane kill me. Please don't let anyone steal from me. I just need to take a nap. I am spent. That whole ordeal was a lot. But everyone's okay. That's what's important. But I do need to take a little nap.
Make an insight check.
Of course.
You're sleepy, man. You're super sleepy. You're incredibly sleepy. But, yeah, you see that. Dilith just nods her head. Agabin, why don't you go keep an eye out on the bar floor. Tilt, can you go up to the roof? As they both just silently split off, and Dilith just stays in the room with you mostly. And just lets you get some sleep if you're getting some sleep.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to sleep.
Yeah, as you get the full 8 hours of rest.
Question, does Scrying Eye come back the dawn?
I believe so.
Okay. And then Fey Touch comes back. Gotta wait till the morning for the teleportation. Get my spell slots back. Man, I was running on empty for a while there. I had nothing left to work with. Oh shit.
Yeah, I think a third spellcaster, and you still managed to break out 8 people from execution in the middle of their execution. It's like pretty impressive.
Dude, the fucking 1 becomes 2 is what came in clutch.
Yeah, and It's like, yeah, that's the one time it has.
Wait, question, because you said I was here and I was also there in Fintu.
Yeah, you witnessed a whole bunch of like people like, how'd you do that? What do you mean? Like, whoa, I mean, we teleported. Like thanks, Xero. Like Leland is like you witnessed all of that. You can converse with that if you want to. Because like, you're technically in two places at once.
I'm not gonna converse with it. I just wanted to know what happened. Yeah. I do think it's kind of, well, I don't want to say it's sweet, but you said they're all kids, right? Under the age of 13, you said?
Not all of them. Some of them. There's 3 of them that were like 13 kid, like year 13 kids, which is like when fucking Inquisitor Gar like murders and thieves, it is like 13-year-olds, really? Like that's one of the things you heard in the conversation too. Is like 13-year-olds, really?
It's sweet though that I sent them to my house. That's good.
Yeah.
Because I mean that's the spot that they ended up is my house, literally my house with my mom.
Yeah.
They're in good hands.
How long does One Becomes Two last? This is until 2 actions or some other time limit, right?
Girl, you tell me. I don't know.
Well, I didn't read it recently.
Any actions? Blah, 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 blah. Wait. The copy remains for 1 minute.
Yeah. So like they try to converse with you for the next like 20 seconds, and then your mom starts feeding everybody, and then that's the last thing you hear, the last thing you see, before your copy blinks out of existence. As Clone Zero T poses and then disapparates.
Holy shit. We did it, boys.
You did it.
Wow. Remember when we thought that my downtime was going to be 1 session?
Yeah, it's been 5 hours.
Because I'm not done, friend.
Yeah. It could still be 1 session if you want to keep going.
I can't. I have to work at 11. I can stay up till 4. Can we go another hour?
Yeah. I think we should be good.
Okay.
Kind of done over there.
Okay.
I just want my computer to crash or something. That'd be horrible. I would lose everything.
Oh, I would cry. Okay. I guess I just get my 8 hours and wake up to it being nighttime.
You do. It is 8 o'clock. Salith has not slept. He's just sitting there watching everything, seemingly quiet. The 2 executees are sleeping now.
I'm just gonna get up and gonna, just wipe my eyes and everything and get up and just tell Salith, I know it's been a long day for you too. Feel free to get some rest, and I'll post up guard with Agrabah and Tilt for the time being, and then in the morning I'll wake you up.
He sort of just goes, well, I mean, you did all the hard work. I'm not that tired right now.
If you say so. I'm gonna head down to the bar because it's probably a bit more bumping now.
It is. It's all the seats have been more or less filled with a bunch of other colors. Some of them, not all tieflings. Some of them are like humans, half elves, gnomes. Mostly tieflings though. And it's like you're wondering how this place hasn't been like firebombed by some bigot yet.
Yeah.
Seemingly they're still going up.
You literally read my mind. I literally thought that when I got here. I was like, oh my god, this place is made of wood?
Made of wood? Made of wood full of tieflings and no one likes it?
I figured after today, surely. Surely.
Yeah, like it's a bigger smorgasbord, and you see Agrabah is at the bar, and like he's been there for a while, and there's like it's not like he drank a lot, but he's drank enough that people are impressed, and he started making like a pyramid out of the cups. He's just demolished, right? And you don't see Tild currently out here. What'd you do?
What's that guy's name again?
Whomst?
Murdic?
Maldrick.
Maldrick. What did Maldrick tell me to do?
Just
tell me to tell them I was a friend of his?
Something like that. Or just mention him that you knew him, or he was sent by him, or something like
Hmm. This feels like a dumb question, but I don't see any pure soul dogma in here, right?
In here, no, they'd be shanked immediately. Yeah, no pure soul dogma.
Hmm. I think I will wait until the sun rises and get my charges back before I ask this man, or I tell this man. I tell anyone here that I know. You just said his name and I already forgot it.
Maldrek.
Maldrek.
Say it with me.
Maldrek.
Maldrek.
I keep wanting to call him
Malfred.
no, Murdoch. I don't know why.
That's his nickname now. You just call him Murdoch.
Okay.
Maldrek Murdoch.
Is the white tiefling still here?
They are. Yeah, they're sort of in the corner.
Do I know anything about white tieflings? Like I know in game we've heard some stuff.
Make a history or arcana check, your choice. They exist. They are extremely rare. Like, for it to happen naturally is very, very rare. Like, it is more or less kind of the same odds of just being like albino, like in real life. Like, it's like one in several, like 100,000. Like, it's not common at all. It's like when one kind of shows up, it's just like they're interesting to look at at the very least. Like, they don't really show up out of nowhere sometimes. Like, most people's account of like white tieflings, they've always been a character, or at least like have some sort of like there's always something special about them. Like, they've always done something or have like said something or like had some like history behind them. There's never been just a boring white tiefling.
What's this tiefling doing?
Currently in the corner, sort of just looking at everything, just shuffling cards very expertly. Kind of dressed like in a just like kind of normal traveling gear, but like well kept. Kind of like a very dark purple like hood. It's kind of down at the moment, and you can just see these pale white horns curling up from the forehead. No hair.
What color are its eyes?
Pure red.
Ooh. I'm gonna lean over to the bartender and ask for a drink.
What'll that be? You want the same thing, or do you want the? Hey, haven't seen it before.
First, I didn't say this earlier. I'm gonna take a seat next to Ackerbane.
Okay. You take a seat, order a drink.
Yeah.
What can I get you for?
Something that won't kill me.
It's good because I have a jar for people that I don't like. Oh, one mystery liquid coming up. As just gets a shot glass and pours like some sort of like pink like liquid, and he puts a little tiny paper umbrella in it.
Thanks.
Anytime.
I'll slide him a gold.
Hey, big spender. I like that. The man has 3 lines. Yeah, as you just sort of post up in your agrabin, sipping on your very fruity drink. It's very nice. It's very fruity.
Whatever. I have nothing to prove.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It tastes good. That's it. Yeah, but just like a very palpable awkward silence sort of just passes. Another awkward moment passes, and he's just kind of avoiding eye contact, just generally. Are you doing anything?
I just let it happen. Okay. Just sitting there silently, just trying to take in what happened today.
And after a solid 3 minutes of awkward pause, Agrimisor just goes, I'm sorry.
For which part?
Attacking you.
Only that part.
I didn't mean for anyone to get hurt.
I know. I mean, I don't think you're wrong in how you feel and how you think we should go about this, but the fact of the matter is there's a lot of us that can't do what you can, and they can't do what I can. And when we make this mess, we leave them to pick up the pieces. And so I'm trying to find a middle ground, a compromise of both protecting the innocent tieflings around us that have nothing to do with our choices and also serve the justice that is long overdue. But I need you to stop what you've been doing. Just give it time. Let me and you and Tild and Salith and my friends, let us figure something else out. Because what that was, as satisfying as it may have been in the moment, it didn't fix anything. I'm not trying to make you feel worse. There was a point in time where I would have done the same fucking thing. But it's a temporary solution.
He sort of just takes another big swig out of the current drink he has. Finally looks at you and with the first time you see him smile like a little bit for the whole day. Just goes, "You're starting to sound like Salith." Well, if you have a second plan, because I don't want to stop. I don't think I could. So if you have some way to temper the anger, then I'll try to do it your way.
I think their largest strength being their faith and the power that they channel from that can also be a weakness in this situation. And I think I have an idea that I want to use to almost turn the light back around on them. Because there's people that actually believe in this God, and that's fine, but what they're doing is disgusting. And no God of purity would claim that. So, I want to do something that will make an impact for generations. And I think I have an idea. I don't know how well it'll work, but just to send a message that the things that they've done is not going to go forgotten. They're going to die with those sins, and the blood on their hands will never be clean. In their eyes, They value their faith so much. I think we could send them to a fate that's worse than death, and that's being forced to realize that they are the monsters that they're fighting.
So I would hold them down, you mark them.
Xero like actually lets out like a little chuckle. He says that. I don't want to have to involve any one of you guys if I don't have to. I have been spoiled during my time adventuring, and I have tools now that I can use to get myself out of a pickle, but having to... It's not like I'm babysitting. It's more so like... I can't not care about you guys when you're with me. I don't want to put you in a situation where I can defend myself and you can't. So I do want to give you some satisfaction in this and make you feel like justice has been served, but I also don't want you to put yourself in any more harm's way, because as of right now, if they found out what you've done, they would... I don't think they'd let you die. Again, I think they would do something far worse to you. You know they would. And I don't think I can bear the guilt of knowing that my dumb plan caused that to you. So, I have a plan, but I don't know what role any of you can take yet.
I'm getting myself involved. I'm not afraid of dying. You know this. If I die, that's on me, really. And I can live with that. Well, I guess I won't live. But if I die, I'd rather be at least have it go towards doing something. When I was out there, it felt good. Really good. And if they caught me and strung me up, then I accepted it. Maybe some way I was hoping that knowing what I did, they read out all my crimes. Maybe see me not afraid of death. Maybe I was hoping that it would inspire some next generation of me. So, that hasn't changed. If what you're doing is what you're going to be doing, then I want to know it.
I'm hoping we can get to a point where we don't have any more generations that are the next to you, or me, or any of us. I think none of us would pick the lives we've lived for any child. The people on the mainland are not like this. Like, some of them are still weird about any race that isn't elf or human or dwarf. We have horns and fangs and hooves and tails, and we come in blue and green and purple, and freaks them out a little bit. But here it's carnage, it's genocide, it's much more extreme. And I think if I found a way to get this to reach the mainland and actually have people on our side that care enough to step in, I think I'm gonna need help in the future with that, because we can do as much as we want here. We're a team of like what, 5 people, 6, because we can't solve this at just the members of Pearsall Dogma. We have to go up to the top. And as of right now, I don't have the manpower for that. I don't think you do. So there's planning that needs to be done, but I like your spirit, kid. I'm gonna do that little like soft punch thing where it's just like a not actually hitting him, just a little. There you go, sport. There you go, champ.
So just goes, never call me kid again. And he gives you a harder punch. Not enough to cause damage, but it stings my bruise.
I take it with grace.
Yeah. And so just goes, well, when you're ready to do whatever you need to do, whether you're going to go get help on the mainland or not, just guide me where I need to go, Sealith 2.
I have something I want to do, and again, I think I'm gonna need to do it alone because I don't know what I'm walking into. But Nyx is alive. She's in the city. I don't know if it's Miari or Medea, but she's here, and the one time I've seen her, she was working with Inquisitors. And she betrayed one of our own and helped in cutting off supply of resources to Fintu. But
Till told me.
I don't really want to give up on her. I can understand why she might have felt desperate or like she had no other choice. She's scared and alone. And maybe even upset that, yeah, her friends abandoned her. So I don't want to hold this against her, but I don't know what I'm walking into when and if I bring her home.
Well, Tild apparently saw. Tild was trying to track Nyx for a while, from what he told me. And I guess he saw Leland get nabbed. He saw Leland talk with Nyx a little bit. I don't know about what. He didn't hear. So, I guess that's how quick little Leland got.
How did he manage to track Nyx?
That's
Is there
a good
anyone
question.
specific?
My guess is just ran around looking for her.
What about Tild?
He's the low and slow type, tracking dogma movements. Anyone suspicious, not out of their route. Had a couple of hideouts that aren't ones we were familiar with. They kind of just blended in with the rest of the houses. And one day, you just found Nyx walking out of one. Followed her a bit. Then Leland showed up and just ran straight up to her, started trying to talk to her. Said that she pulled him into an alley. They spoke. And then she ran, Leland didn't.
Did she do something to him?
No, she did, Till didn't see.
And you saw her in Miari?
Miari.
Okay.
That's
Hmm.
that's gonna be conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he sort of just slides the rest of his drink to you. You're gonna need that.
I guess I'll down one of the drinks he slides to me.
Yeah, it's strong. It's not nearly as strong as the watered down goat piss, but it's strong.
Do you know anything about that tiefling in the corner, the white one?
Other than he's been there for the last 10 hours, no. I could ask.
Nah. I'll figure it out. And I'll pick up my drink and I want to walk over to that guy's table.
Okay. As you pick up the drink, these somewhat better relationship you have with Agape, he's once you leave, he sort of just goes from downing his drink, having a conversation, to more alert, keeping an eye out, just making sure everything's kosher, and he's sort of just casually looking your direction, just making sure nothing is weird going on anywhere else. Sort of looking up at the skylight, and it is a beautiful night out currently. You can see the stars above, and people are just on the balcony cheering, laughing, all that stuff, and Agape's keeping an eye as you walk over to this white tiefling's table, who's currently just in the middle shuffling cards and in weird, almost spiderwebby type ways, ways that the cards shouldn't be able to move, and just shuffling a billion cards. As you go to his table, sit down, doesn't make eye contact with you, just still in the middle of just playing with the cards, cutting them, folding them, mixing them, and just spinning them around to several digits, and then like any sort of showman would, to be impressive, really. Yeah, and without taking eyes up the cards, not making eye contact. May I help you?
What you got going on there, friend?
Trying to determine what to do today.
With your cards.
Mm-hmm.
How?
And in that moment, all the cards flick back into a single deck and just pulls up 3. One card appears to be kind of it's called the Fallen Star, seemingly. These kind of look somewhat like tarot cards in some way. Just Fallen Star. Rising high, fallen down, wallowing in the dirt. The past. Flicks out the second card in the center. This one, it looks like a roiling, bubbling, almost like chaos in some way. And it is just said chaos. It's this mishmash of colors of every single color, of blacks, whites, reds, blue, greens. And from turmoil, chaos, and flips the third card. It is just a blank sheet white card that just says purity. Nothing on it. It is just a blank light white card, beautiful in font, purity. Everything becomes clean, a oneness, purity. The future.
That's your future?
It's a future. Whether it is mine, not up for me to say. And it just takes the purity card, flicks over the other 2 back into the hand, and it just spins the card around the finger, slides back into the deck, and begins shuffling it again in the same way. See, fate is a strange thing. One tries to tame it, but they cannot. It is like a horse, which you have no bit, no bridle, no carrot, no stick. It is out, wild, free. You just simply have to give yourself to it. And whether it trusts you, whether it kicks you in the head, not up for you to decide. You just continue on and on. Find horse after horse, house after house, job after job, life after life. We continue. We always continue. But eventually, pulls out, just while the shuffling cards, pull out a single card. Purity. A blank sheet of white. Oneness.
What's your name, friend?
I'm called Nitu.
Do you want to run that by me one more time?
Nitu. Nitu. Nitu.
Nice to meet you, Nitu. I'm
Xero.
Oh.
We've been not expecting your arrival, but anticipating it.
What does that mean?
Well, begins shuffling the cards, pulls out two more. It is a pair of perfect eyes, beautiful, one blue, one green, and the rest is just black, white, just in the background. Just like it's almost gradient between the two. Eyes have been on you for quite some time. Pulls out a third card, flips it over. This one is just a single drop of blood hitting the, like sort of like pretty much the bottom of the card, but as it sort of just like ripples upwards. Blood is where you began. Blood is why you came to seek. And blood is where I let you. And pulls out the third card. Another eye. This time it's gold and silver, kind of in an orb. A little familiar. And by following the blood, following the path made by blood, you seek the truth, and the truth you will find. Takes the truth card, flips over the two back in the hand, twirls the card on the hand, and slides it back into the deck.
I'm gonna sit down at the table across from him. And I'm gonna lower my voice and lean in a little bit and just ask him, what do you know about a man named Vosem Hassan?
Vasem, a disgraced noble, tasked with, well, tried to task someone else more correctly, to murder his wife and child. That's the extent of I know.
And where'd you hear that?
My master, my boss, my patron, my god.
The Prince of the Night?
Pulls out
Right,
two
is
cards.
it?
One is a like a beautiful, like regal looking person, prince, and the second card, it is a beautiful starry night with a single moon in the sky. Night. You are correct, my friend.
May I ask who is the Prince of Night?
Oh, you don't need to ask. You just need to converse. We have no secrets to hide from you. Would you like to speak with them?
Sure.
Yeah, as he just shovels the cards back into the deck and just gets up. And he's still playing with the cards. He's still just, like, almost like a cat's cradle, but just, like, with a whole stack of, like, these long tarot cards, just mixing them between the fingers. Just begins walking to towards the bar and just goes around it, straight around the sea green tiefling who's just sort of looking as he's going, descending, and just, as he's passing, whispers something in his ear, continues going. As the barkeep sort of looks towards you. CP.
Excuse me. I'll follow him, I guess.
Yeah, you follow him.
Slowly.
Yeah, you follow him as you go around the bar, and Agrabane is just watching this happen, and he's not really stopping it because he doesn't know what's going on mostly. The barkeep lets you go past. The white tiefling Nitu opens up a hatch, and inside the hatch is a staircase. It looks like any other staircase, the same type of wood that goes up. This one goes down as he just starts descending it. No one in the bar seems to really care or notice as you just descend. As you get past the hatch, the barkeep latches it closed from the outside. You could probably pick it with some time, but for now you are quote-unquote locked in for now. As you're descending downwards, the sort of wooden hallway that you're following eventually turns into just raw stone, just carved out roughly with some probably errant pickaxes or whatever tools they use to just make a small slit into the earth. As that also begins to descend down, it curves right a little bit, then curves left. It meanders, but always going down. And eventually it flattens out, and you see more tieflings. 6 in total, not including Nitu. There's 3 on the left side that are white, pure white. They look very similar to Nitu. Pure white skin, different shaped horns, but all their eyes are red as well. On the right side, black tieflings, pitch black. You can barely see them against the what they call the sides of the caves. Again, different shaped horns, but their eyes also pitch red as well. And they're sort of flanking this empty chamber, which in the center resides this sort of reverberating rift, this slightly dimly glowing red rift in reality. It is like a torn sheet of paper, but it is suspended in space, and it's warbling, almost like something's trying to get out, but it stops and it just vibrates subtly. What are you doing?
I'll just look to Nitu and see what he's doing.
Yep, he's stood at the back of the entrance, just awaiting there as he sort of just ushers you towards the rift.
Can I inside check this?
Yes, I check.
Oh god, it's gonna suck.
Let me put in some more spooky music.
Oh.
Yeah, hard to tell. He's barely shown an expression since you've really met him. He's only made eye contact like once, like just now. Hard to tell. Everyone in here is just kind of a blank expression. They're just wearing very normal clothing, like any other clothing you'd see anyone else outside wear.
I guess I'll just step forward closer to the rift.
Okay.
I will just softly say hello.
The room echoes as from the rift, almost like a mouth as it speaks back to you. It almost like lips flaps back and forth. Hello? You see one clawed hand grab one side of the rift and another clawed hand grab the other side of the rift. The one on your left side, its right side, is pure white, the same side as the white tieflings are stood on. The left hand, your right, has grabbed the other rift, pure black, same side as the black tieflings, as it just pulls the rift in twain, just opening up this gaping wound in reality. As you see a very, very tall tiefling, like 9-10 feet tall, very muscular, as it's black and white. It is in like almost bisected in half. The right side is completely white, the left side is completely black. It has 4 horns just coming out of it, almost like a crown coming out of its skull. No hair, much like the rest of the tieflings in here. And sort of just begins to just walk out of the rift. As it does, you can see almost reality begins to fade to black and white on either side of it. Every footstep it takes is black or white, depending on which foot took it, as it sort of descends down from reality and stands like 3 feet from you right now. Xero, you've come.
How do you know my name?
A deal with your father a long time ago. You must have a lot of questions, I imagine.
I mean, it seems pretty self-explanatory now that I'm looking at it.
Does it? Elaborate.
I mean, I know why he did what he did. I don't know why this was the outcome. I'll just like gesture to me. But I do have questions about this state that I'm in, I guess.
As he opens up both arms, almost like the lightning erupts between his fingers that sort of connect between the midpoint between his hands. One black lightning, one right, one white lightning, one black lightning just sort of connects into this small little orb as he extends his hands outwards in a very welcome in gesture. Well, I'll answer if I can. I imagine I can.
Can I insight check
You
him?
can insight check. Hard to read. This is a 9 foot tall black and white like monochrome tiefling came out of a wound in reality. It's like you're a little weird right now.
Do you know what the origin of tieflings are?
Yes. Do you?
I don't.
Allow me to explain. As he goes behind the rift, you see one day, as he goes past the rift, and you're expecting something to happen, he just shows up on the other side of the rift. I came about as he walks just around the rift back to where you are. There's no greater secret. I am the first tiefling. All tieflings are my children. You are my child.
I've spoken to other creatures in this world who said that tieflings weren't always around.
This is true. I was the first. Do you want to know how I became the first tiefling?
How?
He just sits down. The room just goes black, white on either side of you. It's almost like this like weird matrix space. The other tieflings in the room are still there, but like now the cave walls have just shifted into this monochrome black and white, almost like a rotating in like this the worst like candy like barbershop candy cane in the world. I used to be human. I was what you would call a member of the First Fire. Then I got kidnapped I'm sure you've seen them. I know you've seen them. Those ships, the ones that came out of the stars themselves. That's tortured is to put it lightly. It's more like they deconstructed everything I was and then put myself and all my other pieces into things that weren't me, as they all screamed for attention, my nerve endings binding with that of animals, of that of other alien creatures, of that of... He just extends his arms out again. fiends. Well, the ship eventually crashed. I came out and I was a little changed. I had connections to all sorts of realms that I had no love for, but the chiefest of them all just whips one hand outwards as the rift just roars to life. 9 hells. No, that's where I came from. Questions?
What was your name before you changed?
He just leans forward like a gleeful child, just elbows on his knees, hands together, just resting his head on the back of his hands. Nicodaxian.
I see.
I'm just called the Prince of Night now. I could like to be called Daxian sometimes. When the mood fits.
So, when my father came and tried to do what he wanted to do, you didn't give him that outcome.
No. Wanna know why?
Why?
Because he was a miserable little wretch. I wasn't always a lord of the hells. I took that name and struck the old lord's name from all records across all time. I am I suppose, a lord of desire and want. I want those that seek not just change, but anything. The desire of love, desire of power, money. Greed is a delicious thing to me. Everyone wants, but some want more than others. Those that want more than others will go out and take it for themselves. They'll make the changes they need. They'll manipulate anyone they need. They'll do whatever it takes to achieve their aims. You want to know what your father did? He came to me and begged, groveled beneath my feet, someone with true power to do his bidding. And when I thought, well, a man like that can't be that strong, but I gave him a test anyway. I had him drink a little of my blood, a little red serum, the weakest of the weak, bile, basically. If he was worthy enough, if he was strong enough, he would have turned into one of us, but no. Just the eyes. Just the eyes. Eyes I could see out of, but just the eyes.
And why did this spread to my mother and I?
Well, I'll admit, that was just on me. I thought, well, if a wretched fool of a man like that could come to one such as I and demand to have his needs satiated, I must imagine his family must have it even worse. So I did a little test. One day, I snuck into your house. I cut my hand and I dripped a little bit of my blood into your mouths, just to see. I was right. You did want. You wanted freedom for your mother. You wanted freedom for all tieflings, and above all, you want to not let the world die. Because those other two goals would be defaulted if that were to happen. What'd you do? You went out, chased it, made a deal with a chem of all people. If only briefly. You wanted. Questions?
Who are the 10?
New gods. They're real. Don't get me wrong, they are real. It's a little bit busy. Their attentions are kind of divided amongst a lot more people these days. Back then, there was a lot of smaller conclaves, I suppose you can call them, of just gods, little posses and cliques, the way they kept their lane, more or less. But the 10 are real gods. Where they came from, I'm not sure myself. I wasn't there when they were created, but I can feel them. And I know they can feel me.
What do you know about the pillar on the moving island that Rosari Novos is trapped in?
Oh, that's brilliant part. Brilliant game on her end. When she blew herself up, she fused, I suppose is the correct word for that. Fused herself into the pillar, but separated herself at the same time. Her body is still alive in some capacity. It's attached to the pillar now. Her soul is, well, I don't even know where that is. It's somewhere out there. Souls don't just go missing, they get recycled. And her mind, well, I think you know where her mind is. It's in your... And he starts pointing towards Truthseer. I don't think she'll ever be complete again. I'll admit, thinking about her sometimes is a little saddening. She was one of my best friends. But she made her decision and I've made mine.
Were there members of the first fire that began working with the invaders?
Oh, not when we were alive. They were, let's call the invaders bad for business. No matter who you were, I imagine you could imagine blowing up your planet to be overall not good for everyone, not even good for those above and those below. The prime material plane, sear, hide gray, it is a collection of delicious little morsels of souls. As I said before, souls don't come from nowhere. You can't destroy a soul. You can't really create a soul. Not really. It's recycled. When people die here, they go somewhere else, where they become something else. Where they come here, they die here, they kill things here. Everything is cyclical. And he starts making circle motions with his fingers. A cycle, never ending. And it all stems here. To think some of us would work with the invaders is unthinkable. Though I imagine Thulvril would have loved the invaders if he was alive then.
I have accepted my fate as a tiefling. I can hold my own, but my mother wanted a different life than this. At this point in time, is there anything I can do to undo this?
Actually, no, is it Azek with you right now?
Yeah, I guess he is. I didn't
Okay.
tell him to do anything else.
Okay. Yeah, as he sort of perched on your shoulder. As you approach, you've been talking with him, and then out of nowhere you hear in your brain, Axion. The Prince of Night doesn't really acknowledge the owl on your shoulder. But as you say, is there anything you can do? He sort of stands up. Yes, there's actually. A little part of my test. You wanted a cure for your mother so badly you were able to leave your own home, your little cabin that you have over there. A nice, comfortable home, and willing to venture out and discover all these little secrets of ours. You wanted, and you're here. So, as he just extends the arms out, sort of at like a 45-degree angle downwards, as two of those black and white acolytes take knives and just slash at his veins. The one on the white side, on your left, his right side, is bleeding a vicious, like, ichor-like white blood. But as it drips off his arm, it sort of floats upwards, like almost ephemeral, and turns to like this glitter almost. The black side of his body, it bleeds heavy, viscous, vicious. As it hits the ground, it almost becomes heavy, like heavier, and it begins to pool, almost like ferrofluid, as it begins to just singe with acid a little bit. I have the ability to reverse my blood curses. I do miss, well, I will miss having your mother around. Spreading the tiefling curse, as they call it, has been my goal, but I will settle just for little you. If you choose left or right, take in my blood, become one or the other, as he points to the black or white tiefling. You'll become one or the other. I'll take back your mother's curse, but in doing so, taking in my own blood, you'll become a purer tiefling, never to return to a more, well, let's say, curseless life. Your soul will be forever mine when you die. I think I'll make you my champion. And if you sire any children, they will also become tieflings, though I will throw you a bone. I won't take their souls, they'll just be normal, everyday tieflings.
Wait, so what is he asking me to choose between?
He sort of pulls out his arms. Left or right, black or white. Take in my blood. Your choice.
I appreciate you giving me the option to do so. At this point in my journey, with everything I've seen and learned, everything I've had to endure, I do have pride in my blood. I'm happy to be a tiefling. And I know my mother's experience is different. She's been a human. She knows what that's like, but I love her the way she is. And as of right now, her soul is not claimed by anyone, right?
Not yet, but I can change my mind. Oh, don't take that as a threat. It wasn't, at least not yet.
I think I'm happy with the way I am. I appreciate you giving me the option, and I'm sure it would have been an amazing honor, but I feel like it almost feels like taking the easy way out to my problems. And like you said, I have came this far seeking solutions, and I think I made a mountain out of a molehill this whole time, and took for granted something that has been very good to me thus far, despite what society may say.
well put, and I'm not sure whether to feel proud or offended. So, as he sort of just holds his hands up as the wounds just close up immediately. What do you want then? You found the solution. What do you desire, Xero?
I desire peace and safety for other tieflings for generations to come. I want answers about pure soul dogma and who is at the top. I want to know what it was all for and how to defeat them. That's all I can focus on right now.
And I have no doubt that you will get out there yourself and start cracking skulls.
I'll do what I have to, yeah.
Well, if you won't take the gift of my blood, if you won't reverse your mother's condition, take this. As he sort of reaches into his own chest, the sort of bisection of black and white splitting open for a little bit, and you can see inside. There's no organs at all. It is just black and white. It's just an empty cavity of just black and white. Like, it's crazy. He just reaches in and pulls out like a golden eye. It kind of very similar shaped to Truthseer, not gonna lie. And he sort of just tosses it at your feet. That, I'm going to say, Missouri Novus was a worshipper of Alina. However, they were, I guess, friends. She kept that as a sort of memento. Use it. Return it.
Thank you. I'll reach down slowly and pick it up.
Grab it. Well, I won't stop you, and neither will Nito, nor any of my other acolytes here. Go, Xero. Seek your desires and make them reality.
Thank you, Nico Daxian. Will I ever be able to speak to you like this again, or is this a one-time deal?
I feel like you made your bed. This was fun, different. But if you want to speak to me again, that'll be your desire. And if you want, go make that a reality. As he just turns and begins to slowly walk back into the rift, the portal opening again, and you can see inside just like this monochrome hellscape of just white and black flame. As he just turns around and looks back at you with a slight smile as the rift closes and returns to that warbling rift in reality again.
I see.
Yeah, Nito at this point, still shuffling cards. Well, shall we?
Yeah.
And he begins to guide you upstairs. It's a short walk, but on the way there, you are strange. I've yet to see a
I'm
tiefling
strange.
that has rejected my master's gift.
I just... I meant what I said. I like being a tiefling, but at this point in time, the mess I've gotten myself into with Pure Soul Dogma as well as every other organization out to kill us, I don't want an easy way out anymore. And if that will be the death of me, so be it, but this was my fate, and I'm not gonna play with it.
He eventually gets to the top of the hatch for the first time in a while, stops shuffling the cards and opens it, or knocks on it specifically as the barkeep unlatches it as he opens it. He sort of steps up and sort of steps off to the side. Well, if it's not an easy solution that you wish to find, go and seek your heart's desire.
Thank you, Nito. I'll be seeing you, I guess. Stay safe out there.
He just wordlessly lets you up. Doesn't really say much as he just follows you out of the bar and then returns back to that table, beginning to shuffle cards again. Yeah, Agrabah at this point is still in the seat, in a different seat though, and you'll see Tild somewhere in the corner as well. He called for backup.
Time didn't do any weird shit while I was down there, right? Normal time
You
passed.
check the time. Seems right.
Huh. Well, maybe now's as good of a time as any. I'm just gonna just get all my ducks in a row, knock it all out of the park. I'm gonna go to the bar. Is the bartender there?
He is.
I'm gonna brace myself from what might be to come, but I'm just gonna ask him, hey, do you happen to know a guy named the way that I've already forgotten the name again.
Maldrick.
Maldrick, sorry. I'll try. I am trying to remember, but I'm just gonna lean in and like kind of gesture him to come closer and just ask him softly, "Do you happen to know a guy named Maldrick?"
He sort of just leads in close and goes like, I mean, yeah, but I think normally when people tell me that, they ask me to direct them to him. And he points at the white tiefling in the corner. So I think you got a head start on that.
Huh. Does Maldrick a friend of Nito's?
Yeah, they converse business. They don't keep me pretty, but they have dealings. He's been down there.
How often?
Yeah, when he comes in once or twice. It's like you. Come down. Same color coming up.
Huh.
And I would have liked it to come, just pitch black as well, blend in with the darkness, and then people, if they, it's just like, they never let me down there. Let me guard it. Let me down there.
Thanks. Can I go back and speak to Nito again?
Sure. As you go head to Nito's table, he just lets you sit down, still shuffling the cards, still playing like the corners of them, and just like handling them deftly and expertly. Yeah, doesn't say anything as you sit down.
What do you know about this, Maldrick? Is that it?
Maldrick?
Maldrick. What do you know about this Maldrick person?
He is like you. Desiring much, but wanting it on his own terms.
Does he come back to speak to Nicodaxian often?
He tries. Sometimes the Prince of Night comes, sometimes he does not.
Is there anything in particular he's after?
If there is, that is between he and the Prince of Night alone. They seem to have come to some relationship.
Huh. I see.
Yeah, as he's sort of just shuffling the cards. Puts down 3 again. The first one is like a pair of shackles, just like linking onto like skeletal arms, just chains. Perhaps both of you are chained by something. Fate trying to outrun it, but you cannot. Pulled out the middle card. It's pretty much the exact same image, but the chains are broken this time, and the hands are flesh. Freedom. Away from that which shackles you, you now have the freedom to choose. Freedom to enact your will on the world around you. As he pulls the third card over. Just a large gray blotch. It is not neither black nor white. It is somewhere in between. Mystery. And from whether the flowers or ruins of such is yet to be told. Takes the third card, flips the other 2 back into the deck, and shuffles it, everything together.
I see. Thank you again. And I'll get up from my seat.
Yeah. You just get up. He just wordlessly goes back to shuffling the cards.
Are there any other weird looking characters in here?
Other than Agrabane, who kind of stands out because he's a brick shithouse? Not really. One.
How do I get
actually.
to the...
Niles Ort.
Go ahead. Wait, Niles Ort's here?
Niles Ort's in here.
Oh, I make a beeline straight for his fucking table. What? Has he been here the whole time?
He pretty much just walked in.
Has he seated already?
Looks like he was about to, but then he sort of spots you and just makes beeline towards you anyway.
Can I, Okay, I'll just head towards him.
Yeah, head towards him. You sort of meet, like, halfway. He sort of looks at the atmosphere of the room itself. It's very jovial, despite what the music tells you. Let me go back to exotic. Yeah, as he sort of finds you halfway into the bar, and he sort of just, like, points outside for a little bit. And he begins to just sort of walk outside.
I will follow him.
Okay. As you follow him, he guides you just outside the building. It's off to like an alley where it's a little quieter. So, did you succeed?
I did.
This,
Everyone's safe.
this is good. My heart soars. I suppose I just wanted to find you in... I don't know if goodbye is the correct term. You notice he's not wearing any of the armor anymore. He doesn't even have a sword. he's just plainclothes fucking else, or I have decided to leave the dogma. So I do not know how useful I will be in your future endeavors.
Do you want to make yourself useful?
In what way?
I mean, you have a knowledge and a connection with Len that we don't, my friends and
do
I.
not have a connection with Len. I've tried. I honestly, I've tried, but the gods seemingly do not want me. At least not Len. I've tried. So I was taught arcane magic to substitute my lack of clerical magic. But I thought if that, and he points towards the direction of the platform, that's the will of Len, I want no part of it. So I don't know what I'm going to do in the current time, but I do know I do not wish to stop fighting. I believe I want to. I believe the dogma used to be good at some point, at least I want to believe it. And just the idea that there are monsters out there that need defense from villages that are plagued by bog monsters or what have you, disease spreading undead. Someone needs to defend them, and I believe if the dogma will not, I will. So when I left, I dropped everything at the platforms. I found a couple of my fireflies, and they have agreed to leave with me, and together we will found a new order. One that is truly dedicated to this cause.
Okay. As long as you're not throwing in the towel altogether.
No. I will fight as long as I breathe, and when it is finally my time to return to the earth, I hope that whatever I build from the ashes of all that's been before me can rise to create something beautiful. Sorry if I'm getting poetic.
Will I be able to still reach you if we need to talk to you?
Of course, I'm at your disposal when you need. I could not continue working for such a cruel organization anymore. I thought there might be good in it, but after today, no. But whatever you need, I am at your disposal. I just will not have access to dogma resources no more.
That's fine. Do you at least have knowledge of what goes on in there? Like with the higher ups, what their deal is, I guess? I've only ever seen about 2 different Inquisitors.
The Inquisitor's answer to the Lightkeeper, who is supposedly operating outside of the Sunspire. Many people go to the Sunspire, but none return. It's presumed, at least theorized, that the Sunspire is the home of the Lightkeeper, and they keep that large sun-like ball alive, but it's theorized that there's been multiple Lightkeepers, just no one knows when or why or how. The people that go usually come as a pilgrimage as a test of faith. And presumably whoever survives becomes the next Lightkeeper. Just no one's come back. Except the Inquisitors.
I see. Another thing. Do you know anything about the dogma hideouts that are kind of sprinkled throughout the city? The ones that are like unmarked?
Yeah, a few. There are, I suppose you can call them a plainclothes hideout for much of the dogma members. There are a couple that do not wear uniforms openly. That is sort of where they go to change and go undercover, I suppose is the term. There's a few of them, or many, across the city. It's be hard to name all of them, but there's signs. They're always small, very unassuming, almost perfectly square. Small looking on the inside, usually built into another larger building or perhaps a natural formation of some sort. And it's a cover. The house is not actually that small. It's a stairway downwards that leads to a larger hideout.
Okay. Another thing, do you know about the pink tiefling that works closely with some of the inquisitors?
I've seen her around. We have not conversed. I've had passing dealings with Inquisitor Gar Ulysses, but he is, well, possibly the most fervent believer of his cause. I know she hangs around him. If you follow the Inquisitor Ulysses, I imagine you'll find this pink tiefling you're searching for. Inquisitor Desde is also another option. She is silent, but she is like me, an arcane practitioner. They work closely together as sort of a hammer and anvil situation. One complements the other. One is very much a blunt tool, the other is more surgical.
What's most important to Pure Soul Dogma? Like, actually.
I do not understand the question.
Like, what is all of this for?
Well, the official answer or the answer I think?
I'll take the one you think.
The faith I believe in the gods, just they do not speak to me. But I believe the dogma has somewhat, at some point, weaponized their own faith. It is a means of subjugation. The Pure Dogma was not even originally, not in history at least, the past couple of hundred years, the leading government in the city. It used to be an actual government body, but now while it still exists, it is almost entirely at the behest of inquisitors and lightkeepers. So, what all this is for, I just think it's a small collection of those in power wishing to keep themselves in power using the dogmatic faith of the entire populace as its tool. They truly believe in the Ten. But even those that do, they can bend it to their will.
One more thing, then I'll let you go.
Of course.
Do you know the frequent hangout spots of any off-duty Pure Soul? Or any spots that they may frequent at all? Just for leisure time when they're off-duty.
Yeah, there's the various hangouts, the hideouts that you've mentioned before. Those are very common for some, well, the ones in the know. Not every Firefly or Pure Soul Dog member knows of these hideouts. It is a strictly, somewhat secretive operation. Outside of that, the Pinnacle of the Ten does have a break room, though it is usually reserved for the high priests and their acolytes. Several taverns around the city, ones that, do not tolerate the tieflings, are also more inclined for dogma members. Starfall, I believe, is one.
Gotcha. I appreciate all your help, Miles. I hope to see you around sometime and on maybe better circumstances.
I hope so too. If I believe it takes some time to find this new order of mine, of ours. But if I get it up and running in a timely fashion, it is. I believe the city of Miari and the Dogma have much to answer for crimes perpetrated against and, well, now and previous tiefling crimes. So, when my order is up, I believe I can. Anything you need, I will aid in whatever way I can.
Are you going to be in Sant in the near future? Or are you heading towards mainland anytime soon?
I believe, for now, I'll head to the mainland. Sant, the faith is too heavy. It is be difficult for us to make any headway with the dogma breathing down our necks, so I believe we'll get our roots in the mainland first, and then make attempts to grasp at the few straws that the dogma has here.
One last question, last question.
Yes.
Do you know how many more prisoners they have in the Pinnacle of the Ten?
Last I inquired, well, there's only half a day ago now. I believe there are about 23 left. 23, sorry, accent.
And they plan on doing this burning again soon, I would imagine.
Well, after the spectacle you made, I'm not so sure now. It is from before I left. I've heard people calling it the ghost punch incident. It was a lot of punching.
But no one died.
No one is dead. Perhaps a coma is the worst, but it's preferable over death. I'm not sure what they're going to do now, to be honest. I'm sorry, it's just this fiasco has been, I imagine, quite a thorn in the side of the dogma, so they may be hedging their bets. They may take some time to discern if there's any more security threats. They may buff up security, or they may just do it privately or in small collections like they've been doing so far.
Gotcha. Well, thank you for everything, Niles. I will definitely be in contact with you in the near future, because you have knowledge of this place and I want in. So I'll definitely bother you in the near future, but I'll let you head off tonight, I suppose. I appreciate all the help that you've extended to me today. You saved a lot of lives.
I tried. I don't think I actually did very much. I screamed at the Inquisitor for a little bit, and then he told me to know my place. I don't even have a connection with Len, all that things.
He sounds like the fucking worst.
He is an abrasive man. Good luck to you, Xero. If I can be of assistance, please let me know. Till then, I will be somewhere on the mainland for now.
Stay safe out there.
You as well. As he just begins to shake off like the dirt. He's not super scrubby looking, but he's a little. It's weird seeing him out of armor. Like he's sort of just like he's skinnier than you imagine. Yeah, he can just walk off and head off into the rest of the city, just as plain clothes Niles Ort. I'm gonna be making plain clothes Niles Ort as a fucking new hero for thing, aren't I? It's just Niles Ort, not even Secret Niles Ort. Yeah. The rest of the time is yours. What'd you like to do? I know it's getting
I
late,
think
so.
I know. I'm gonna wrap it up. I was gonna say I just want to hang out in the tavern until the dawn comes and the thing recharges, and then once the helm of teleportation recharges, I want to teleport myself, Salith, the boys, the new hostages. I think that's everybody back to Fintu.
Yeah, easy enough. You wait for dawn. Nothing happens. Nito doesn't make any attempts on your life. Nalzor doesn't come back and Agravain's not trying to kill you anymore. As you all just wait for dawn, you do go into the room where Salith is, and she has decided to sleep at some point. Dawn comes, and you teleport everyone back to Fintu. Back home, including 2 new people who've never really seen it, but now they can, thanks to you, they can live a life without prosecution. Or persecution. Prosecution. Objection. It's 3 o'clock. Yeah, eventually you come back to Fentu, back at home. Which I can bring you to back now.
So we're gonna have to do a part 2 to my session.
Are we?
I think so.
What else is left?
The marking and the actual stealing of food.
Yeah, I mean, like, you'll be doing that throughout the whole thing, right?
Yeah. I just didn't know if you wanted me to begin rolling or anything like that.
Just make the stealing shit up from across the thing. You really don't need to roll. That's like, they have no way of finding you at all, really. Just make an intimidation check for the branding, which, at the behest of himself, Agrian does want to help with. Yeah. Over the course of the year, you find specifically, like, the dogma members that are actual pieces of shit. You see them straight up abusing tieflings or just finding any reason to just spew hate at them. And then when you do, are you taking Agrian with you? He does want to go.
Yeah, as long as he's doesn't get in the way and doesn't get hurt.
Yeah, and he's a little clunky, so you do have to operate a bit differently, but it does make branding people a way easier because while you're beefy, it is nice to have a literal beef cake. Just hold people down and like cover their mouths. And as you sort of brand the X onto several dogma members, tie them up to the poles and recite the words, "The hate you create will decide your fate," as well as your infernal messages as well, which I neglected to write down.
No, it's fine. I have it written down
Okay.
somewhere in my Google Doc.
Okay, and throughout the year, you make a name for yourself for quite some time, actually. They refer to, over time, the X on their people's faces as the hate mark. Both as whether, like, directed both ways. Whether that's a mark left by someone who hates all Pure Soul Dogma members, which is kind of like the propaganda, the spread, or the hate mark as in the person who is marked by it has just been nothing but hateful. And over time, you do create quite a stir, actually, with your antics. There's a couple of other mass burnings that they attempt, which, with the now combined help of literally everyone, you manage to thwart most of them. Some do sneak through it. They sort of do them at the same time, so like whatever task force is breaking these things up can't do them at the same time. But, and one of the things they mentioned that these burnings is like, well, now they're marking us. You know, these are the people that are responsible for it, and such drivel as that. Yeah. over time, you do manage to slowly, if subtly, reduce some of the persecution in some ways. In a similar vein as Agrabah, but in a way that's more permanent and less susceptible to just blind rage. Yeah, and throughout that time as well, you also being just teleporting all over the fucking places with Saleth in tow and a small little group to just raid the shit out of Abethus and several other cities of anything the city might need. Fentu becomes the most livable it's ever been. Pretty much almost exclusively to you. Throughout the whole time, Maldrick is just sort of just never approaches you, but just sort of just watches. Just keeping an eye. Just a wacky little eye.
Is Maldrick hot? How old is he?
He's probably like late 30s, early 40s.
Okay, good.
Like squarely in the daddy zone.
Squarely in daddy zone.
Yeah, but let me rattle through some fucking messages. Salith will relay to you a couple things. A few weeks into your adventures, like after settling in and getting everything done, coming home to your mother's hash stew, Salith occasionally comes in. Janna sent a message. Heading into Thane, if you don't hear back from me in a month, that's why. Your fish friend said, Roger that. And then Janna said, how's it on your end? And then he what's her name? Answin?
Yeah.
Answered. The heart says, I'm doing okay. Seems the storm is a little better now. And then Janna responded back, orb delivered to Mammoth, following error to home. And then I returned error to his home in Thane. I met more units like him and made a trade. We now have a watcher unit and got a lot of info on the aliens. I'm sorry, do you want me to respond to some of these? I was kind of listening and not asking.
No, they seem to have it all down.
I think you found a couple things on your end too. Yeah, that's all I got so far.
Sure, I will send one message.
Okay.
I met Nico Daxian and learned more about tieflings. Have lots to share with you guys.
Axion and learned a lot about tieflings.
Yeah.
I have a lot to share with you guys. Okay, I'll just mass send that to everybody. You know, it's 3 fucking. Just so I don't forget. Just so I don't bother everybody. I'm not.
Poor Josie.
I'm not gonna send it to Brandon actually. Bowen wants me to send it to everybody, but or send it to him. Brandon didn't respond the last time I do it, and I think Josie's like super fucking unconscious right now, so I'm not gonna bother about this. Yeah, and then about roughly 1 year in, you get 2 messages actually. One from Riley and Jenna, and one from Nels Ort, who you literally just have some kid hand you a letter while next time you're in town, just waiting for you. But Riley in the thing, your friend, well, we have a ship now. I'll be in Gulmad Harbor. Come get me when you're ready. Jenna responds, on my way to Riley. If anyone wants me to pick you up on the dragon, let me know. This is for 1 year in, yeah.
Interesting.
And the the letter from Niles more just goes, we have been established a small sect in Abethus, operating out of the Silverwood mostly. We are the Order of the Broken Sun.
Aww. This feels like post graduation. Like, where are they now? Like, when you see like the group photo of all of the class, and you like zoom into each one of them, and it like fades to black and white, and it's like so and so is doing this now, and it's sweet.
Yeah. There's still a fucking campaign to go.
I know, but it's cute.
Okay, but unless you have anything else to add or respond to, that'll be your downtime.
Nope, I think that's it for me.
Okay.
Wait, one more thing. It's just for flavor.
Okay.
Can I spend my downtime getting closer to Azek?
Sure, actually, this is
Like,
probably the
like-
best time to do it.
Like trying to bond with him and have conversations with him and let him open up to me a little bit more.
Yeah, as he sort of just adapts to home life in some way. As he becomes kind of like the pet, like the town pet, which sometimes he doesn't mind. Sometimes he does. It's usually like, you found over time he's more, despite his whole demeanor, he is a little sweeter to kids. Which I think you may have known that already, but yeah, he sort of just becomes a town pet. Make a after the whole year, you need to make a persuasion check.
You said I do need to,
No,
or I
you
don't,
don't.
need to?
After a whole year of just having him around at your house, like you probably don't need to. What do you want to talk about or ask or anything?
Are you giving me the chance to talk to him right now?
Yeah.
I haven't decided yet. I think I would want to just ask him questions about himself and ask him what he likes, what he enjoys, sensations and experiences. But
Okay.
that can wait until session time.
Okay. All right. So, will this conclude your downtime?
I believe so.
Okay. Got a lot done. All right. I'm gonna stop recording now.